Good evening, everybody. We are back with another show. This time it's the Flat Earth debate, Globe versus Globe versus Flat. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so right, I've got your comments up so I can see what everybody's saying. So we've got a few people in. I'm going to shout some people out. The first person that was here was Right the Hand, and he asks, he hopes that he's on Team Flat, and indeed he is. He will be here very shortly. Amanda Young, nice to see you in. Flat Tarn, nice to see you in as well. Jimbo, asking about the wrenches. To be fair, you know, I mean, I got an email before from somebody asking why it seemed that 3/4 of the Globers that would normally be talking in the chat seem to have been banned. I hadn't authorised that or even seen that they had been banned, so I went and duly checked and saw that close to around about 50 people that would normally be commenting in the chat from the Globe side were indeed banned. How that's come about and how it's happened, I really don't know, but what I've decided to do is thin the wrenches down a little bit. If you've lost a wrench, it doesn't mean that I don't trust you at all. It just means that I need to control how many wrenches I have. I just don't have the time to look at every single person that I wrench. So I've thinned it down a bit. I think there's maybe 20 now. I've tried to even it up a little bit with a few from the Globe side too. And I hope that the moderators that I do have right now will be able to just keep control, keep things civil. You know, don't be banning anybody. If they need to be timed out, sure, time out, etc. But I will be looking back at the stream and I'll see how everyone's behaving. I want to try and keep this rolling as best we can. Keep it civil. There's no need for fights or arguments. You know, try and keep it on track. You know, we're all here to try and, you know, in these times at least, have a good time. You know. Anyway, who else do we have in? We have Tim Osmond's in. The Mandoozled Effect with Brian Stavely. Willie Yum, no comment, TMF. Darwin actually smashed a super chat before we even went live with a $3 super chat. Thank you very much. Good Servants in, Gasly, Mike Dornan, Page 42. Emma UK does her own streaming as well. If you've not caught her streams, I highly recommend you go over and give them a look. It's pretty much done on Discord, so if you're on her Discord channel, you can join there too. So she's a new streamer. As I say, highly recommend you go over there and subscribe and listen to what she's talking about. Anthony Burrows, Brandon, nice to see you in, mate. YouTube, NZD 2020 or 20 ... Where is Riley's thesis? Indeed, the mind of God. So many people. Dragon Morningstar, wow. Who else do we have? I think I've caught up. Oh, Gently's channel. Right, there we go. Right, so some sobering news this evening. Prime Minister Boris Johnson, in case you haven't been made aware, is actually in intensive care this evening. So he's had the symptoms of the coronavirus. Now, here's another thing. I want to talk about this name, this coronavirus, and, you know, ask you, because somebody labels something a virus, does it necessarily mean it's a virus? Or just because it acts like a virus, does that make it a virus? Or you have the symptoms of a virus, does it mean it's really a virus? I think they're some of the questions that you need to ask yourself, because if the mainstream have copped a word on it and called it a virus, you know, we end up debating what viruses are instead of just looking at the symptoms and what's actually happening. I think it's safe to say anyway that whatever the cause of Boris Johnson, you all know my opinion, so I'm not going to get into this, but you already know that he's the British Prime Minister. He's been confirmed with coronavirus over, I think it was 11 days ago, and he is now in intensive care. So I'm wishing him all the best in these times of these troubled times. We do need somebody at the helm who we can rely upon, and, you know, love him or hate him or for whatever reason, he is there and he is our Prime Minister, and I wish him all the best. Also, one of the gentlemen that will be on this evening, let me see if I can bring up his channel. 1 sec. Take me off. Here we go. So, this is the name of the channel, Digital Demonic Davros. So he's one of the guys that will be debating this evening. Here's his channel. We also have Aaron Armstrong. Now, those two contacted me. They want to do a dual team. These two want to get into it together. So they're going to be on the Globe side. And at the moment, I have right at the hand. I did have a few people that wanted to participate. And I have asked them to email me so that I can get them on Skype. There's been 3 individuals. So if you still have not got in touch with me, I recommend that you would do that so that I can bring you in. If not, I'll just have to hope that somebody else on the panel may join from the Skype group that I've got over there, Ranty's panelists. So I'm going to play a video of his anyway, so you can get an idea of who it is this evening that will be debating. So here we go. Let me just pause that on there. So this is the guy. This is Digital Davros. Is it Digital Demonic Davros. So to give you an idea of who this guy is, it's a 3-minute video. I'm going to pop him on now and hope you enjoy.
G'day globeheads and conspiracy deniers. I am Demonic Davros, and today I am putting Nathan Oakley's angle of attack horseshit to bed. I have to give a shout out to Team Skeptic for a great debunk on Thursday. The flat earth hat wearing, no shirt, upside down, globe on his chest with a tree mountain up his butt was a great laugh. Hashtag the Bronco. Alright, time to take flight. Let's get into the crux of Nathan's most stupid reference to something he has nothing to even contemplate using this stupid analogy for. Nathan uses the term angle of attack to explain the viewing of angular size. My research has brought me to the conclusion that Nathan has no clue about the things he says and can't even find an analogy that works. Angle of attack, or AOA, is the angle between oncoming air or relative wind to an aeroplane. So your plane's like this, wind like this, the plane will adjust to create an angle of attack for less wind resistance. AOA is sometimes confused with pitch angle or flight path angle. My question to Nathan is, what the hell does this have to do with the way we view things in Earth's atmosphere? Is everything flying or levitating and needs to be designated that they need an angle of attack to be stable in the medium they sit in? I'll give you a hint. No! Nathan, the term you are looking for is viewing angle, the same as viewing the angle of a television or a computer monitor. The viewing angle of any object is an independent variable that can be changed by the observer by standing at a high altitude, squatting close to the ground, moving 45 degrees one side and then 45 degrees the other side will change your view. I am calling you out on this as a logical fallacy. You seem to think you are smart for using a term that has nothing to do with the human eye. This is just a short video to get the word out that Nathan Oakley is an immature, narcissistic, mute button hitting idiot that won't go on anyone else's channel to debate or have a discussion about his invalid arguments. I'm putting Nathan Oakley in as a candidate for Dumb Fuck of the Year for his nonsense and complete lack of understanding of basic physics. I am Demonic Davros. Thanks for listening, and I am done.
There we have it. There's Demonic Davros, in all his glory there. Listen, I hope you you enjoyed that, and clearly he showed Nathan who was boss there. He absolutely destroyed him, wouldn't you say, guys? You know, I mean, he totally destroyed Nathan's angle of attack there. Anyway, as you can see, I've been watching quite a lot of poker videos recently, as you can tell with all the links on there. I think with everything that's going on at the moment, I just need something else to take my mind off things. Anyway, he has 221 subscribers. So if you like his style of presentation, and if you like his content, highly recommend you go over and subscribe. You'll be able to find him, Digital Demonic Davros. Now, you already know who Aaron is. Aaron's been on the show before, so there's no need to really reintroduce him again. You know what he's like. And okay, so I'm just laughing at some of the of the chat comments, but there we go. Okay, right. I'm gonna give let's see. I'm gonna give Right the Hand a call right now. See if he's around. Hopefully he'll pick up and we can get something underway.
Yep.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Okay, so you've heard one of your opponents this evening. Are you quavering in your boots?
Oh yeah, I'm shivering. Can't wait.
Okay.
Right, he has no idea what he's walking into.
I don't believe he does. We've also got the Mind of God who wants to join, so
Nice, cool.
I'll see if I can get a hold of him. Let me just find him 1 second. So I'll bring him in. So you'll be Team Flat, and we'll get the Globies in a moment. So let's just. I can't remember what's did it do. For some reason I can't find him on my Skype call.
I'm not a fan of Skype, to be honest. I feel it glitches a lot.
It did an update earlier, so let me see if I can. Just a minute, Mind of God. I will find you.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I might go on mute if it gets loud because of chickens or whatnot.
What's
But I'll be here.
Do you know what his first name is again? Because I've forgotten it already.
Mind of God? No, I don't even know his real name.
Yeah. Okay. Mind of God, can you message me? Can you send me a message and I'll bring you in on the call? That'll be the easiest way, because for some reason you're not showing up in my contacts. Don't know why. Right, okay, so let's bring up, let's see if we can get Aaron in as well. So here we go, let's see if we can get Aaron in. So I'll add Aaron to the call, and we'll also bring in Demonic guy. Here we go. Okay, so hopefully they should join the panel anytime soon. Right, okay, so we've just got the Mind of God. So here we go. So he's being added too. So right, so apparently we're going to have two flatties ready to go. We've just been joined actually by Demonic guy. David, hello. Hello. Are you muted, mate? Yeah, is your mic quick?
If you're on mobile, click the screen, the actual screen of the picture, and it'll bring up the. It can be a little confusing.
Ranty, what's up, man? I'm in the building.
Hey, it's all good, man. It's all good. Nice to have you as well. I mean, it's been a while since you've been on the show. What would you say?
Man.
6 weeks?
How's everything with you? You're hanging in there?
Yeah, hanging in there, mate. I mean, the last time we were talking, I think, was it... I'd just been started talking about this Corona stuff, so...
Yeah.
You've seen the way that things have been going recently. How would you say that's panned out?
It's a wise move. I would say our grocery stores are not, empty, but I'm seeing news of food banks getting depleted and all that. So, you know, it's wise for people to be aware of the supply chain of food for sure.
Indeed. So, let's see if we can do a mic check with the Mind of God. Can we give you a mic check there, mate?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay? Is it loud?
No, you can
Yeah, I hear you good.
Okay.
Okay, so
we get to go up against Demonic Davros, Ranty. That's exciting.
Demonic Davros. I hope you don't mind. I played one of your more recent videos to show the audience what to expect this evening. When you get the opportunity to talk, please use the mic so that we can all hear you. See, it may be, I mean, we can't hear a thing you're saying. If you're trying to speak there, Demonic Davros, it may be that you need to leave the call and rejoin, perhaps.
Yeah, Skype's buggy.
Ranty, we haven't spoken since you picked apart FTFE and Team Septic, so credit to you on that, buddy.
Oh, you enjoyed that. How did you think that went, anyway?
I just think you played it the way we should now, because let's be honest, we have a lot of leverage, you know, with all the observations people have done and just all the things that are happening. So the more you let them talk, especially Fight the Flat Earth, I mean, you just win. So
Well, he won't stop. That's the problem.
yeah, exactly.
Just
It
keep
was
going.
good, man. It's a good template, I would say, for people to use.
What was interesting is that I didn't feel that I had the opportunity to present everything I wanted to present in the order that I wanted to do it, or get as much information across as I wanted to. I felt like I was always being cut short and not given the opportunity to make a concise presentation. But then when I watched it back and I did the re-upload on this channel, I was like, wow, I completely owned them the whole way through. It was like there wasn't a part that I could look back on and say that they won that particular argument. And even that was even with me having like a third of the ability to tweet to actually give what I wanted to speak about or how I wanted to present it, because I had no control over it. You know, everything was having to be done through I think it was a Google Hangout, so I had to present through Google Hangout, but then it went through his template, so he was able to just show what he needed to do. I can't complain. I mean, they were very nice to me over there. I mean, and they did present when needed to, but it was very slow and it wasn't as, you know, it was very cumbersome, the whole setup. I mean, normally I just like to go boom, 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 evidence, and then say, right, okay, what are you doing? And it was kind of stop-start, but yeah, it was just awesome. So I listened to it back and I thought, yeah, I really did well, so I was pleased with that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Fight the Flat Earth is a freaking Sleeping Warrior fanboy. Like, he just kept talking about Riley, like because he knew that he got slaughtered back then and he got slaughtered recently, so he's just getting crushed.
Well, he's just very new to the scene, isn't he? I mean, he only joined, I think, because he had another channel. He had another channel that was doing like video games and stuff, and I think he wanted to be a YouTuber. But that was they were putting a lot of content out and putting a lot of work into the content, him and his missus. But it just seemed that they weren't getting any traction. I think they only had a couple of thousand subscribers, and then he hit on this, Fight the Flat Earth, and he's like, he's got everything he wants really from a business standpoint, because from all accounts I don't think he can work, because he has an injury from being in the Navy or something. So. Just taking snapshots.
Ranty, I was one of his first debates about 1.5 years ago, and like it was funny at the end. He's like, "Has anything I said, convinced you that we're on a ball?" And I'm like, "No." And then like he just said nothing throughout the whole debate. It was mad funny. So we go way back.
I remember I debated him. He misused the genetic fallacy. I would be like, "Yo, show me that orbits are possible," and he's like, "Genetic fallacy," and like. At the time, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? It would be like if you're talking to somebody, right? And you're like, yo, what's your favorite color? And he's like, 5. And you're like, 5? That's not a response to what I just said. So I went, like, the debate ended. I went and I looked up the genetic fallacy, right? And it was like, when you attack the source and not the claim. And I was like, I was attacking the claim. The source is NASA. I never mentioned NASA. I mentioned the orbits, which is the claim. So he totally misused the fallacy so that he never had to prove anything.
It was good though, Ranty, overall, man. I give you credit for that.
Cheers, man. Demonic Davros, have you managed to figure out your mic issues?
Not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, woohoo! Yes, you're coming through.
Oh,
great.
there we go. Yeah,
Oh.
sometimes a restart helps everything.
Yeah, for sure. So you're actually joined to this evening with. I'm just going to essentially moderate if I need to. I'm going to let you guys get into this. So you're joined by the Mind of God. I'm sure you've seen him talking in the chat before, and you're also joined by Right the Hand. So these two will be both you and Aaron's opponents this evening. So you wanted a couple of people to debate. So you emailed me asking for it, and I've put it on.
Yeah, well,
so
more of a discussion than a debate, really. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, sounds good.
sure.
Ranty, just to clarify, this is not Aaron Moorfield, right? This is another Aaron we're dealing with.
Yeah, Aaron Armstrong. So he's.
Okay, got it.
I think he's another Aussie. I think you're an Aussie too, are you, Demonic?
Of course I am.
There you go.
So you're walking upside down relative to us, right, in Houston. So that's
Well,
cool.
well, don't get started on the frames of reference yet.
Well, hey, listen, we're all here to have this discussion, so I'm just going to go on mute and let you guys have a little bit of a chat. I mean, where this ends up, who knows? I mean, I'm sure you've got some points to bring. That's why you wanted to come here and challenge the Flat Earth for our position. So let's see what you've got to bring. So I'll give you a couple of minutes if you want to fire into this Demonic Davros and tell us why you've come here, what your channel's about, and why you think you can come here this evening and destroy the Flat Earth.
All right. So this isn't about the destruction of anything. This is about the reasoning of the Flat Earth and how it is that we always have this fight between the globers and the Flat Earthers about show me your spinning ball, show me your orbits, and then we have us globe defending Nazi bastards turning around and going, well, show us a full picture of the Flat Earth. And it's like, hang on, we're sometimes going a little bit overboard with what we are able to show and what we can't show. It's also what evidence or proof is accepted by the Flat Earthers compared to what the globers expect. And that's something I need to get clarification of before we go any further.
All right, how about I address that? So when you say evidence, because I have this, if you ask me, and if you disagree, please feel free to articulate why. I think there's only two things you can do in this world. You can observe reality directly through your senses, okay? That's the direct observation of reality. Then you can describe that observation with words. So you can only do two things. You can look at something, and then you can talk about it. Do you agree or disagree?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, so when you say we have tests, we have evidence, we have experiments, we have all those words, test, experiment, all of them, scientific evidence, they all get encompassed into the greater scope of the direct observation of an event or phenomenon. Do you agree?
That's trying to corner the.
No. I'm not. No. Okay, I'm not trying to corner. Look. You just. Okay, hold on. Let me back up. You just agreed when I was like, "There's two things in reality. There's the words that describe what we see." You were like, "Yeah, I'm with you. And they're like, "Okay, so you don't have tests, you don't have experiments, you just have what you observe." And you're like, "Well, now you see, you're attacking my beliefs." So let's back it up. Do we have the observation in reality as the only thing of empirical evidence?
No.
Okay, so outside of a direct observation using one of your five senses, can you show me how you can gain new information?
That's a good question.
Outside of your five senses, how can you gain new information?
You can't, because that's the direct observation. That's the only way to get, that's my point. The only way to get new information in any capacity is through a direct observation. So when you say test, when you say experiment, when you say all of these words, you're just saying words, okay? And those words only mean I'm going to watch something happen. A test is watching something happen. An experiment is watching something happen. An observation of a phenomenon is watching something happen. Do you agree?
Actually, you can run an experiment without actually having to observe it yourself.
So how would you know the results?
Easy, Bob. What you get at the end. That's the result.
But if you
Okay,
can't
so
see it, if you can't see it,
think
how do you
about
know?
this. Hang on. Think about this. Say you're testing a benchmark on your computer, right? You can set it up to benchmark by running a Blender video, and then you can leave that go for an hour, right? And all you have to do is come back and get the results at the end.
Okay, but
You don't
here's the
have
thing.
to hang on. You don't have to watch it unless you want to see the peaks and troughs during the actual live event. If you're just after the result at the end, you start it, you can leave it and get your result.
Okay, but you have to look directly at a screen displaying an image in order to get the information from the test.
Right to hand. Can I clarify the question? Are you saying
Yeah,
that
go.
it has to be us that has to observe, or are you really restricting the definition that it has to be us or anybody doing that observation?
If you didn't make the observation yourself, it's faith.
Okay,
Because
fair enough.
if I told you I saw God, would you believe me? Right? You know, I could tell. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if that's what I'm saying, the only thing that's empirical in fact is what you directly observed. If you didn't directly observe it, it's faith. And this is where the ball comes from. All of their arguments are not direct observations. They are assumptions based on their personal beliefs.
So
And
the
that's what I'm
ballers,
trying to get to.
just so you know, like we get what's going on. We're trying to bring you guys to a realm in a place where we as individuals, everyday average people, can touch and feel, observe things, and we know why you're uncomfortable with that. Just so you know.
Well, it's the fact that the simplest thing to do, and this is not having a dig at you guys or promoting what we can do, is pretty much doing a survey of an area that you believe to be flat within 3 to 4 miles square, and checking the diagonals on that and seeing whether it comports to flat or curved. I mean, that's just a capable observation you could do with a 1-to-1 scope. So in other words, it doesn't have to have a magnification on it, and poking sticks all at the same height at all those points and seeing whether or not you derive what you see to be your observation correct or not.
But my problem with that is you're just observing the stick. So how are you going to say what you observed is correct or not? You're going to set up this apparatus with these sticks, and you're going, come here, let me show you something. I'm like, okay, and I'm going to walk with you, and we're going to look at it, and you're going to see that, and I'm going to go, yeah, I see it, and you're going to be like, Earth's a ball, and I'm like, no, I don't see Earth as a ball. I just see a bunch of sticks. What are you trying to prove to me? See, this is where you, hold on, let me just, so what you do is you take the direct observation of the sticks, and you go, well, that can only happen if I believe Earth is a ball. And I'm like, look, you can believe whatever the fuck you want why that is happening. I don't have to, though. That's what I'm saying.
Actually, that's not the premise you go with. The premise you go with is, I want to measure this piece of land to see whether there is or isn't a drop.
Okay, but that's just measuring that plot of land, not the entire Earth.
Yeah.
So yes, okay.
What you would do then is you would extend your distance.
Okay. Have you done any of this?
Observe. Hang on.
Have you done any of this?
Hang on. If
you're talking hypotheticals. You're talking hypotheticals. I don't care about hypotheticals, because if your ball Earth is only a hypothetical, congratulations, you have nothing. So have you done this yourself?
Why did you strawman me?
I didn't strawman you. Why are you so defensive? Look, you're telling.
And you have just brought in the genetic fallacy.
No, I didn't bring. I brought up how he misused it. Look, man.
By saying, have you done it yourself? All I'm doing is giving you a description of how you yourself could go out and perhaps test this.
No,
that's all
it's not a test. It's not a test. It's an observation of sticks. You're not testing the shape of the Earth. You're observing sticks. The only time your observation of sticks becomes a test of anything is when you already believe the Earth is a ball. Because a test, like we just got done establishing, is the exact same thing as an observation of a phenomenon, which is, in this particular instance, exactly looking at a bunch of sticks. Now, you can look at those bunch of sticks and come to the conclusion that Earth is a ball based on your personal beliefs. Do it all day. I won't, because I don't believe what you believe based on looking at sticks.
Where did I make the presupposition of the globe?
When you said the only reason that the stick thing can happen is because of ball.
No, in what I explained, did I say ball or globe in my description of what I just said to you?
You're trying to establish the shape of the Earth by looking at sticks in the ground.
No. That's where you've got this. See, you've got this ball mentality. You've actually got this ball mentality. Okay? What I was doing was explaining to you how you can start a process, okay, of determining something for yourself. For the last 6 months, I've been recovering from surgery. I haven't been able to go out and do anything. Okay? I don't have that opportunity at the moment because I'm still in recovery from surgery to my foot. I can't just grab a whole bunch of surveying stuff and throw some sticks in a piece of ground that's 3 miles by 3 miles and start doing these tests yet. I'm not allowed to do that. Okay? But if I get the opportunity, and when I do, I will go and find somewhere where I can do this stuff. But until that time, trying to force me into the position of have you done this yourself, that's actually irrelevant in this conversation.
Okay, well,
No, it's fine. It's fine to reference other tests and all that kind of stuff. I think what Right the Hand is getting at is that we're at a point now where we're not going to believe any kind of like secondary, tertiary sort of stories. This person did this using equipment that we can't afford and it's way out there, and just take my word for it. Do you appreciate that vibration that we're giving off right now?
Just going to give a shout out to Darwin for the $2 super chat, money for YouTube's wrench. I was, to be honest, that wasn't the reason I gave him a wrench. I actually gave him a wrench because I realised taking it away was a bad mistake. He's a pretty cool guy. And Amanda Young, $5 super chat. Ranty, pour me a drink and email it to me. Send me your email address. I'll try my best. Thanks, Amanda. Cheers.
Empirically, it's not a ball of the size. Whatever. We can give you still the ball. It's not the size. You'll just be like, it's loomed up. Because this is the point I'm trying to make. You have a belief. The Earth is a ball. You know it, right? It's a belief, but you know it. So no matter what happens, you're going to explain it away, right? I got a drone. I send it 400 feet up. Why does everything look flat? Well, because the ball is so big. Okay, there you go. That's just you telling me a story.
400 feet is only like 120
but there you
meters.
go. Okay, yeah, but here you go. There you go. You're telling me why a ball looks flat. That's all you're doing. You're telling me your beliefs.
Yes, but has nothing to do with a belief. I have never stated that it's a belief system for me.
But it is.
You're pushing. Hang on. You're pushing that it's a belief upon me.
Because it is.
That's what.
No, let him finish a sentence, Right the Hand. Let him finish what he's about to say. Go for it. It's not a belief.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay, from my understanding and all the things I've done through looking through my own telescope, looking through binoculars, seeing the Great Australian Bight of Australia and seeing how vast that is and how flat it looks, yet it's not. I made an observation from an observation point in the Great Australian Bight in Western Australia where you could see probably 25 kilometres maximum from the height you were at, right? But the horizon was well in front of what distance you could see.
What are you talking about, man? What the hell did you just say?
Hang on, think about this, right? If you're at an elevated height above a body of water, say 100 feet above the water, right? Just think of this. You're 100 feet above the water, and you guys all know that we ascribe to the higher you go, the further your horizon is, right? But on a clear day, the distance you can see is further than the horizon will be, okay? And if you can't see anything at your distance vision compared to where the horizon is, where's it gone?
What are you talking about, man?
Bro, you're just telling us that we see. That's all you're doing. You're telling us we see what we see.
What the hell did you just say?
Did you understand what I was saying?
No.
Or are you just like,
No.
Okay, if you're at an elevated height and you're looking out, your actual distance you can see is further than where the horizon will be.
What do you
understand
mean the
that?
distance you can see? Define that. What are you talking about?
Do you understand a lookout, how that works? Okay, the higher you go, the further you can actually see.
Not necessarily. It depends on the atmosphere.
Yeah, and what if you get up and there's a wall in front of you, and at the bottom of the wall there's a hole? you could see further through the hole at the bottom than you can at the top. You get what I'm saying, bro? You have to like when you say you can see further from higher up, I'm going to say no. A person can see a set amount of distance, okay? Now, when you go higher up, you just have a better viewing angle. You get above atmospheric distortion. You can, all of these things, but it's not like your vision becomes enhanced and you can Superman see further. No, you have the same exact vision at 5 feet that you do at 5,000 feet. It's just the angles of viewing have changed.
Let me just debunk what that idiot just said. If you go up really high on a very cloudy day,
distance?
If you go up really high on a very, very foggy day, and then on another day you go up 1 feet and it's super clear, what are you going to see, quote, further? Of course you're going to see better even at 1 foot elevation. So what the hell are you talking about, man?
You guys are just throwing in atmospheres, putting up a wall.
We're throwing in atmospheres. What do you mean? That's the channel that we're looking through, man.
Yeah, but you're throwing in fog. You're not always going to have fog.
Yeah, but sorry, can I hold on? Can I just confirm? Can I just confirm that you say that we're throwing in reality? Because
yeah, exactly. That's what he just said.
No.
We're not allowed to throw in reality. Is that right? We're not allowed to throw in reality.
The very channel that we're looking through to determine what the geometry is, we just threw that in, as if we just put in something just so stupid, like why?
Oh my God! I'm going to try and measure the ball when it's foggy.
Sir, that's not what I stated. I just use that as an example to debunk your notion that elevation automatically, implicitly gives you better visibility.
Fog. And then when the fog clears, that debunks your debunk, doesn't it?
No, I just challenged your stance that you rigidly said that elevation gives you automatically better visibility, and I just used a childlike example because it looks like we're dealing with a child to debunk that. So proceed.
Okay, so now you're bringing it down to basic insults.
No, you're dealing with people who know mathematics, man. That's the issue that we're offended.
Oh,
we understand mathematics. We understand unique solutions. We understand cause and effect. We understand optics because of people like Ranty and other people who are into this kind of stuff. Life is short. We know these things, man. So don't come with this freaking voodoo, man. This is like a year ago.
Did I use any mathematics in anything I've just said?
No, we're asking you to use mathematics, sir. We're asking you to do that.
Why do you want me to use mathematics?
Well, I don't know. Maybe because we're trying to solve a mathematical problem of the geometry of the Earth. Do you understand what the term geometry means and what field that is a subset of? Mathematics, right? Curvature.
Okay. So do you want to use some spherical geometry?
Why don't you prove the Earth is a ball first?
I hope you're going to start using some geometry.
Hang on. Mind of God was questioning me about starting to use some mathematics, okay? And the amount of times I've heard mathematics proves nothing,
mathematics proves lots of things. Mathematics is designed to prove things. That's the whole objective of it. No one uses mathematics and then presents a PhD thesis and says, yeah, you know what, I've kind of proved most of the cases, but all these other cases that I didn't explore, they might kill people that use this mathematics when they design things, but good enough, right? No person does that. I don't know if you've ever been educated in any kind of school. That's not what math is for. Math is indeed the foundation of it, built on axioms, proofs, rigor, exclusivity of solutions. I trust you're aware of these things.
Okay, so I do have an engineering background of structural engineering.
Well, good. Start using that terminology, please, because you're dealing with other engineers.
Okay.
Go for it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I learnt a long time ago about structures and heights and particular things that happen at height. Higher you go, faster you fall. Right? Depending on your height will depend on the severity of your injury. Harder you hit something, the more it hurts. Hit it too hard, you might not survive, right? You fall from 4 feet, doesn't hurt so much. Fall from 10 feet, hurts a hell of a lot more. Fall from 100 feet, you're likely to not be around anymore. I mean, how do you explain that?
Bro, come on, man. You're telling me that because if I fall off a building and die, the Earth is a ball? Is that what the hell? Is that your fucking argument, man?
Come on, man.
Hang on. I just... No,
are you trolling us, or do you seriously want to talk about the shape of the Earth?
No, could you address what I you wanted me to talk about an engineering standpoint. This is my standpoint, okay?
No, that's if an engineer came to me and asked that, I'd fire him.
No,
listen,
sure. Take that example of that thought
I'm
experiment
bringing
and
this down
convert
to
that.
things about safety scaffolding and working at heights, okay? At a particular level, they don't use those sort of safety measures. As you get higher, those safety parameters have to increase to protect you.
But okay, so I'll sort of play along with this nonsense. Walk us through then how that foundational nugget, which fine, we'll give you that, sure, then has anything to do with the curvature or lack thereof of the Earth, and do it in a rigorous way. So go for it. So proceed. Like, obviously, I hope you don't think that that's a proof, what you just said. You know, you fall from 4 feet, it hurts less than 100 feet. So now help Right the Hand and I walk us through how that implies certain things about the Earth's shape. Go for it.
The shape of the globe, as you would put it, is determined by gravity. Okay? And this falling analogy is about gravity. Is that if you're accelerated into something, it hurt. The more acceleration you have, the more it hurts when you hit it. I mean,
Wait, hold on. If I land on a square, flat, concrete floor, is it like not going to hurt because it's not a ball? Bro, do you want to listen to what you're fucking saying? My God, bro, this is child. You can't even address this argument with any sort of intellectual capability.
We could let him go down that road, but then we're going to ask you, how does that only work on a curved surface, which is what Right the Hand is getting at, and it's correct. Then you now have to tell us how gravity potentially would not work on a flat object, a massive flat structure. And then that's
my question.
I don't know if you're ready.
Well,
to do that.
if you want to take that course, I'd like you guys to teach me how on the flat Earth gravity is actually a thing.
Because gravity is a word to describe me jumping out of a building. And when I jump out of a building, regardless of what shape you, listen to this word, think the Earth is, you can think the Earth is any shape. I'm going to fall just the same. So my point is, and I'm sure Mind of the God will agree, is if I fall just the same and I believe the Earth is flat, how am I supposed to fall to prove the Earth is a ball?
Right, exactly. How is that an exclusive proof? And let's even give you that it's curved.
That doesn't explain to me gravity on a flat Earth.
Let me finish my point. Let's just say I'll even give you that gravity and curved Earth go hand in hand. How curved is it? You know, what if it's just curved enough to be effectively flat? We don't know these things. So these are the things that when you deal with smarter people, like people that come by here, Ranty's channel, we're going to ask these questions. You know what I mean? Because we're more advanced in this debate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you should have checked maybe some of our background. You know, we didn't just come on.
I have spoken to you before. Right the Hand, I have spoken to you before.
Yeah,
so
but you're dealing with people who have
know.
degrees in engineering, masters in engineering. People like us, we've watched Life is Short's videos. We've watched most of Ranty stuff. We know the bottom up. We know optics better than majority of people. Probably actually better than a majority of the ballers. And that's not to be arrogant. Maybe not you, but we know it more than Fight the Flat Earth and Team Septic. So you have to answer us. You're dealing with like adults who are not going to listen to your stories about stuff falling off buildings. That exclusively proves that the Earth is curved. That's nonsense.
Exactly.
But the thing is, all you guys are doing is just dismissing everything I've said and going, "That's nonsense."
No, we
agree.
Down a path of rigor.
We're agreeing that the stuff falls. We're in agreement. It falls, right? There's no disagreement there. You're telling me that it's because the Earth is a ball. That's where we disagree.
I asked a direct question, and you guys didn't even answer it.
You asked why it falls.
No. I asked, can you explain gravity on the flat Earth?
Why would we want to?
I can.
Or that,
I'll do it.
Okay, can you explain the accelerating force towards the ground on a flat Earth?
Okay, here's the thing. When you say explain, right, what you mean is I observed a rock fall. Now, tell me why it happens, right? Is that what you mean?
No. Don't bring your rocks into this.
All right, so elaborate on what you mean by explain. Because we both saw the rock fall. So we know it falls. So when you say explain, what information are you trying to get out of me? Why it
Right,
falls?
Dan, let me try and answer that. Then you can, if you want to take a stab at it, because we kind of get what he's asking. Here's terminology that you would understand as a structural engineer. You took like statics, right, in school, statics and dynamics courses. Like you know what free body diagrams, zero force members are. Do you know what a zero force member is in a bridge, for example? A zero force member. If you have a bridge construction or a lattice, do you know what a zero force member would be?
On any lattice structure, every piece of that lattice has a force acting upon it from the other pieces.
Look up the term zero force member. So there are some of those elements that are actually zero force members. Okay, just look it up later because it's clear. It's clear you're a structural engineer.
No, I'm going to explain to you about a lattice.
Tell me what a zero force member is.
Hang on. With a lattice, every part of that lattice has some force acting upon it from all the other pieces connected. That is the general purpose of a lattice system. If one of those pieces is not holding up its end of the bargain, your structure falls to pieces.
Let me just jump in real quick because you're using wrong words. So when you say force, okay, force is not what's holding the lattice together, right? Somebody's micing. All right, so when you say there's a force acting on the lattice, there's not a force acting on it, right? We don't live in Star Wars, okay? What you mean is that there are...
The weight of each object works in
the objects,
conjunction.
Exactly. So the
weight
objects...
is what's causing what's known as a force, which means... we'll call it a pressure.
Okay, hold on. Right. Before you... So will you agree that force is a conceptual word?
No.
Okay, so force is an actual mechanism of movement.
Yes.
Okay, so can you show me force, just force, moving an object?
Yes, the force of the engine pushing a car.
No. See, no, hon. No, that's wrong. Force doesn't move a car.
Actually,
hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. I got to correct you there. No, wait.
A question.
No, but you answered. You answered. Now let me correct you. Let me correct you.
Pushing the car that's not starting. That's a force. That's the push force. You have to push it. You have to enable a force to get the other object into motion.
Okay, can you push an object with just force, or do you need another object to move it?
What? What the hell does that mean?
Because force is a concept word to describe matter in motion. Google, you're on your computer. Put in force.
On my computer.
All right. Well, let me here. I'm going to read it to you from your Google. Hello. Force is a concept. Okay, so when we talk about we hear you. When we talk about the concept of force,
you hear me? It's pretty glitchy, man.
We're talking about an actual push of an object or an actual pull. Like when
you're not even going to give me 2 seconds to say hello. That's very nice of you, right in the hand. Hello, everyone.
We're right in the middle of a conversation. We acknowledge that your mics work.
Okay. I'm sorry, sorry. No, because it's really glitchy. Okay. I'm sorry. It's very in and out. I didn't hear it at all. Very glitchy.
Okay. So can you hear good now?
Yeah, everything's good. Yeah, everything's great.
Okay,
so
we'll
go on mute.
Great. Okay, so when we talk about a force, right, you're talking about a push or a pull, and you can even make the case that there's no such thing as a pull because when you pull a lever, you're just pushing it from the other side, shout out Rubik's. But we're not going to get into that. So force is conceptually describing a physical push or a physical pull from physical matter. Do you agree with that? It's okay to say yes. You can agree with the flat earther. It's okay. We have the truth. It's okay. Is force a conceptual word? You can agree.
Okay. So you have the truth, do you?
No. I'm just asking you. It's okay. I said if I do, it's okay to agree. You're come back. Don't leave. Is force a concept? You're trying to wiggle out. I'm not going to let you. Is force a concept, or is force a physical mechanism?
Force is observable.
No, okay, so show me where I observe only force, like Luke Skywalker pulled his lightsaber to him using the force.
That's false dichotomy.
So show me that. So then what you're saying is force is a conceptual word to describe something else. It's one or the other. You can't have it both ways.
It's an important distinction.
Yes, very important. Because you're going to try and make a concept real.
Yeah.
So now, what I need you to do, you're a smart boy, right? You know you're very smart. Now, there's two things in this world. This is why I got back to you. You have the observation of the event, which is the car moving, but you say force, which is actually the gasoline and the air mixing into a pressurized container. But we won't get into that. So those are the things that you would directly observe. Now, the words we use to describe them, the words like concept, apple. Apple is a word to describe the actual thing that comes off a tree. Now, you're trying to make force, which is one of the words we use to describe reality. What you're trying to do is make it reality. And I'm not going to let you do that. So I really need you to agree with me. Is force a conceptual word that is used to describe tangible physical objects moving?
Yes.
Okay, so force, so gravity, when you say it's a force or there's a force acting on a ball that is falling, that cannot be because a concept cannot be the cause of a rock falling. Do you agree?
No.
Okay, so a concept, which you just agreed is just a word we use to describe physical reality, can somehow physically influence physical reality. Is that what you're telling me?
I want to know which...
No.
Which...
No. Answer the question.
Well, I'm not allowed to get a clarification on something.
Well, you're saying a concept can affect physical reality. I'm going to need to know how that happens.
I've got a question. In which description of force do you want to use?
I don't care which description, as long as
do you
force
want
is
physics?
No. Hold on.
Do you want military force?
Okay,
do you want horticultural
that's contextual.
forces?
That's contextual. That's the context of the word force, okay? You don't change the definition of a word when you're in a different field. You only change the definition of a word when it's in a different context. So don't tell me military, because that's not a context. If you're talking about force, it's always going to be a word to describe physical reality. Do you agree?
So we're talking physics then? Is that what you want to do?
No. You didn't listen. There is not. You don't
Hang on. You just said you want to talk about physical reality.
No.
That's what physics is.
No. Listen.
That's what physics is.
Wait,
my God.
Listen. Try and calm down. I know the Satan is in you, but calm down. So when you say physics, when you say science, when you say all these words, they're just fucking words. All of those words are describing.
Well, then why do you continue to use words then? No, why do you keep talking?
Right the hand. Did you just say the Satan is within you? Right the hand.
Bro, okay. So when we're talking about
did you
words,
just
bro?
No.
Nobody
Right the hand. I'm asking.
Come on, you're trying to derail the conversation. I'm not.
No. I'm just trying to work out where you're coming from.
No.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So yes, he did.
Did
Hold on. Yes, he did, and that was just because of his name. He's taking the piss out of his channel name, which is demonic. Okay. So let's get back on track. Let's get back on track.
So when we're talking about words, force is a word,
Randy.
not. Okay, so when we're talking reality, physics is a word to describe reality. Science is a word to describe reality because you only have reality and then the words to describe them, which you already agreed on. So force is not a physical. Force doesn't exist in the real world.
This is down to what words are and what they mean.
Oh, it's very important. Very, very important what words mean.
Hang on. Like, seriously, this is something that actually gets my goat. Is I'm trying to say something, and then you have to jump in and go, yeah, that's right. No, that's what we have to do. That's right. This is that. Okay? And I understand that sometimes I will do it as well because I want to jump in and correct something or push my point. But you asked me something about words, and I'm trying to address that thing about words. This actually has nothing to do with the argument itself. Okay, if you're saying that these are just words and that they basically mean nothing, why are you even talking?
That's not what I said. That's a straw man. So what I said is you have, and try not to interrupt because I know that's what you do. So what you have are words that we have basically uniformly as a society agreed represent certain things in tangible reality. Does that statement make sense to you?
But when he turns around and goes, oh, force like in Star Wars, that throws the argument out the window.
Okay, because when Luke Skywalker said, I'm going to move this object with just force, he didn't use his hand, he didn't use a piece of string, he didn't use movie magic. In the movie, he used what they believe is some magical force, and that's how he got the the Force alone was the mechanism of travel and propulsion of the lightsaber from where it was resting to Luke's hand. Just the Force. Now, in reality, where we live, not Star Wars, which is science fiction with space and everything, you cannot just move an object with just Force to you or away from you. Do you agree?
Did you know that a Force...
I asked if you agreed or not. So say, no, I don't agree, and I don't agree because. Or yes, I agree.
I don't agree with you guys trying to use Star Wars as your prop up for this argument.
No, it's just an analogy for Force. So can you move something with only Force?
For Force.
Yes, it is. Because he used solely Force as the mechanism of propulsion and travel of the object.
That was just the name of basically the magic that the Jedi could do.
Well, magic isn't in real world, so you can't use the Force or magic. So what are you using?
Stop using that argument then.
Well, you keep saying a Force is real. Magic isn't real, so stop saying it is.
If you change the direction of which something is moving, there was a Force involved to do it.
No, there is not. If you change the direction of an object, you have to use another physical object to change its direction. Because magical forces...
Hold on. Between the two things is the Force.
No, it's the interaction between the two things. Force is a conceptual word you use to describe that interaction. You can say I'm right. It's okay.
He's just trying to get you to not overload the term.
This is the problem. This is why
the Force.
This is why debate is useless, because they'll never admit they're wrong, even when it's presented to them in the most simplistic and easy to understand. If you think a Force can be,
let's give him a bit of a break. Let's give him a bit of a break and get all he's trying to get you to is use language, not trying to change your worldview necessarily. He wants you to use language that is physical and tangible, not overload the word Force with many, many different understandings of what it is. Like, oh, well, it's in an equation, so it's right. Or if it's in F equals MA, then that's correct. Do you see what I mean? Like, he's trying to get everything down. All of us are to things that are physical, tangible. You know, use language like that. I touch this, I move this, I push that kind of stuff.
Well, I just run a quick poll, and I think it's quite safe to say that the majority of the audience believe that Flat's absolutely storming ahead right now. So Globe, you've got to up your game. Aaron, we're joined by you. Is there anything you want to bring to this argument?
I think I missed most of what was going on, but
your boy was getting wrecked.
Oh, really?
Sorry, boy.
How funny.
Let's answer the question about an object falling onto flat
How
Earth,
funny. Who have we got on the panel? We got Right the Hand, and who's the other guy?
Mind you, God.
Oh, wow. 2 fuckwits. Sweet. Okay.
So if 2 fuckwits are beating you up, what are you?
Right? Imagine. What are the 2 idiots?
Oh, you guys are hilarious. So what are we talking? We're talking about gravity, right? We're talking about gravity?
No, we're talking about Force.
We're talking about gravity.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
So when Apple, you said it was, you gave some stupid definition for what an apple is? Some weird thing about something that was produced. An apple is a fruit. It belongs from a tree. So I'm not sure what you kind of were talking about, but there's no force used by anyone when an apple falls from a tree to the ground except the force of gravity.
No, force is a concept word. We just got done discussing that.
No, it's not, man. It's not.
Show me. So, mind of God, do you want to use the same argument on this guy?
An apple falling from a tree.
It's what he was trying to get you to use more granular language. You're just jumping to the conclusion, and you don't get what he's trying to get.
Yeah, because what you're doing, you're not okay. Explain if
you guys are you're the same guy. Your voice is identical. Are you twins?
Oh my God! That's all they have. It's all they have is personal.
Do with the shape
yeah, I know. It's all they have. Let them.
No. I'm just trying to get used to who I'm talking to. That's all.
Okay, so can you explain to me the physical mechanism in which the Earth uses to pull that rock to the ground, or that apple to the ground? Like, how is it doing it?
No, because I'm not a physicist. I'm not an expert in that field. I have a very general understanding of what gravity is, but it's mass attracting mass. You guys know that. We know that. We're going to stand by what we say. You guys can use all the little lemon bird, floridly kind of word salad things that you want. You're obviously quite intelligent and you can string some words together quite well. But it's mass attracting mass. So
Okay, do you know
you
how
explain
mass
why
attracts
an apple
mass?
falls down to the. You explain why an apple falls from a tree to the ground,
I was
Because
about
branch
to.
to the ground.
Okay, because God designed a system in which
There's no
mass-
God, man. Can you
hold on.
prove
Okay,
God?
hold on.
Prove God.
Hold on.
No. Prove God.
You asked for an explanation. Okay, so an
Yeah, you said
explanation is.
God.
Let me finish. Don't interrupt. I know
No.
God
I
triggers
don't
you.
have to let you finish because you didn't
Randy,
let Digital
come on,
finish.
bro. All right, so
Oh,
when
come
you
on, bro. Randy
you
doesn't
say-
moderate, man. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Randy just sits there
no,
and
I
listens to the shit fight. He doesn't moderate.
I can moderate when I need to, and I think it's only
Oh,
fair
you
that
only
you
moderate when you want to, Randy. Not when you need to, when you want to, mate.
Yeah, but well,
When you
at the moment,
when you
I
say-
don't need to moderate at the moment because right, the hand's just destroying you, and so the mind of God is too. So
He's not destroying me.
of
Okay,
course
talking
he
about
is.
so why are you so
God.
triggered? So when you
Let
say
him
explain-
let him finish his rebuttal to the thing dropping. Right, the hand. Just finish your statement, and then he can say whatever.
Yeah. So when you say explain why the rock falls, because we both saw the rock fall, so you're telling me to
I didn't
give
say rock. I said apple, but rock will
apple.
do.
Okay,
Yeah.
whatever. An object falls. So we both watch an object fall. You say we both saw the same thing. You're going to go, why do you think that happened? And I'm going to go, well, I believe that there's a God and he created a system in which we live in, which functions normally. So things that are not like air will fall. And you're going to go, oh, okay. Well, I think it's because the earth is so big, it has a magical attraction that is somehow pulling the apple down. I'm going, okay, well, we
Hang
can
on a
believe what
second.
we
Hang on
want
a
to believe.
second. Wait, no, just wait. Wait, good points. Very good points. Let's wait. I would say that if I did believe in a God, which I don't, but I believe in there's something out there, but I don't believe in God or, like I wouldn't put a name on it, then he invented gravity.
Okay, but gravity's a word. You're just describing the apple falling.
And you're saying that God
No, I'm
made the
saying
apple
God's
fall.
the cause. Yeah, because we both see. Do you not agree? We both see the object fall. So how come we disagree on the cause? Because it's personal beliefs. You believe gravity and mass attracts mass and space-time bending and yada yada yada.
Do you believe
I believe God's design system.
Do you believe that God watches everything in the world that could possibly fall, and when it's about to or needs to, he makes it happen?
No, I believe he
Right
designed
the hand. Let me take this.
Yeah.
Okay. Go for it.
I was just going to say, I believe he designed a system that makes things happen according to laws.
He did. He did design the system. I agree. God is real. He did design the system, and he called it gravity.
Well, gravity is a word.
Let's take this back. Let's take this back to free body diagram.
No. That's what God did. I agree with you, actually. That's a very good point. I believe that God did invent the system, and he designed it to be. That's amazing. We're on the same page.
Yeah. Let me just walk you guys through this. If you were going to do, if you were going to drop an object from any
God's
height,
amazing, isn't he? God is amazing how he does that stuff.
just
It's incredible.
Give me like 10
It's
seconds.
incredible
This
what
is-
man do.
this
He
is the way
invented
anybody-
gravity. Holy
this is-
shit.
All right. This is the way anybody would go through an explanation of anything falling or moving or whatever. They would do what's called a free body diagram. And so let's say you have a rock or any kind of object. You would draw the forces that are acting on it. And once a person does that and models that, they would then be able to reproduce that and then recreate that test, and then it would work. The thing that we would say is that when an object falls and then it's experiencing some motion to the ground or whatever, we would need to know its height, what it is, intrinsic properties of that object, and conditions in the atmosphere. And then we could reliably tell anybody what's going to happen with that. And if you did the same thing over again the next day with those same variables, it would do the same thing. But nowhere in that did we need to introduce another concept. We just need, like I said, the height, the intrinsic property of that object, and the atmosphere, the wind and all the different conditions. So for a flat
Yeah,
earth,
but you can do that. That's just mathematics, and you can do that easily with gravity. We're talking exactly the same language.
Let me just finish my
You're
point.
using a formula where you don't call it gravity, but it's exactly the same formula
Correct.
that we
Now
would
you're
use if we're using it
But
as
you're
gravity.
strengthening our point, because you're giving us even more motivation to reject the notion of gravity and go with what we experience, a non-spinning Earth. We've never seen curvature. One second, let me finish my point.
What I don't understand.
One second,
You guys all started out with flat Earth, right? You all started out with I can't see the horizon. No flat earther actually started out saying why do things fall? You all started out with something, and then it got harder and harder and harder. I'm still talking, man. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Making up an argument,
and it got
that we're not
harder and
using.
harder and harder to explain. Why? Oh, well, we've got a flat Earth, therefore we can't be spinning, therefore we can't have gravity, therefore we need a firmament and all this kind of stuff. And it just gets harder and harder and harder for you to explain. Well, we can explain very clearly. So why don't you? Why can't you have gravity? Why can't you have gravity? Your questions and your statements are so bizarre and so off topic that you could easily, at one point, someone could have said, "Hang on a second. We can have a flat Earth and we can have gravity, and we'll just say that God did it." But no, you say, no, we can't be spinning. No, we can't have this, we can't have that.
What I just walked you through, which is what I actually agree with what you just said, that it's equivalent to what you guys would just use language of gravity. But I explained the things that would be needed to describe.
You didn't explain it. You didn't give me the formula. You didn't give me the formula that you're using to tell how fast things fall. We all agree. We all agree that the acceleration speed to terminal velocity is exactly the same.
Sure.
And so we all agree that things fall at a certain distance. Sure. You've used our formula because you can't say it's wrong.
All right.
Because you can measure things and how fast they fall. So you've made up your own set of things to say, oh, actually, all of this density, all of this kind of bullshit. And then you've said, okay, but at this point, we'll agree with them because we can't deny that things fall at that speed.
No. Listen to this. I described the variables that would be needed to decide the speed and the acceleration and all that. And those are dependent on whatever units that you use. So that's somewhat cosmetic.
Go take 5 minutes, work out how fast a piece of wood would fall on a day when there's no wind, and we'll work out some parameters. You go work it out. And then we'll come back and we'll do it for something exactly the opposite, a lead or, a very windy day, a different height, and we'll work it out. I bet you come up with the same number that we do.
What is that?
Yeah, because we're all absorbing the same Earth. Why wouldn't we?
No, we're all watching gravity.
And nowhere in that have we
not
nowhere,
the cause.
Nowhere in that is there a curved Earth. That's our point. You haven't proven anything about the curvature of the Earth. You've used objects.
Do you want to get into curvature?
Heights.
Do you want to get into curvature?
Before we get into curvature.
Let's get into curvature.
No, hold on. We're talking gravity. Do you know how gravity works? Can you tell me the physical mechanism?
I'm a nurse. I would never, ever, unlike a bunch of flat earthers, I would never profess to work to say how something.
You're a nurse?
Or
is he breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah.
Or causation. That's not what. Not flat earthers more than you can't catch virus stuff at the moment. What a bunch of.
All right. So, from the gist of that, you don't know why the rock falls. You just know that it does, right?
Gravity. Yeah.
Okay, but when you say
gravity.
When you say gravity,
mass,
that you don't know why. Okay, so mass attracting mass. So you don't know why the rock falls, but you know it's because the Earth is big and it's pulling with its mass the rock with its mass. So you do know why it happens, right?
No, I don't know why. I understand the explanation that a larger object will attract a smaller object of mass, and we've called it gravity. So if you want to get into the itty-bitty, gritty, nitty stuff of gravity with me, sorry, not able to do that. And I think you guys would be careless and stupid to do it too, because I don't think either of you have a firm understanding of what isn't gravity.
No one does.
Okay, hold on. So when you say, what you're saying is that when a rock falls,
so you say God makes it fall.
Hold on,
God makes it fall.
Let me finish. No, let me finish. So when you said the mass of the Earth is attracting the apple or the object. Now, when you say mass of the Earth, what do you mean? It's like size, how big it is?
Yeah, it's size and weight, yeah.
Okay, so the Earth is so big, it pulls the rock down. And you know this just by watching the rock fall to the Earth.
Well, that's the best explanation that I've ever been given. And your explanation is God made it happen.
Okay, so when you say explanation, it's a story that somebody told you and you believed it with personal faith, right? That's what you're telling me?
And your explanation is God made it happen, and you believed it with personal faith. You believe that God invented it.
You're right. But the difference between me and you is I'll admit it's faith. You won't.
Oh no, I
Just admit
certainly
it's
have a
fake.
lot of
Just
faith in
admit
it
it's
being
fake, and then
gravity.
we can
Yeah,
move
yeah.
on.
No, so
No,
you
no,
have
no, I
faith in the
believe it.
cause.
No,
No, because
no,
I
for
believe a
me-
rock falls. Yeah, a rock falls for
for
me
me-
too. For me, a rock
for
falls.
me-
For me, a rock falls.
hang on a second.
No, hang on.
I'll
but
finish
a
the
rock does
sentence.
fall for me.
No,
Randy,
for
you're
me,
fine,
it's
you're fine.
faith. Yes,
Yeah,
I
it is.
have
You're right.
faith
You're in a
in
religion.
gravity. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. That's my
No.
point. You're in a religion of science that believes gravity
Okay,
over
good.
God.
So
you believe
yeah,
that
at least he's
man.
honest.
Hold on. So you believe man can explain why a rock falls better than a God could? Wow, you have some
Definitely,
faith in men,
because
huh?
there is no God.
Oh, you sure about that?
Definitely, there is
Okay,
no
so
God. There's no
so
God, man.
let me ask you two questions. First, where did all the matter come from? Has it always been here, or was it spontaneously burst into existence?
Look, man, I have a reasonable IQ.
No,
but
can you?
I
Explain
I'm
to me.
still
You're telling me you have an
answering my
explanation. No, you got it. You say you have an explanation. You say the ball Earth model explains beautifully. So I need you to
Yeah,
explain
it does
on.
explain
So
beautifully.
explain beautifully to me where all this matter came from. Has it always been here indefinitely, or is it spontaneously burst into existence? Now explain. You got to explain it to me. You have this model
No, I
that explains.
don't.
Now do it.
No, I don't.
Oh well, because you can't. But I can.
It's nonsense.
God,
That's why
my
he brought it
brain
into
can't.
existence.
My brain
you
can't
can't, you
comprehend.
can't.
Just as
Oh, so
no,
you
my
can't-
brain
you
can't
explain it.
comprehend when it
have an
started or how
So what
it
you're saying?
happened.
So what you're saying is you
I'm
cannot
not a
explain.
scientist,
Wait, I
man.
know. So you can't explain how the Earth started, but I can. So I can explain
How
how
can
Earth
you?
started, and you can't. God created it. So I can explain how Earth started,
Prove
and
God.
you can't.
Prove God.
He
You can
created Earth.
explain it, and I'll. Okay.
Yeah, and
I'll
you can
say the
explain
Big Bang.
gravity.
The Big Bang.
Okay, but where did all the matter come from?
Where did God come from?
He created the idea of existence. So he doesn't even need to, he is eternal. He is outside of all the...
Stumbling a little bit now,
Let me
mate.
finish.
Stumbling a little bit now. I can say the Big Bang
You're
created
interrupting.
the Earth.
You're interrupting.
Sorry, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So God created the rules in which you're operating under. So he is outside of those rules. So when you say, well, where
I don't
did the
believe
Earth...
in God.
No, you're interrupting again. So please, I know it's painful to listen
No, it's
to
not
that.
painful, man. You're
Interrupting
painful.
again. You're
painful.
just doing it over and over. Why
Yeah,
can't you be
that's what I
quiet?
do.
And it's
Let him
bad,
finish,
bro.
man. We'll let you guys.
All right,
talk.
let's do the
Your
over.
God argument's the same as scientism. So
No, but here's the thing. I will admit that at the when you start getting down to where you can't see what's going on and you start making up photons and all this shit because you can't see what's happening.
shit.
Let me finish. Come on,
Yeah.
man. You're getting triggered. So at a certain
I'm totally
point,
triggered
you're
because
doing it
I'm totally
again.
triggered.
Then
I'm totally
let-
triggered because
come
you're
on,
saying
bro.
that we
Right, come
can't
on,
believe in the
guys.
Big
Come
Bang.
on. Listen, you
We
asked.
can't-
Listen,
no,
listen, guys.
we
You
can't
asked to
believe in the
join.
Big.
Listen, you
You're
asked to
saying
listen,
that we
Aaron.
can't believe
No,
in the
Aaron.
Big Bang.
Aaron.
You're saying that we can't believe in the
Aaron.
Big Bang,
Aaron.
but you're allowed to believe in
Hold
some
on.
big man in the sky
You
with a
asked to
staff
jo-
and a big long beard.
Aaron, you asked
So
to.
your explanation.
Aaron, shut up. You asked to join, and you wanted to join to have a chat. Well, can you let him say his piece, and then you can have your piece? But you keep interrupting him. It's not right.
It's been begun.
We'll move
both
away
ways.
from the God thing in a second. Just let him finish. You'll make your point. We can go to the curvature because we clearly both agree. Relative density is a faith thing, and your gravity is a faith thing. We made some progress. We can move on to the curvature after. But
Yeah, I mean, I'll move to the curvature with the same point. Is we are both observing the same thing, and at a certain point, we can't observe what is happening. You know what I mean? We can only observe the effect, and it's at that point when you can't see what's happening. Because I don't need to explain what I can see. It's self-explanatory. So the only thing that needs explanations or stories that you make up are what you can't see or when you weren't there. This is what's faith. Like when you start talking about the Big Bang has no empirical evidence. It's no better explanation than God. And if you ask me, it's a worse explanation than God. Just like the size of the earth having some magical pulling force is a worse explanation than a God-designed system because it comes down to what you personally believe. Do you personally believe men can figure out the earth and everything and how it works and how this light in the sky just moves? If you think men can figure that all out, fine. I don't think they can. And this is why it's beliefs on both sides.
And that was beautifully summarized, whichever one you are, right the hand of mind of God. I don't know. But we are getting down to the point where I am triggered because I feel that my point is being overridden by your faith in something that you can't prove to me. So you're saying, no, God could possibly do it. and you're saying, no, I'm right, or I'm getting the impression that I'm feeling you're saying I'm right, because I've got this infinite wisdom, or I've got this belief in this God who has been documented or described as being able to do anything. So I can actually put any possibility or any impossibility onto him, and he's able to do it because we can't describe him. And he's this amazing, or she or whoever is this amazing omniscient person that can do this. When I say no, I have my faith in science, and I'm believing the people that have been probably created by God and putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with that, then that means less to you because I can't describe it as well. But you don't have to describe God to me. You don't have to give me the infinite specifics of how God created. You just say, we have this amazing being that can do anything. So
all right, relax,
do you
man.
understand where my frustration is coming from?
Now you're monologuing because we also give you guys the concession and say you don't have to explain gravity fully. So why are you getting all hypocritical?
Yeah, why do we got to explain God in again, you'll sit there, and this is the double standard. You'll sit there and be like, well, I don't really understand gravity, but I know its effects. I can see them. But then I go, well, I don't really understand. I don't really get God. Like, he's too extraordinary for me to understand, but I can see his effects. And you're going to go, that's bullshit. I'm like, yo, you just made that argument like 2 minutes ago.
No, I didn't say it was bullshit. I didn't say it was bullshit. I'm saying that they cancel each other out.
Because they're both fake.
In this omniscient person who you can't prove exists or has done anything is the same as my. If you ask someone who knew about physics and knew about astronomy and all of those sorts of things, and they would be able to explain it much better than I can.
Explanations are stories. You accept the story with your faith, just like I accept the story.
You accept
and
your.
That's my point.
I'm checking out, Davros. I'll let you talk, Davros. See you, man. I'm still here. Yeah. I'm going on mute. Bye.
We're good with that. We made progress.
That's my point.
The both G's cancel out. The God and the gravity roughly cancel out. We think we're in good position. You guys think you're in yours. That's fine.
Mighty God, just something to address from right the hand here is the fact that you basically just agreed that you can't prove either of them. So then why do you use God as your backup?
It's not a backup. I think it's a better explanation than the size of the Earth floating in a vacuum. Hold on, let me finish.
You just said you can't prove either of them.
The question.
Let me finish. You're getting triggered. Once you hear your ball being put in a bad light, you get like all antsy and you're like, oh shit, I got to interrupt. Don't let him, now let me finish. I'm going to explain to you and you're going to listen why I think God is a better explanation. Because when you tell me I'm standing on a ball, let me finish. When you hold on, I'm not done. I didn't even make my point. I didn't make my point. Let me finish.
Dude, so make a point.
Let me finish.
This guy's so
yeah, but you're
I know. Yeah, because it's like a religious. It's like a religious. Let me make you because you don't let me make my point. When you're telling me that your explanation of me standing on a giant piece of rock that is suspended or moving in this gigantic vacuum chamber with other rocks moving around it while this rock that I'm standing on is spinning with water attached to it in this massive vacuum chamber while also moving around the sun, which is also moving around. If you start telling me all this, right, I'm like, that sounds like the biggest load of fucking bullshit I've ever heard in my life. And to me, a creator and a designer just makes more sense. You're going to be like, you'll say whatever you want because you have your beliefs. You believe the earth is a ball, just like I believe it was created by God.
Hang on, right the hand on that notion. Why could that God not have created a orbital system and a spherical earth?
We didn't say that. We did not ever make a statement like that. That we discounted that.
I discount it right now. I discount it because orbits.
Why couldn't a God, not your God, a God?
Because the observation of reality is based on laws that you cannot get around. When you throw an object into the air, you cannot escape the fact that it will fall to the ground. You will never demonstrate an object continually and in your point of view to move around the entire earth. You'll see something go over your head, then your faith will kick in about how earth is a ball and it's going over your head in a circular pattern, blah, 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 blah. But that's faith in what you see. That's not the actual observation of orbits.
Let me answer both questions.
Okay.
We don't disagree.
My question?
1 second. No, I know. Let me answer both or both sides. We do agree that if a God
God obviously could do that, but it would not be in the reality that we live in here, because it would go against natural laws, like he's getting at. So we don't think that it's impossible for a God, some other God, not the one that we're living in and created this.
Maybe heaven. Maybe heaven
that.
is a ball Earth, and heaven is other planets that you can walk on, and they're balls, and that's a perfectly, maybe space is what heaven is, and each person gets their own planet. You don't know. Maybe the devil took parts of, or whoever made this story, whatever you want. Just so you don't even got to pin it on a particular religion. Whoever the story's origin, because you look up at the sky, you can make up any story. And then that's just what you guys are giving us. You're giving us stories. And then when you ask us for a story and we give you God, you hate it. You're like, no. Like, well,
that's the thing. I've heard the God story.
Yeah,
why are you guys so upset when we present another? Like, why when you guys say your point, we don't react the same way you guys do? Why do you do that? Like, what's the big deal? If science is what it is and things are going to be found out, figured out, and all that, why are you so worried about another worldview? Your whole foundation is that science can't prove anything. One second. I'm not even done my point. Your whole foundation is that science can't rigorously prove things with 100%. So why are you worried about other people who are bringing data points along that are false? What's the big deal, right? Because you guys claim that science doesn't prove anything, right? So what's the issue with a few flat earthers throwing a couple flat earth data points in the pool of science that, you're just like, whatever. It could be, but it's probably not, right? So all this emotion cutting us off, all that is telling, right? We know what's going on. This is an atheism versus non-atheism.
I don't think we are. I don't think we are worried. We're just like, you're
cutting us off every time we try and make a point against your.
No. You guys, you do it as much as well. And look, I apologize if I cut people off. Definitely, I'm sorry. I don't want to ever cut anyone short. My ex-wife used to do that to me all the time, and it almost gave me a nervous breakdown. So my apologies. Okay. But we're not threatened by your belief system at all. We are very, very certain in what's going on, but we're kind of, I suppose, a little bit fascinated. And there's some really weird and strong personalities in both groups. And I think we're a bunch of really bored people who have an interest in trying to convince someone of something. I think that's probably a part of our drive, that we want to say, look, how could you possibly believe that? I'm going to do everything I can to help you to believe what I believe as true. And you're doing exactly the same things back. So that's a
good way to word it. Why don't you speak on that tone in such a diplomatic, sober way? That what you just said is fantastic. That's a good spirit. You're in it for the love of the game. That's what we're here for.
I have but I'm a pretty anxious person most of the time, and I misinterpret things pretty easily and regularly. So for me, I don't speak as well as I would like to. Look, I have one question for you. I have one question for you.
1 second. I just want to clarify. What Right the Hand is getting at, if you come in that spirit of diplomacy, which everything you just said for the last minute is fantastic. If we had more of that, we probably wouldn't even have to debate. But what Right the Hand is saying, and what we're all saying, is that if we are going to diplomatically debate the shape of the earth, we need to get our language consistent, and then once we do that, then we can design tests, thought experiments, and all that kind of stuff. And so if a person is as confident as you guys are about the curvature of the earth, I wonder why you're not eager to clarify the language with your opposition. That's telling. Don't do that. We're trying to clarify before you guys go use force and say it's an ethical.
It's mind of God, right?
Yeah. So the just force, curvature, gravity.
Mind of God is it?
Yeah.
So last time, hang on. Last time we spoke online, you accused me of Wilson as being a healthcare worker, and you accused me of a number of things. I'd love you to go back and have a listen to that one. I didn't accuse you of anything. So what I'm fascinated about, and what I want you both to answer, and this is a bit off track, but at least we'll all be able to take a breath. You call us a fundy religious followers, right?
Like Oakley uses that term, yeah.
No, you both have used it, yeah?
I think you're in a religion, yes. You just don't realize it.
Okay, so is that religion anything to do with a spiritual side, or like, could you explain what a fundy is? Because both of you believe that. I'm assuming. Do you believe that Jesus and God and all of those people existed? Do you believe in the Bible?
Here's the deal. That let me answer that.
No, wait, no. It's a yes or no question, man. It was yes or no. Do you believe in the Bible?
I'll believe in the Bible fully when it does what it says. So I'm observing the world through the Bible, but I'm not tied to it if it doesn't follow through with what it predicts. Just like you guys.
Which one are you again? Sorry, which one are you? Which one are you? Sorry, are you Hand of God or?
That was T-Mog. Right, the hand can answer that story before.
Yeah, bro, to me, I directly observe the Bible. So when you tell me, do I believe in it? I don't need to believe in the Bible. It's a book that you can touch just like I can touch. There's no belief in it. Now you're going to say, do I believe the word?
That's just semantics. Do you believe in God and the word of God?
I told you I believe in God. Why would you ask that?
So you're more fundamental in your belief system than we are in ours.
No, the way I answered the question proves that you guys are the fundamentalists, because fundamentalists are people who are so dogmatic and do not see any other option. Like a fundamentalist Christian, for example, will keep saying Jesus this, I'm saved, and all that kind of stuff, and never think about the possibility that maybe Jesus doesn't exist, maybe they're not saved, and they'll just keep pushing that, and they won't stop. And so that's why you guys are fundamentalists, curvature, because you guys will not explore other. One second, you guys will not explore any other explanation of certain things happening, like things dropping, like
perhaps you should ask. Well, I don't think that's entirely true. I've got 2 points. The first point is perhaps you should ask some friends of yours or people close to you and ask them, do you think that you're a fundamentalist in your beliefs, regardless of whether they're about God or about flat Earth or about gravity or whatever? Just ask them, do you think I'm a fundamentalist in my beliefs regarding these subjects? And I'm pretty sure I know what they say. The second thing is that we're not believing things just black and white. We've weighed it up in our own mind. No, I'm telling you. We have, well, I'm not talking for everybody, but for me, we've weighed it up in our mind. We've had a certain level of education that's taught us this stuff. And then we've looked back at it and we've weighed it up and we said, that's right for us. But what you've done is said, no, that doesn't ring true.
Because we have different beliefs.
By saying that we're fundamentalists and that we're not thinking and we're not believers and we're not questioning, then that's a really derogatory statement, a very un-Christian statement.
I call you fundamentalist because you don't admit that you're in a religion. You quote it as fact. And you're going to say...
I'm not in a religion.
You are.
You
don't know why gravity happens.
You just
said heliocentrism.
Yeah,
our current science is not a religion.
You just admitted you had faith in gravity like 10, 15 minutes ago, man. We both I said
I said I had faith in believing the scientists that had put it all together over the last.
What do you think a religion is, bro?
Right. We just agreed it was faith, man.
What do you think me and my God have? We both believe in God.
Okay, so we're both funded. We're both
in the scientists.
We're both funded.
We're all fundamental.
No, hold on. Listen, the difference
you're a funded as well.
Hold on. No, you're not understanding.
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Let me
you are. You're a fundamentalist in believing your religion where doubt.
Okay, let me
your
finish.
Religion of doubting. Sorry, go. My apologies. Please go.
We're not in a religion because we admit it's faith. We say we accept God with faith. We don't say it's absolute fact. When you sit and tell us about gravity and space-time bending, you're going to look us in the face and go, it's fact. And we're like, bro, it's not fact. It's just a story you believe. That's why you're a fundamentalist, because you won't admit that you're in a religion when we do. We admit we accept God with faith.
I am going to interrupt you.
Going to give a shout out to Brandon Toy, who says, for the $4.99 super chat, Sean Hawkins has failed to produce his evidence regarding EQ mounts and has resorted to accusing me of not researching the subject. He is a Poe! And from Anamorphic Mind for the $5 super chat says, remember when Ranty came out and admitted that he was only trolling flat earthers and the flat earthers are stupid? LOL. Really? I would like a citation of that, please. Video footage would be ace. If you can produce it, hey, I'll bear my arse at the window. And, well, I won't say exactly what else I'll do, because it doesn't really matter, because that is absolute bullshit. But thanks for the super chat, though. Much appreciated.
It's going to take me a few minutes. But
whatever you call it, I'm not trying to be rude, but just so we don't keep going over the same topic, we both agreed we had faith in something, whatever that something is. Fill it in. So if you don't want to call that a religion or fundamentalist, that's whatever semantic.
Yeah, it's a word.
It's faith.
Yeah, but you're calling us negatively. You are using the negative the word of fundy religious negative.
And another super chat from Bandon Toy, who says, my request is very simple. A video through an EQ mount tracking a star from horizon to horizon. Only one axis. Without auto-guiding. He can't. Thank you very much for the super chat, Brandon Toy. And going back to Anamorphic Mind. Dude, where did I ever say that? That's absolute horseshit. And you know it.
The plethora of variables that could be used to explain our reality.
But we have.
Here, 1 second, let me finish this point. You can take it. 1 second, let me finish this point. I notice when I'm making a strong point, somebody just jumps in. So
no, that's your paranoia, man. That's your paranoia.
You guys are limiting the number of variables that can explain things. For example, you're using gravity as a blanket term to explain ridiculous number of things, right? And so we're unpacking that. People who are into this kind of stuff, looking at relative density, all these other explanations. We're not the fundamentalists. We're actually opening up the briefcase of variables. Go ahead.
Oh, look, we're going to have to just agree to disagree, because you guys will just always say that gravity doesn't exist, the Earth's not spinning. The sun isn't real, we don't know what it is, the moon isn't real, we don't know what it is, all of this kind of stuff, where you don't make decisions on anything. When I can say, and I'm speaking for Digital at this exact moment, he and I have obviously been in the scene for a little while. I'm still talking.
I never said that.
I'm still talking,
man.
Don't say
I'm
stuff
still
talking.
that we've never
We're
said.
supposed.
Well, don't say stuff.
Okay, you guys haven't said it, but okay, excuse me, generalizing, flat earthers haven't said it, but we have looked at all of your arguments, and they don't align with our beliefs. So we're not fundamentalists.
1 second. Let me
we're not blind.
Oh man, this is going great. From Rob Kidgen, this has been awesome, Ranty. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Awesome. Thanks, guys, for supporting the show too. I really do appreciate it in times like this. It's really, really, really going to be helpful for next month. So thank you very much for supporting the show. It means a lot.
You've just deflected the entire conversation with that.
I just challenged.
No. He's talking about an explanation. You'll explain something as gravity. You'll explain something as curve. And what he's saying is, will you consider alternative explanations?
You just said that you've looked at all of our arguments. Have you looked at Life is Short's video? A lot of us have watched all of them.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay, so do you agree that it's possible that an object can be obstructed bottom up across a flat surface without physical obstruction?
He was off a 6.
Sir, do you acknowledge that we've tested that? That's a reality.
No. I tested it. I tested it with my own knowledge.
Okay, what did you come up with?
That his test wasn't good enough.
Okay, why? Good.
We have 4,682 million pictures of where bottom.
Okay, so just clearing up something. So Anamorphic Mind says that Ranty, sorry, meant right the hand. My laptop accidentally picked you. LOL. Okay, well, thank you for apologising. So the super chat, which had my name in, that said that, what was it again? Let's get it right. Remember when Ranty, so that's now going to be remember when right the hand came out and admitted that he was only trolling flat earthers and that flat earthers are stupid. Okay, so I accept that apology, because I certainly never said that. And from Colin Dresser, who says, thank you for all your hard work, Ranty, and it's an excellent show. Well, thank you, Colin. Thank you. Appreciate the $9.99 super chat. Absolutely awesome. Cheers, mate. Ta.
Now on curvature?
No. Well, because you
both agreed that G's were faith. We're moving on, right? Let's make progress.
Yeah, you.
Sorry, I missed that. We both agreed what were fake?
Gravity.
Mind of God was talking about Life is Short's video where he made something disappear bottom up, right? Now, you were saying, I disregard that because when I go outside and I go to the beach and I can see thousands of things bottom up disappeared on the globe, right?
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Does that sound weird to you?
No, it sounds like the law of averages.
Okay, so
It's
here,
the law of averages.
let me explain why
averages.
I think
Yeah,
I'll explain why I think it's weird. So, I think it's weird because if life is short, demonstrated that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, right? Then you go outside and see bottom-up obstruction. Why is it not reasonable to think that it's because of a large flat surface?
Because you didn't prove it.
Or at least possible. That's
Yeah,
all
you
we
jump right to the globe. You're like, oh, well, when I'm seeing this bottom-up obstruction, it's because of a globe. But I'm like, yeah, but
Because
that's not the only
faith-
explanation.
My faith is in the
There,
globe,
yes, exactly.
as your faith is
Exactly.
in a God.
Exactly.
So my faith is in
But
a globe.
all we did was
I'm
really
gonna
unpack-
trust-
Don't come.
I'm
out
going to
as a
trust.
fundamentalist.
Wait, man. No, seriously.
Oh.
I'm going to trust all of the scientists, all the hundreds and thousands of scientists before me who have said we live on a globe. I'm going to trust them before I believe some guy who has no education in perspective, no education in
Who are you talking
physics, no education in mathematics.
Probably
Some
like this
guy
story.
who's put on the internet.
No,
The internet.
He has a
Like,
background in science.
Seriously,
He's a scholar.
if you guys were onto something, why would
Yeah.
you be on YouTube?
What do you mean?
Isn't
What
NASA
difference
on
does it make?
YouTube?
Yeah, dude. What are you talking about, man?
Is that your
Your live
is
feed
that
is on
your
YouTube.
answer? Isn't NASA on YouTube? Is that your
But it
answer?
is. You,
No,
you,
but what-
here's the thing. It's a
You're on
different
Is
YouTube
that
right now.
seriously your
You're
answer?
on YouTube right
That
now.
We're on
You're on
YouTube
YouTube right now to share
YouTube
your opinions.
because NASA's on YouTube. No,
So
man. I'm still asking you a question, and I'd like it answered. No,
Once your
no.
video gets, once this
I'm
video
still
gets
asking
rendered,
a question. I'd like it answered.
Damn, I think Aaron's slightly pissed. Anyway, so from Windrider with the $20 super chat, who says, "Who needs the fights when we have Ranty? Thank you for the entertainment." Appreciate the support there, Windrider, and I hope you enjoyed the discussion I had with Fight the Flat Earth a few days ago. There wasn't any arguments there. I just destroyed them. So who needs the fights exactly? Yeah, we don't need the fights. We can just win them on arguments.
Effective stuff that you were just
Yeah.
defending. What was his name again?
Travis, life is short.
Life is short. So life is short. So what else is he doing other than getting on YouTube? How is he presenting? What
I don't know,
papers
man.
is he presenting?
We have a lot of.
Is he on any
characters.
TV shows? Has he got
let
any
me answer the question.
ads in the paper? Is he
Let me answer-
fighting
bro,
anyone?
let
Let
us
me answer your
talk.
question, dude. You're hella emotional. We did our own
Jeez.
tests. I did my own test in my hallway, like you guys don't do with your priest. We just use his thing as confirmation that, whoa,
Why do you
damn,
use
like
the
he
word
actually.
priest?
One second.
Why
let
do
me
you
finish my
use the
point.
word priest?
Oh my!
me-
Why
it's
do you care so
incredibly
much? Why do you?
derogatory.
But why do you care so much? Why
Let
is
me
it
just
such a
finish
big
my
deal?
point.
Because I have some sort of faith, and you telling me that I have a priest
Okay,
who's
sorry, I
some
won't use that
scientist
term.
is
I won't use that
incredibly
term.
derogatory.
Bro, if you weren't in a religion,
including
you wouldn't get.
in your
If-
religious background. You have pastors.
If you had
you
more
have,
faith in your religion, you wouldn't be
deacons, you have
so
priests.
Yeah, exactly.
you're
triggered about it.
you are degrading their status.
All right,
Yeah,
dude. I
you
won't- I
degrade
won't say
God.
priest.
You degrade God, and I don't get upset.
All right,
You-
I won't say priest. That's fine. Just don't pretend like Life is Short or Oakley are our priests, and then we'll be okay. So I did a test in my hallway.
I did.
Confirmed, but no, you didn't. But I'm just saying, don't do that, and we'll be even. I won't do that either. So fair enough. So I did a test, and lots of people. have
Not
tried to
even,
spot them up.
man. I didn't do it. You did a thing in your hallway.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
go
Bro,
ahead.
come on, get
Yeah, I
over it.
apologize.
Be a big
no, that's
boy.
Fair enough. Fair
Be a
enough.
big
I did
boy,
it
get
first,
over
so I
it. Who?
apologize. So okay.
Who said that?
Right.
Come-
So
bro,
I
stop
did a
the
test.
internet.
Chris Berry's done a test. Even Jose's done a test. Oakley's done a test. We've all looked at these and be like, yeah, maybe it can be. You know, people. So I'm not saying we just took his results, but we're like, hey, he actually put a mathematical underpinning beside it. Gave an explanation, made some predictions based on his understanding, and he was humble enough to come out and say, yeah, this is not groundbreaking flat Earth proof. This is just, hey, it's possible, And so we don't take that as gospel. Oh, the Earth is flat. We then look at observations, and especially the black swan gives us even more kind of motivation to be like, whoa, wait a minute.
Let's talk
Actually,
about the
thank
black
you.
swan.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
let's
Hang
do
on.
You didn't even let
Thank
me
you
finish
for
my
bringing
point.
up
Let's
that
talk
black
about the
swan.
black swan.
You didn't even let me finish my
Yeah.
point.
No,
All I'm saying is that there are certain times that he
Hang on,
doesn't.
Let's
bro.
talk about
Just-
the black swan, shall we?
Well, how can we when you
No,
didn't even
bro.
let me finish
Oh
my
my
point?
god. Right?
I've got a
Come
I
on, man.
wanted to bring up. I've been waiting patiently, okay, and you brought up the great segue into this, the black swan. Okay, so you got a bunch of apples and you find one bad apple. Do you throw out all the apples?
Bro, that is not. You're equating Apple.
Answer the
nobody
question.
cares.
Answer
Bro,
the damn
it's irrelevant to the shape of the fucking planet.
No.
This guy's trying to redefine Black Swan.
Oh my god, it's just so sad. It's just so sad,
What
bro.
what answer do you want us to give? We'll just whatever. I'll say yes. Sure.
Yeah, bad.
Digital, you don't even have to go there. The Black Swan
Yeah.
is one of the most distorted pictures on the internet, and you're saying, have a
One of
look
the
at how far the horizon. Wait.
Okay.
You're saying, have a look at how far the horizon is, and measure it against what? What do you want us to measure the horizon against, guys?
Look at you're painting us as fundamentalists.
No.
We're not-
I'm
we're not
asking you. It's a
saying-
very simple
1 second.
question.
Yes, that's you're putting a conclusion in our mouth. No person looks at the Black Swan and immediately says, "Oh my God, the Earth has to be flat." No, we use that as one data point. You guys are the fundamentalists that will use one data point, whatever stupid one you pick, to claim that the
That's
Earth is curved.
bullshit.
Yes,
We've
you
never
do.
used it at all as one data
Yes,
point.
you do.
You and your
both
priest-
disappearing
You and your
all the
priest
time.
Oakley.
Bro,
You and your priest
just brought
Oakley.
up bottom up.
That's one of many flat Earth evidence. The strongest one is just the fact that buildings don't move. We're not on a moving Earth. We know that implicitly.
Buildings don't move. That's ridiculous. Why would a building move?
It doesn't. You're right.
Yeah.
If it was
Correct.
spinning, if the thing you built it on was spinning, it would fucking move.
The velocity
How would it
mean
move?
that the
It's
building
not
has
changing
to move.
orientation at all. It's obvious.
Bro, do you understand that when we ask for a demonstration of the Earth movement, you show us, 1, a pendulum moving, not the Earth movement. 2, you'll say, you are moving, look, while I'm... Because I've asked ballers... Hold on, don't interrupt. Hold on. I've asked ballers before. I'm like, when I am sitting perfectly still in my chair, you're telling me I'm moving. And they go, yes. And I'm like, how do you quantify that? How do you quantify? Because isn't the whole idea of motion that we are detecting an object moving over Earth because Earth doesn't move? So if Earth is now moving, how are we detecting motion? Maybe the object is standing still and the entire Earth is moving underneath it. This is the
ridiculous.
philosophical ideas that you just ignore. You just ignore them so you can like juggernaut through with your belief that the Earth is a ball. It's like the upside down people underneath you. You don't even want to think about the logistical impossibility of that because you're like, well, yeah, relative. It's relative. Relative.
Which one of you is talking now?
It
That
doesn't
was right
matter.
hand.
It doesn't
That was
matter.
right
But
hand.
Yeah, no, it
doesn't
is.
matter.
No, which one? Right the
That
hand?
was right the hand, yeah.
Man, you have just taken us back 15 years, dude, with that comment. At
See?
least
And now
mind of
it's-
God,
see
at
how
least
it's
mind
a
of
total
God has got a
deflection.
head on his shoulders.
See, and now
At least
it's
mind
all
of God
about
knows
me.
what he's talking about.
Wait,
And
why
you
did
have
he take us back?
seriously
Explain
gone
that.
This is
so
all they do.
far back.
It's good.
Explain
That's
why he took us back.
ridiculous.
Why'd you use 15 years?
Ridiculous.
What? Explain that. What do you mean? What do you
Yeah,
mean
how-
by he took
what
us
did I
back?
do?
Every week, because when
How?
you're talking about,
Specifically.
you guys do know about velocity and acceleration and all those sorts of things, right?
And all those sorts of things? What the hell are you talking about, man? What the?
You
Yeah,
do
I
know
know
about
objects move. Yeah. Here, I got a
velocity.
football. I'm gonna.
Dude,
And
we
how
know
our
about
body-
those sorts of things.
No, let's go back to the Black Swan, actually. Let's
Okay,
go back
sure.
to the Black Swan.
Sure.
So, when we're measuring the horizon in the background, right? What are we measuring it against?
What are you talking about? That's an ill-formed, retarded question. Start again.
Okay, give me 15 seconds, and I'll
Sure.
rephrase it.
Yeah,
and
do
don't
better,
call me
do better this
retarded.
time, please. Yeah, do a little bit better. Go.
Bro, he's trying to
How
like.
do
there-
you measure how far the horizon is
Why
Here,
would we want
in
to?
that picture?
Why
You
would we want to? You can't.
There is no
Exactly.
horizon. There's sky and then there's land or water, okay? Now, when you take a picture, you're not taking a picture of three things. If you're looking out at the ocean, you see two motherfucking things, maybe a cloud, but we're going to keep this very simple because you... Okay.
How many Christians swear
let
like
me,
you?
Bro,
That's
can
what
you-
I want to
can you-
know.
Can you not
So
interrupt?
How many Christians swear
Oh,
like
come
like
on.
We're the
me?
renegade. We're the
Okay,
renegade.
yeah. Let him
Don't
get it
worry.
out. Let him get
You're
it
like
out.
gut.
Yeah, let him get it out. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
fine.
Gut 'em
so...
out.
Okay, so when we're standing at the beach, right, and we're looking out, we see water, right? Water. Then we see sky. Now, we don't see a horizon. That is a word. It's not something that you can see because the only thing that's out there is sky and water. Do you agree?
So why is the Black Swan important?
Bro, it's not to me. It's not. I don't need a picture.
Can I answer that?
You can if you want, because to me, it's just another picture.
Important because it's very, very important because the bottom-up obstruction was almost always cited as physical obstruction or occlusion, as Dean would say. However, that proved that you cannot always cite the geometric horizon for bottom-up obstruction. So now what it becomes, in a rigorous and a complete sense, is a ray tracing exercise, or the atmosphere moving light rays over it. And so that's a more fair level playing field. And the cool thing is what Right the Hand now puts us in the lead, because he's given a mathematical treatise on how that's possible on a flat Earth. You guys need to prove how that's possible on a curved Earth, which I haven't seen from anybody. How is bottom-up obstruction possible without
the geometric horizon is there? It's mathematical. Sorry, go.
Okay, yeah, just let me. I think you understood my point. And so you guys cannot, in that black swan, in the very least in that image, cite geometric horizon as bottom-up blockage. So, do you agree?
Well, there's nothing to bottom-up blockage against, is there?
There isn't.
No.
Right. So it has to be the rays.
Is there anything for us to measure against?
Yeah, it has to be the rays attenuating that are close to the surface of the Earth, right, to produce any kind of obstruction.
So you're saying we can't measure the geometric horizon. Why? What are we measuring it against?
No, you cannot cite it for any kind of bottom-up obstruction. You can't.
Why? Why can't we? What are we measuring that bottom-up against?
Right. The only thing that dictates on the ball and flat Earth is light rays moving through an atmosphere. You agree with that?
Why
it has to be.
Can't we? No, I'm going to ask you again. Okay. Why can't we measure the geometric horizon? What are we measuring that geometric horizon against? There has to be something in the water for us, and this has been said very unclearly by all ball earthers.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what you're asking. Like, what do you mean?
Is mathematics. So why is the black swan so important to you? Why is it?
Okay, let me try and explain it a different way. So in the black swan, the geometric horizon is not visible, first off, but you can say that it's there. That's fine. But the horizon is so far in the distance that the only explanation for that are rays moving from a very, very far distance away, tight to the surface, to the observer, along the surface. Of the
how are you measuring the apparent horizon? How are you measuring it?
We don't know the distance exactly.
What are you measuring it against?
What do you mean? You like the distance away?
Yeah. How do you know how far away it is? What are you measuring it against?
We don't know. We just know that it's further than the furthest oil platform. But we know it's not where the geometric horizon should be.
Furthest what?
We
so
know
you're
it's
not measuring against the rigs at all.
Yeah, we know it's beyond.
You're not measuring it against the rigs. No. Don't say yes. Okay. Repeat my question.
Sorry, can you say it again?
You are not measuring it against. Yes or?
It's cutting out. Say that once more. I think you went mute.
I'll answer the question, whatever it is.
Our apparent horizon or the horizon against the rigs.
Yes, we just know it's beyond the furthest
rig,
and it's further, much further than where the geometric theoretically should be. It's greater than, it's much greater than the geometric and greater than the furthest.
We've been told two things by Q and Nathan Oakley to ignore the rigs. That's one.
Aaron, you keep pointing out, mate.
The rigs are not important, and they've made that very clear because the rigs are so warped, and that's the second point. So you cannot make.
I'll address that. They're important. A minimum, a lower bound on the horizon's distance. They are, and they would agree with that. They know they need to be there as a reference. What they're saying is that optically, the appearance of the two rigs is not relevant to their point, not mine. So do you understand that distinction? Those rigs physically being there at a particular distance is absolutely critical, because if those rigs were 50 feet out from the shore, no one would even look at that image. It wouldn't tell us anything. Do you understand that? So don't take their
understand
word too
what you're
literally.
saying. You're taking the best from both worlds. You're saying we need to measure this apparent horizon.
We know it's lower bound, man. Do you understand? Tell me what a lower
But we
bound is.
can't consider the
1
rigs
second, stop.
because
Tell
they're
me-
so
stop.
warped.
What's a lower bound? In mathematics, what's a lower bound? If
Sorry,
I tell
what
you
is
the
the
lower
lower-
bound of your IQ is 5, what am I telling you? That means your IQ is at least 5. Could be 6, could be 200, right? So the lower bound on the horizon in the Black Swan is the furthest oil platform. Do you understand the point and how important that is?
I don't think you can bring those factors into the Black Swan. You can't say anything about lower bound.
Yes, you can.
What
Absolutely can.
What I do know is that you have.
Right, you keep roboting
Can't
out,
hear
Aaron.
this
You
guy.
keep cutting out, mate. Seriously, you might need to rejoin. You might need to drop and rejoin there, Aaron.
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Tap out and Rumpus
Come on
can
now.
get in. We got the Rumpus here. He knows what a lower bound is.
Yeah, I mean their argument is actually correct. The oil rigs do give a distant. It means the horizon is at least as far away as the most distant oil rig.
Thank you. It's a lower bound. It does not mean that it's that amount. We just know that it's at least that amount. And again, it's not gospel. That's not a flat Earth proof. It's just strong flat Earth evidence. It becomes a proof when your explanation requires infinite over 6 refraction, which then it becomes a flat Earth proof because that's non-physical. So if the search space is infinite over 6 refraction or a flat Earth, then it has to be a flat Earth because infinite over 6 is not
No, it
physical.
doesn't.
Mine, you've got it. No, it becomes a flat Earth proof when they say everything is refracted, and then they try and use the geometry to get their R value, drawing straight lines.
We don't draw straight lines. Yeah, also you're wrong. Utterly stupid.
No,
But
Paige,
it's
they're using curvy lines in that.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that people still don't understand that light is bent in the atmosphere is just incredible. If you haven't yet learned that light is bent in the atmosphere,
That's not what I'm saying, Rumpus. You're obviously not even understanding what I'm saying.
Let her finish.
When you draw your tangent to say how far away the geometric horizon is, and you derive your R value from
But what's the geometric horizon got to do with
Hey, Rumpus!
The geometric horizon has got absolutely nothing to do with this.
Oh my God.
I'll say it again. You're going off on a tangent, not understanding, as usual, that the geometric horizon has absolutely nothing to do with that image, because the geometric horizon is only valid. Hold on, is only valid when there's no atmosphere. Do you understand that? The geometric horizon is only valid when there is no atmosphere.
Rubbish. You use a geometric equation to get your R value. You get that R value by a tangent to the geometric horizon.
We do
you
not.
You can't have that tangent because that should be a straight line. You have no straight lines because everything is refracted.
Yes, that's right.
That's their argument. Paige, that's their argument.
Straight lines. Oh my
Paige, that's their argument.
Therefore, have no geometry, have no straight lines. You can't draw a triangle or a square with bendy lines.
Let me show you. You're an idiot.
No, Paige, their whole argument is that the rays tight to the surface follow Earth curve. So there is no notion of straight lines. So the geometric.
Yes, but they can't decide how big the Earth is until they draw the geometry they're using to decide the size of the Earth.
That's another issue.
Straight lines to a geometric horizon.
We'll deal with that as another issue. We're dealing here with intense refraction. Right, let me explain to you, as you clearly don't have a clue what's going on.
Oh,
man. I understand what you guys are trying to say. No, you don't.
No, you don't understand. Well, you've just talked about geometric horizon. No, you don't understand. Because you've talked about geometric horizon, and that has nothing to do with what you're looking at. Let me just show you what's going on.
They don't cite that page in this image. They don't, because rays are curving. If rays were straight, then the geometric horizon would lead to.
All right, hold on.
You're not understanding what I'm saying either. Then.
Right. But we're talking about
rays of light.
The
rays of light don't bend.
Geometry they use, what they use to get their radius, is using a straight line. They no longer have any straight lines to originally get that R value.
How are they using a straight line to get their R value? What do you mean by that?
When they draw it side on, they will draw a straight line to a point and extrapolate the size of the Earth from that geometric equation. But they're also saying all the lines are bent. So how do you get a geometric equation to say the Earth is a certain size if every time you look at the horizon, it is in a different place because it's moving, because the lines are bent? You never, ever, ever have had a straight line to get that original radius.
All right, Paige, now you're making me defend their claim. So just listen. This is what they believe. That first of all, the Earth is curved. It is, factually. They believe the atmosphere curves are like uniformly over that surface. And then their argument now is that the rays going through that medium in the black swan.
I understand that.
Okay,
so there's bent.
Right.
So
Okay. Can I explain? I've got a diagram here to explain this to idiots who still talk about the geometric horizon. Right. So here we have if you can, hopefully you can see this. Can you see this, Mind of God? This
yes,
diagram?
I can. Yeah, I've copied this one a lot.
Okay. So here we go.
Donkey dick geometry.
So here we go. Here is an observer, and here is a straight line going out to where it touches the Earth.
You don't have any straight lines.
I'm talking about the case with an atmosphere. No atmosphere.
But you don't have that.
Hold on, hold on.
So don't use
let me bloody finish.
No, we've heard this 1,000 times.
Shut up. I haven't finished. I haven't even started.
He's going to go on for 20 minutes. He's going to go on for 20 minutes.
Be quick. Now, if you shut up, it'll be quick. Right, the geometric horizon is only relevant when you're using straight lines. In the real atmosphere, where there are bent lines, the geometric horizon has no meaning. It's not relevant. The
R value comes from a geometric equation.
The geometric. We're not talking about Al-Biruni at the moment. We're talking about this image with the black swan. Right. So a geometric horizon is only relevant when you've got very benign atmospheric refraction conditions, or there's no atmosphere at all. And in that case, you can.
Did you ever have no atmosphere?
No, you don't. I know I'm exposing you, Edison. You don't like it, but I'm going to finish this. So what we actually
just let him get it out. Let him get it out.
What we actually see in the real world, because lines are bent, here we have the apparent horizon. And as you can see here, it's exaggerated the curvature that occurs here, but it's just to make the point. So this, of the base of the lighthouse, I've positioned on the apparent horizon. That is where a curved line, this curve here, is what happens in the atmosphere. That is what light will do in the atmosphere.
Okay, so I have a question. Rumpus, I have a question.
How do you know how much they
there. Right, so if we draw a curve like this one here, which we know is what light will follow, and you draw that from the observer, it'll touch.
Yeah, but you get that bending from an R value that you've used a straight line to get.
You get a chance to respond in a second. So where this curve touches at a tangent here is the apparent horizon. In other words, the observer can see as far as this because it follows that line. The line, the ray of light from the base of the lighthouse at the apparent will go to the observer, and the geometric horizon doesn't feature. I mean, you can see it. You have to
look at it. You're literally arguing our argument for it. Yes, the horizon is always refracted.
Right. So what?
That's why you can't have an R value.
You can now make a point. Go ahead.
No, Rumpus, let me hold on.
Since the beginning, that the horizon always moves.
Okay,
it's
Rumpus.
Never in one position. Yours must be.
All right, Paige. Okay. No, just go on mute. Paige, go on mute for a second. I don't think you understand the point.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask Rumpus one question. Rumpus.
No idea what you said.
Okay, anyway, Rumpus. Okay. Rumpus, do we see side on like your diagram?
No, we don't. Because
Okay. Hold on. Don't monologue, please. Okay, so we don't see like that. So when you say we see in a curved path, where did you get that information from? Because we see
light behaves in the atmosphere.
Okay, how did you? Show me light behaving like that in the atmosphere.
Well, I can. Well, you do understand that I.
No. Stop. No. Don't tell me. No. I don't. No.
I'm about to explain.
No. I don't. No. Don't want it. No.
I'm going to respond.
No. I don't want an explanation. I want you to show me. No.
I'm going to shut up.
I want you to.
I'm going to explain to you why your question.
I don't want an explanation. I don't want an explanation. I want you to show me that. No. You're telling. No, Rumpus, you're saying no. You're saying light bends. Show me it. No.
What happened to letting other
don't.
people?
Okay, hold on.
Let him answer.
Hold on.
He can't.
Hold
I
on.
don't want an explanation.
You're not going to censor me.
Hold on.
Stop trying to censor
Right,
me.
so we're not censoring you. Right,
He
so
is. He's
there's a,
letting you over
okay,
the
listen.
answer.
Okay, let me just say. I think there is a point. There is a point that's saying show light bending.
And I'm about to explain why that's a stupid question.
No, I don't want it a stupid question. Show me it's bending or it doesn't.
I'm going to give you the
So then
answer
it doesn't
you
bend.
need.
So it doesn't bend. No, I don't need the answer. I need the demonstration of it bending.
I don't
You
care
have two
what
options.
you want.
No, Rumpus,
I'm
you have
not
two
having
options.
you censor me. Shut
You
up.
have two-
I'm
okay.
going to give
Nobody's
the answer.
censoring it. Nobody's
I'm gonna
censoring
give
you.
the answer.
No, you're
I
I don't want
Rumpus.
I don't want
Shut
your
up.
non-answer.
I'm going to answer the way
I don't want your
intend.
non-answer.
I don't
No,
care
I don't
what
want
you
your
No
want.
wonder
non-answer.
Nathan just
I'm going to
kicks him now,
explain. I'm going to
honestly.
give you a refutation of your point, and I'm going to explain it the way I wish to. Right, in this diagram, it got to the observer because I'm going to draw the light from the object to the observer. Now, what I think the hand wants
We
me to
can't
do.
hear you, Rumpus. You keep dropping out.
Really?
Just boot him. He's fucking worthless.
Who's doing that?
We're not even hearing you, Rumpus.
What?
No, he's just
We're not
cutting
hearing
out.
you. We're getting one word every couple of seconds.
Write the hand. Ask him a clearer technical
Okay.
question.
Oh, I think he. Oh, he
you
left.
can't just
Okay.
say. You can't
No,
just
he
say
left.
show me and then.
I
Chris,
think he
do
left.
you understand what I'm trying to say to him?
Can y'all listen to me for a sec? So one of the problems.
No, we've already listened to you. We're going to listen.
Hold on. I was speaking. Don't just.
Hold on.
Rumpus, I was speaking. Don't just
Yeah.
jump in and start talking. I was talking.
Already listened to you, and you're now going to.
Hold on, I was speaking, bro. Rumpus, you just interrupted me.
Shut up! You've been.
Okay, so when he's talking about the path of light, I'm going to say, if the path of light bends, you need to show me that. Now, he's not able to show me, so what he's going to do is start an explanation why he can't show me that. So if you can't show me that, then you don't have it. So
But wait,
if he's
right
going
hand,
to
I
say
gotta
light
check
bends,
Right, who keeps
then
kicking
he
people?
needs to show me it.
Who
Right
keeps
hand,
kicking?
what are you asking him when you say show it? Do you mean mathematically? Do you mean
No,
like
well,
a
if you're
small
going to tell
experiment?
me that, if you're going to tell me light bends, you have to demonstrate that in the atmosphere. He's going to show you a laser in a liquid bending, and that's not light in the atmosphere, and he knows it. So instead of answering, that's all they do. Oh, it's a laser in a sugar solution bending. No, I want to see it in the atmosphere, not in the water.
That's fine. Yeah, let him
Right.
show it, and then
Why
we'll
are
challenge
people
He
him.
can't. He can't. He has a bad connection.
What
So
about the
he's
rumpus?
going-
The rumpus. Why you keep dropping, mate? Is people kicking you? Is somebody kicking you out?
Yes, I've been kicked out twice.
Right.
No, no one's kicking you.
Right. Whoever it is, stop kicking the rumpus, please. But
Yeah,
Aaron,
So show me the light bending in the atmosphere.
friendly,
Don't
yeah.
explain why. Don't explain why you can't.
Right,
Either
here we
you
go.
can demonstrate it or you can't.
I will answer in the way I'm going to answer, and you're not going to censor me.
Yeah,
Right.
just go on mute and let him answer.
Right,
Let him
because
answer.
now, okay, perhaps consider this flat Earth. I want you to consider how you would draw a diagram that would show the ray of light going from the object to the observer. This is the only way to do it. Now, what you really seem to want to do is for me to construct what the observer sees. But consider again my question: how would you draw the ray of light from the object to the observer? That's what I'm drawing.
Okay, I will answer that. So I'm saying you don't see in a path of ray of light. You see in the line of sight that is unobstructed through matter. Now you're going to tell me this fairy tale about how you see in the bent path of light. Now I'm going to say, show me this bent path of light in the atmosphere, not your laser in a sugar solution.
Yeah,
Right.
let's hear what he has to say. Yeah, show
Because
us.
that's very difficult to do, to show you a whole line of light that goes over 60 miles, a laser beam. In fact, I've been trying to get actually a side-on view of a beam, a laser beam bending with George Hackman. We've actually got one.
Okay.
That bends. Hold on. But the point is, this diagram, if I were to ask you again, think about it. If I wanted,
You totally deflected from my question.
Hold on.
You didn't answer. You just went back to your diagram.
straight back
You
to
just
laser.
ignored everything I said to go back to your diagram.
Stop trying to censor me.
No, we're talking. No, I'm not censoring you. You're ignoring what I said.
Shut up. No, I'm not.
Look how good the conversation was before he showed up, Randy. I'm just letting you know.
Consider how you would draw light going from the object to the observer, and this diagram represents that perfectly.
Okay, so let me respond to that. Let me respond. Now, I don't want a diagram because I can draw. Don't speak. I can draw a diagram that has the exact same thing happening on a flat Earth. I'll just draw different straight lines. Now, that's not reality. Now, in reality, we don't see in these lines, okay? You don't see a line coming out of my eyeball, and that's how I see. Look, you just let me finish. Don't censor me. Don't censor me. Rumpus, let me finish.
Look, so Rumpus, let him finish. Let him finish.
Down here.
No,
okay,
I'm not done.
That's only fair.
I'm not done.
That's only fair.
That doesn't mean you go ahead and talk.
That's only fair. He was talking.
Let me finish speaking.
Rumpus,
you interrupted me.
Draw what the observer sees as a result of those curved rays.
Hang on, wait a minute. This is the flat Earth response, which he's getting to now. So just hold your horses there, the Rumpus.
Okay. So when you draw this diagram that has these curving lines, and you're saying we see in these curvy lines, and I'm going, no, your diagram is fucking useless because we don't see in lines, okay? We see with our eyes, and we see through the atmosphere, which is mostly clear through direct line of sight. If I put my hand in front of my eyes, I can't see. Let me finish.
Bro,
stop talking. Stop talking. So
I wish you do the same when I'm talking.
I do. So now what you're going to tell me is that...
interrupting you. How do you like me interrupting you?
Okay. So what you're going to...
interrupting you like
really?
Yeah, but he was censoring me, and now I'm having to give him a little toast of his own medicine.
Right, okay, so now you've had your little...
you're so adult.
Okay, so we don't see in these straight lines, okay? We see in just direct line of sight. Now, he's going to say you see in the path of this line. Now, he needs to back that claim up, and he'll show you a laser beam. But we don't see in laser beams. We see in line of sight with our eyes, not laser beams. So don't show me a laser beam to demonstrate how I see, because I don't see in bent curves of laser beams.
But right the hand, the biggest violation of that laser beam...
They don't have their geometry. We're arguing about whether we see, in curved light, what light does. That's not the point. They need straight lines for their geometry to get their R value. They shoot themselves in the foot as soon as they say, we see everything in bent lines. Well, yeah, we do, because the horizon keeps moving. It's apparent.
But Paige, that's not their argument.
You need
a
straight line to derive your R value.
You don't understand their argument. They get to cherry pick both scenarios. They believe when the lines are straight, then it's curvy, looking curvy. When it's curved, then it looks flat. That's their argument. Do you get that?
It doesn't make any difference to what I'm saying.
But
the fact that they say the lines are bent. Can you draw a triangle with bent lines?
They have access to the full spectrum of light movement.
Can you draw a triangle and get a radius value with bent lines? No. So, boom. It's over.
But I just told you they have bent and straight lines. They have the whole search space.
It doesn't matter what they have. Doesn't matter what they think they can have. Don't you understand that? We're arguing about... It's like arguing about whether the ISS is in space or not. It's like, hang on, we don't even need to argue with them about that.
But they have a mathematical reason to motivate both. That's what I don't agree with it, but that's what they have. So
we can show that the light is refracted in this way. We can demonstrate this.
Yes, I agree with you that light refracts and that the horizon moves. That's apparent. It's an apparent horizon.
So why are you talking about straight lines then?
Geometric one.
So why are you talking about straight lines? So why, if you understand that light is curved in the manner I'm describing in this diagram, why do you keep on talking about straight lines which are not relevant?
What diagram?
Because to get your R value, value for the size of the Earth, you draw a straight line to your geometric horizon.
And the geometric horizon is irrelevant.
Oh my God, it's not.
Because look in this diagram.
What diagram? You're not sharing anything.
One.
Yeah, he is.
Is he?
Yeah.
Paige, they cherry pick
I'm not
both.
seeing anything.
We get your point, but there's no point in arguing. They use both. They use straight and that stupid sticks in the ground experiment.
Yeah, so we
light
need to
is
stop
straight.
them.
Yeah, but we just have to play along because they're not going to concede that. Okay, but we have to get to the mathematical underpinning. They're not going to concede just because we say that. You're not allowed to do that. What do you think? You think they're just going to?
What am I not allowed to do? What's she claiming I'm not allowed to do?
Just use straight lines when you want to and curved lines whenever you want to.
Right. In the real world, what's happening is in the diagram I've got here, curved line.
You do realise this is a diagram and not the real world, Rumpus.
Can I just ask you something?
It models the real world perfectly.
Rumpus, if you have a geometric horizon that we can see and we can measure when there's no atmosphere on the Earth, when have you ever validated that? When has the atmosphere ever been taken away for you to prove what you're saying? Do you understand that when you say the atmosphere has to be taken away for us to see the geometric horizon, that's like us saying, well, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a dome. You just can't see it, a container. You just can't see it, but it has to be there. You guys say, well, if the atmosphere was all taken away, we'd see the geometric horizon. Well, when have you ever proved that? You can't take the atmosphere away.
Exactly. So that's why we try and curve lines.
It's just a belief.
No, it's not. We can validate this is what happens.
I just said it's not. It's a belief. You haven't got any proof. You said no.
We have
haven't ever
absolute
tested
proof.
it with no atmosphere.
We know light. We can measure that light behaves in this way.
When did you have to test it and experiment and verify
Yes, people do this.
You took the atmosphere out.
Geodetic surveyors.
You took the atmosphere out.
Hold on, you've been speaking quite a lot. Hold on, you've been speaking a lot. Let me answer. Hold on. You've spoken a lot the last 5 minutes. I would like to have a chance to speak as well. Shut up.
Paige, just go on mute. Just chill out.
I would like to respond. Right, geodetic surveyors make measurements using reflect. Shut up, you moron. Listen, try and understand. I know you're stupid, but try and understand. Geodetic surveyors measure these angles and these curves that I'm drawing here in real life, in the real world, in the real atmosphere. They measure this.
Yep.
Right. So you've got to accept. And they can measure
your belief that these things would happen without an atmosphere.
So they measure these curves actually occur. Yeah. So what are you claiming?
Yep. In an atmosphere. But you need no atmosphere to see your geometric horizon.
So that's what. Yeah, but this is not a subject.
Give it.
Your little brain. I have to think so hard to think down to your stupid level. Right, so here we go. The geometric horizon is not something where the sky meets the water. It's where the apparent horizon
is. The visible line where, oh my God, Rumpus, pull up the definition.
No, we've got this.
Pull up the definition.
No. This is the apparent horizon.
Don't start spewing definitions to the audience that are your words.
The apparent horizon is where the sky meets the water, and that's where the base of this lighthouse is. The geometric horizon is only where the sky would meet the water with no atmosphere.
So how have you verified that?
Because we can verify, well, we know the geometry for a start, and we know exactly.
How did you get that geometry?
Well, if you want, the Ordnance Survey, for instance.
Did you draw a straight line to it?
No, if you can let me finish, I know you don't want me exposing you. In this country, we have something called the Ordnance Survey, and they have geodetic markers all over the country with which they can measure the radius of the Earth, and they do so every second of every day.
Straight lines.
So we've got GPS that does the same thing.
Straight lines, right?
That's nothing to do with straight lines. GPS or the
straight lines or not? To get that R value.
Geodetic receivers that we have embedded in the ground in 75 locations in Great Britain. So it's just not like accepting fact. I appreciate you are your reality denier, but the fact is we have geodetic receivers all over this country which
show literally the reality denier, saying that you would see something if you suck the atmosphere out, but we've never been able to suck the atmosphere out, yet I believe that's what happens.
I'm afraid you're just denying reality. You're denying institutions that specialise in doing this every second of every day. And you yourself can get an approximation, if you like, using the Al-Biruni technique.
An approximation, huh? Because it moves.
You personally. Yeah, you yourself could go away, and if you made the Al-Biruni observation of the horizon, the dip angle to it.
How do you make that? How do you make that observation when the horizon is continuously moving?
So I'll start interrupting you every time you start if you carry on like this. So
Paige, he's trying to explain how the horizon keeps moving.
Hold on,
let me just whole argument.
I want to tell Paige how she can measure the radius of the Earth. Jeez. If you get up to a nice high spot, then the effects of refraction are reduced. And if you measure the dip angle using a theodolite or your own homemade astrolabe, you can come up with a radius of the Earth.
So is refraction caused by light going through different densities of the atmosphere or not?
Correct.
So when you get up higher, you've got less atmosphere to go through?
When you are up high, the angle is more downwards, and that reduces the effects of refraction. Just like when
the horizon is way out, and you're looking almost straight at it.
10 more seconds. Just like if you wanted a spear of fish, If you got directly above the fish and tried to spear it, it would be where it appears to be. Whereas if you look at a steep, an acute angle.
Basically,
hold on, stop interrupting me
So you've said exactly
I'm going
what
to interrupt you every single time.
Exactly my point. You've never taken the atmosphere away. You've never got a straight line to something. You don't know where its real position ever is.
Like an adult,
like a fish in water.
Try and conduct yourself, and then they could take turns in talking, and then we'll be much more productive. So I was coming within 5 seconds of finishing. So if you're trying to spear a fish, if you're looking,
so hold on. I'm just saying. You were within 5 seconds of finishing. Okay, so you're on the vinegar stroke, right? Let's finish
men
it.
always say that.
So if you're looking down to a fish from directly above it, you will see it where it appears. But if you're looking at acute angle, it won't be there. And the same thing happens with the Alberuni thing. The higher up you get, and the more you're looking down, the more accurate your answer will be. They're finished.
But Rumpus, when you're up on a mountain, the horizon will never be straight down. You literally would have to look straight down into that water to see that fish. The fact that you're looking at any angle at all says the lines are bent and refracted. Yeah, therefore, correct. You have never seen the geometric horizon in its proper position. Therefore, correct. You don't know the size of the Earth.
It will be within a few percent.
So you've just decided which one?
Whoa, a few percent on a couple thousand miles. That could be quite a lot.
But they've just decided which one they're
and what's a few?
The one they take
10% can be a few.
Within a few percent, you would get the right answer.
What's a few? Give us a number. Between 10 and 20%.
You know by now that that's not going to work.
Within 5 or 6%, you would get the right answer. If you went up to, say you went up 800 meters and you took the dip angle of the horizon, which of course is impossible on a flat Earth, so you know it's a sphere. So if you took that dip angle to the horizon, you would get an answer within 5% of the measure, the radius to be measured various other ways, more accurately. You could do this yourself personally and go and establish that it's not flat because the horizon would be below the dip angle would be below the horizontal.
Rumpus, can we clarify one thing? Just when you guys use this, people in the chat are talking about no atmosphere. Okay, that doesn't mean like it's a vacuum. You would agree, right, that atmosphere that's producing those straight lines is just the atmosphere that produces the straight lines, right? It's not like the Earth is sucked of all the air or anything like that, right?
Sorry, someone's. Hold on, someone's.
My whole point is that you've never actually sucked the atmosphere out to check that what you're saying is what happens. You just believe that is what happens. And we're saying that we can show you that the horizon moves and it can be way, way further away than what your ball model allows for. Therefore, the Earth can be flat.
No, let him. Mike, mine was more clear. Rumpus, what is the atmosphere that produces those straight rays?
You want straight rays? Well, if you actually,
we all know. 1 second, just let me clarify, because we all know it's not the atmosphere being sucked away. Because you guys are citing straight rays for bottom-up obstruction. So, what atmospheric conditions are you using in your model to produce those straight rays?
In the atmosphere, we know that it's always going to be refracting and it's going to have the bending that I'm showing in my diagram.
Okay, so now we're asking for the case for those straight rays, which you even said, and I have a video of it on my channel, that the straight lines produce the bottom-up obstruction, which happens regularly. So what is the atmospheric... One second, let me finish my question. What is the atmospheric conditions that produce those straight rays?
You don't need straight rays to have bottom-up being removed.
That's the only case that the geometric horizon becomes tangible to block, right?
Hold on. You don't need geometric. Here, hold on. Here we have what we remember. The term geometric horizon is where you're using straight lines. Here with this we're
not talking about Black Swan. We're talking about straight rays.
I'm not talking about Black Swan either. But this is an apparent horizon in which there are two things that cause obstruction: the geometry of the Earth and refraction. So there are two factors. And I know this is difficult for flatties to understand.
But you never see the geometric horizon. How can it cause obstruction if you never see it?
It doesn't. In this case, in the example here,
you did. Oh my
God.
I
didn't. You didn't listen. You see, you didn't listen, did you? The geometric horizon is a very specific phrase. You're not listening. You see, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening. Then you're going to straw man. You didn't listen to what I said about 10 seconds ago.
Hey, give me a couple.
Hold on. Hold on. I've got to correct us. You didn't listen because you're stupid. The geometric horizon is a very special thing where you just use straight lines. You can still have horizons, as we've got here. This apparent horizon is caused by curved lines. This horizon is caused by curved lines. You can have horizons from curved rays. They don't have.
We agree with that, Rumpus. We're asking you to prove your straight line horizon.
Yes, let me summarize.
Not the curved one. We've been arguing for the curved line. The curved.
Yeah, let me summarize the point.
Hold on. Mind of God, hold just a second. Mind of God just said you need straight lines to have obstruction by the Earth's geometry. No, you don't. You can have curved lines.
You've said that.
No,
sir, I have a video of you on my channel saying that, man. What do you mean?
He's just a liar.
That hangout with you and Al K and all those other dummies.
Do not require You can have obstruction by the Earth's geometry with curved rays.
No, sir.
We want to see your straight ones, Rumpus.
One second. Rumpus. Let me summarize. Rumpus, let me summarize your argument. Let me summarize your argument.
To just talk about the straight line case, in other words, the simplified.
No, we want to see the geometry.
Hey,
right?
one second.
We want you to prove it.
I think that's fair. To be fair,
let me summarize, Rumpus, your argument, because you maybe don't remember. Okay. In this Black Swan, the apparent horizon is not where the quote geometric horizon is, because you have curvy light rays going over a long distance, right? Fine, we'll give you that. And when you have bottom up obstruction,
argument for 5 years.
Paige, I let me just finish my point. Just go on mute. So that's the one.
You've interrupted me every time I've been speaking.
No, I don't.
I'm trying to ask him a direct question.
You cannot conduct. You can't take turns, can you?
Right. Let me ask him a direct question. So, curvy rays plus a far horizon that's beyond the geometric horizon. That's your explanation. Fair enough.
And that's the diagram in front of me.
Right. And then if you have bottom up obstruction, that is straight light rays interacting with the geometric horizon. Correct?
No.
That's your position.
No.
1 second. Let him answer. Right, look, that's what your position is.
Okay, hold on. Look here. Imagine this lighthouse.
No. Why are you getting uncomfortable? That's your position, right?
No, no, it's not. If you let me explain, you seem to be thinking that I'm saying that you can't have obstruction with curvy lines, and I'm about to show you how that happens. So if I was to have, if this
happens.
Stop interrupting for once. Jesus.
We agree.
Shut up, you stupid woman.
We want to see your straight line horizon.
See if you can. No, he's asking about curved ones.
Oh my
Jesus.
God.
No, we're not. No, I'm not.
I
agree with Paige. I'm asking about the straight ray case with the geometric horizon.
You just said to me that when you have curved lines, that you cannot have obscuring objects obscured by the.
Just said. We want to see your straight line.
Right, you are saying that. I'm trying to explain to you why that's wrong, but I'm not being given a chance. Right. So here we have the lighthouse, and if this lighthouse was, oh bloody hell, this lighthouse was further round, then as this is where the apparent horizon is, all this portion of it would disappear with curvy lines. Now you might be talking about the specific case where the line is curved that exactly matches the radius of the Earth, and in that case you're correct. If this ray is curved such that it tracks exactly the surface of the Earth, then yes, you wouldn't have any obstruction.
And how did you get the maths for that line to track exactly with the Earth? Where does the maths come from?
Again? Say again.
Where did you get the maths to say that light ray curves exactly at the radius of the Earth? Where did you get that math from?
That's dependent. Okay, I can show you the maths if you like.
Yep. Does it have an R value in it?
It does.
Rumpus, before you get into that, this is your.
Hey, can I please?
No, Paige, this was our debate. I don't even know why you're even in this debate. Listen to Rumpus's statement first before you guys. This is what you said, Rumpus. Listen to this.
You're about to play something, are you?
Yeah. Listen to this.
Right, this will be for this case when the ray tracks the surface of the Earth. In that case, you wouldn't have any obstruction, yes. You're about to quote me on a specific curvature of a ray. For one particular curvature of the ray, if it's a particular curvature, it will track the surface of the Earth, and in fact, there would be no obstruction. But that's only one particular curviness. Most curves of the rays, the normal 7/6R curvature, you still get obstruction, but there is a special value of the curvature of the ray, which means you wouldn't get any obstruction, and it's called Earth circulating rays.
So you're, oh my God, dude. So you've gone back on what you said in the past.
Listen, you do understand that these curves that I'm drawing, they can all be of different curvature. I've drawn a particular one here. If I made it, I could make it less curvy or more curvy. There is one particular value of curviness, which means it would track the surface of the Earth exactly, and you wouldn't get an obstruction. But most of the time, that doesn't happen. Normally, the curvature of the ray is greater than the radius of the Earth, and then you do get obstruction.
So
and mind of God, Rumpus joined at the same time I did, so it wasn't his debate either. Yet you don't mind him being here. So you're being
because I'm asking him specific
asshole.
questions. I'm asking him specific questions.
She actually did ask me a
things
specific
that
question.
he said.
Actually, she did actually ask a specific question.
Yeah, I did.
Right, but you've said in the past in that video that I have on my channel that straight lines interacting with the geometric horizon is what's producing bottom-up obstruction. Do you not take that point now, that position?
Well, as we have an atmosphere, always the light is bent. So that's not a real world thing. But in principle, if I'm trying to make perhaps I was demonstrating as a principle, if you had no atmosphere, I may have said, then you could just use straight lines. But given that the atmosphere causes light to bend, you've got to consider the bendy line case, the bendy ray case.
Okay, so your position is that because there's an atmosphere, rays will always curve in some fashion, and then bottom-up obstruction.
Fashion, that's right, correct.
Okay, and then so bottom-up obstruction is those rays tight to the surface attenuating and not making it.
Correct.
Okay.
So in other words, if this ray, I might be able to draw it here. So if this ray, let me just see, right. So
that statement you made on Alkay's Hangout was vague. I don't know why you would say something like that.
Well,
do you agree?
I'm going to.
You can't say that. You can't say straight lines interacting with the geometric horizon produce bottom-up obstruction, and then say now that, oh no, that was just for academic purposes that I said that.
Well, you'll have to quote me what I actually said. I've no doubt I got it correct.
Well, I would play the video, but I think I'll get
You're just misquoting me. The point is, you can have bottom-up obstruction with straight lines with no atmosphere, or you can have it with curvy lines with atmosphere. But you don't get it if the curvy line. So if I were to get this here, so if this curvy line, which I've drawn at this radius, now let me see how curvy it is. So I'll now try and curve that along the surface of the Earth, and you can see that it's actually. Right, so it's not. So you can see here that it's got a radius, this curve I've drawn, bigger than the surface of the Earth. But if it was more curvy, so I'm now going to make it more curvy now. So here we go. I'm now going to make this more curvy. So there we go. And now I've made this curvier. And now if the rays were following this line that I've just drawn, there would be no obstruction. But those are very rare rays. They only happen under extreme circumstances.
But Rumpus, where did you get the equation to do those bending?
Nearly finished, and the black swan situation is one of those rare occasions. So you can see here that that observer, even if they were sitting on the ground here, that ray of light would still go all the way round.
Okay.
All the way round.
Where did you get the equation to bend those lines?
Okay.
Does that equation have an R value in it?
It does, yes.
And how did you get that R value when you never see a geometric horizon to have a radius value? There are lots
of ways of measuring the radius value without having to use the Alberoni technique. As I say, geodetic receivers on the Earth.
Can you show me a way of doing it without having an R value already in there?
Right. All right, Rumpus, let me play this back. Listen to this. This is you.
There's nothing about a geometric horizon that you can see visually when you've got refraction and you've got bendy light. The geometric horizon is just a function of light moving.
Yeah, so you're never going to see it. So how did you get your R value?
That's what you said.
Well, it is absolutely correct what I said. Absolutely 100% correct.
Can you show me any way of getting an R value without already having an R value? When you say getting it right,
so what you're asking now is how would you measure the radius of the Earth? Is what you're asking, independent of with the problems of refraction. That's what you're really asking, isn't it?
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is how would we measure the radius of the Earth given the problems with refraction?
And make it honest, because I can measure the radius of the Earth, have a circumference and a diameter and all that kind of shit on a flat, round disc. So you need to be able to give me a radius of a sphere without ever begging the question of the radius in the first place.
Right. Okay. Now that's actually a reasonable question. Right, you don't have to use the Alberoni technique. As I say, if you were to get up high, the effects of refraction, and you're looking down mostly, then in fact you can get a value of the radius of the Earth within about 5% or so. But okay,
and what's the equation for that?
Well, if you assume that it is a geometric horizon, then you do not have to use the 7/6R or
Hang
any
on,
other.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, if you what? If you assume.
Right. If you assume, because you've gone up high, that the
no, I don't want to assume.
Well, yeah, but the way the
facts.
Okay, well, the way that science works often is you start off by saying, if you can get a value that's within 5% of the right answer, you're onto the right thing. But if you want the exact...
I can do that on a flat Earth, Rumpus. That's our point.
Yeah,
I can
Rumpus,
show you a
you're
flat
just
Earth
starting with a
diagram
ball.
right now
Right,
that has
but
got
hold
all
on.
the continents
Okay,
mapped perfectly using NASA data. The guy's even mapping the moon over the top of it now, all the eclipses, everything, on a flat disk.
But Paige, we've got things like geodetic receivers embedded in, as I say, 75 locations in Great Britain, which do the measuring of the radius of the Earth, and in fact, all positions, even little changes in it.
You can look at that data and extrapolate that data in a different way.
No, you can't, because they know how they created the data. They know.
No, that's your fate. They know. That's fate.
They designed it. They know what they've done. They know how they created it.
They assume.
Well, okay, you could use the Eratosthenes technique to measure the radius.
Yeah, and if you had a close local sun, it could be a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't,
all
because
we're trying to say
Paige.
Every proof you give us isn't actually only for the
listen, I'm about to refute what you just said about a close sun.
One comment.
Yeah,
please.
All right.
If you put 3 baskets in front of you, have just flat Earth, just globe Earth, and both, you'll have stuff in the both basket, stuff in the just flat Earth basket, and nothing in the just globe basket.
You will have everything just globe basket. Right. Okay. To go with the Al-Biruni technique, for instance, which you're complaining that we do include refraction. Indeed, you only get an answer within about 5% of being accurate. The point is, you do have a dip angle to the horizon. That will not happen on a flat Earth. Hold on. Let me finish. That fact you have a dip angle to the horizon immediately invalidates the possibility of a flat Earth. So
how do you know? Well, hold on. I have a question. How do you know what a planet? How do you know what a planet-sized flat Earth? How do you know how light will behave on a planet-sized flat plane?
It's a mathematical construct.
We can create that.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh wait. Okay. No. Wait. Hold on. You can create that in reality or in some kind of simulation.
Some kind of simulation. You can prove that.
So you can't do it in reality, though.
Well, you'd have to build a flat Earth then, wouldn't you? Which obviously I can't do.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so here's my question, Rumpus. Hold on. I got 2 questions. First is is perspective and all of the effects we see caused by the Earth or our eye?
Perspective has got nothing to do with the Earth or the eye.
Oh, but hold on.
What?
Whoa. Wait. Can you repeat that one more time slowly?
Right. Perspective has nothing to do with the Earth and nothing to do with the eye. Perspective happens as a matter of course. It's a mathematical thing. It's independent of
perspective is only because of our eyes.
I think you're wrong there, Rumpus. Seriously.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I think you are.
So
wrong.
perspective isn't us looking at the Earth with our eyes.
Right, you're just making too strong of a point.
Perspective will happen whether it's our eye or a camera or anything else. It's a function of the rays of light. It's a function of 3D geometry. It's got nothing to do with the eyes. And I can show you here if you like. Up here, I've got some diagrams.
So you're saying perspective has nothing to do with the source of the view, viewing source.
This might come back to bite you, Rumpus. This might come back to bite you.
My 13-year-old son's just
don't say that, dude.
Shout out Flat Earth Theta.
You're not going to win any points with this, Rumpus. Who cares? Don't say stuff like that.
Yeah, we don't need them.
That's nonsense.
Right, here we go. Here's how perspective works. Let me just show.
No, you're going to show me a stupid diagram with. Hold on. This is the whole point. You're going to show these bendy lines and say this is how your vision works.
Well, you're going to use straight lines for this particular diagram.
No, you got to demonstrate that. I think you see because there's nothing in the way. You have to demonstrate that vision is based on the path of a laser.
Well, it matches
everything.
The geometry.
You just believe that.
The theory
we don't see the geometry.
The theory I'm about to present exactly matches reality. Exactly matches what we see in reality. So
hold on. Let me address that. Everything you're creating right now that you're going to show me comes from you observing reality. So of course it's going to match.
Okay,
Right,
hold on.
Why
hold on.
wouldn't it match?
Hold on. So one thing.
Here we go.
One thing. Hold on. Before you start, can I just confirm that in 3 of the diagrams you have an eye?
Yes, that's to show you what's going on. But the light rays, yes, you're stupid, aren't you? The eye's not doing it. There's nothing about the eye. There's nothing about the eye doing it. That's just saying what you would see at this particular point. A camera would see the same thing.
It wouldn't see anything to the left or the right. It's got no peripheral vision.
You're breaking up again. So this is what causes. So how a camera works, for instance, you have here's an object, and here you consider something that's an observer, and how would the light rays go from the object to the observer, passing through a plane? Now, this plane could be a camera's focal plane, or let's stick with a camera. So this is the effect those lines would have coming through this focal, this viewing plane, actually its proper name. You would end up with these points on it. Now you can see that the eye hasn't caused this. There's nothing. This does not cause that, although it's drawing the lines to it. The eye doesn't cause this to happen.
I'm sorry, Rumpus, but this is bullshit.
Understand, aren't you, Brad?
No, perspective is all about what you view through your perspective, through your eye. You literally said it had nothing to do with your eye. That's what perspective.
I understand what you're
literally said.
The eye's not causing these rays to do this, Randy.
There's no rays, Rumpus. There's no rays.
Than in perspective.
There's no rays, man. Ray Romano's not running.
We give you that. Fine. It doesn't make sense to argue. Fine. Sure. Go ahead.
So this demonstrates how an object appears on a viewing plane, and this would be a camera. This could be the camera's.
There would be no lines attaching the object to our eyes.
Does that look 2D? Is that like flat?
Yes, that's the whole point. This thing here is what you would actually see if you were this person here. Oh, this is what you would actually see from that point.
Where's the depth perspective?
Imagine that's a circle. Imagine that's a sphere, like the moon or the sun or whatever. You don't see the sides of the sun, do you? You see a flat disc. It's like what's on that paper with the flat square. So people saying that things in the sky are spheres because that's what you see is not true. You don't see a sphere. You see a 2D.
Yes, as demonstrated in this diagram, yes.
Yeah. So what we're trying to explain to you guys is the way we see is the way we actually see compared to how we think we see and what we tell ourselves are two totally different things.
I've no idea.
We look at the sun and go, oh, a big ball in the sky, but you're not actually seeing a ball, are you? You're seeing...
Yeah, you're seeing 2D, yes, so what?
Yeah. So we're just trying to get it across to you guys that we're looking at this in just with a different set of eyes. We're not letting those words from
I can give equations for how this works. You don't understand what the hell's going on. I fully understand this, you don't.
Rumpus, I can show you a map of the flat Earth with all the continents in the right position, the right size, all mapped out, all perfect.
No, you can't. So, for instance, if you did that, then how would you like to measure the distance on this flat map you've created, say between Chile and South Africa? And you would find that it does not match what we have in reality. And what about having a sunset or a sunrise? How do you account for that? What do you mean? The sun disappears below. The sun disappears below the edge of the
It's the same bottom-up argument. Rumpus, it's the same bottom-up argument.
And if it goes below that, and all the angular size of the sun is a constant throughout its entire travel in the sky.
You've even told us that it's not. You even told us that it's not.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
You got confused.
You said somebody posted an example where there was and let me quote you properly: 1 pixel difference. So it's not the same. You've even
yes, it is the same. That's just within the margin of error of the
say pixel again.
Rumpus, have you ever seen the sun over the water at sunset where it looks really, really huge, and you go, "Oh wow, look at that! The sun looks massive." Because of all the water in the air, it's actually magnifying, making it bigger.
If you're talking,
it does.
Okay, listen, hold on, guys. Can you look at the... It does, I'm sharing screens. So, Rumpus, I want you to read out what it says when we say, what is an example of perspective? You've presented your examples of perspective with your drawings, etc. And this backs you up in many ways. It says about distance and depth of an object on a paper, etc. So, could you please just read out what it says on screen?
Perspective is the way that one looks at something. Yeah, that's the bit you're going to try and get. Yes, I know, but that's not actually doesn't cause perspective.
Right, this is exactly what perspective is, mate.
It doesn't cause perspective.
We're not looking for the cause of perspective. We're asking what is perspective, not the cause of it. There's a difference between the cause of something and what is.
Perspective is the 2D rendering of a 3D image.
But what?
That's what.
What's an example of? You just said that it doesn't need your eye to have perspective.
Do you remember what I said? I said the eye doesn't cause it.
No.
That's what I said.
You didn't say that.
Perspective
You
without
didn't
an
say
eye,
that.
though,
Rewind the tape.
I did make it more. Okay, I was talking slightly broad. I did say the eye has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, there we go.
But that does not cause.
And I did say it might come back to haunt you. That actual phrase.
That's not a problem. The eye
your statement was just too strong. Your statement was just too strong. There you go. That's fine.
Not cause the perspective effect.
But it does, because the perspective, 2D. Yeah, because everything would stay in 3D if there was no eye to see it.
No. So it's just rays coming out from the object and then demonstrating as the object gets further away. For instance, the rays are closer together. It becomes smaller.
But they wouldn't do that if there was no eye for them to go into. They would just be heading straight out. They wouldn't converge into a picture because there's no eye for you to see.
The rays of light would do exactly the same thing.
No, they wouldn't.
Paige, he's kind of right. He's kind of right on this.
The rays do not change their behaviour because the
eye
eye is present.
Going into the eyeball, those rays wouldn't be doing that if there was no eyeball there.
If you took the eye away, the rays of light from the object would still do exactly the same thing.
No, they wouldn't because there's no eye there.
Yeah, they would, Paige. They would.
Oh, God.
He's right on this. Just leave it alone.
Mind of God. That's like when somebody asks you if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it.
Here's an analogy. Here's an analogy, not to be rude, but let's say you weigh 100 pounds. When you stand on a scale, it tells you you're 100 pounds. Just because you're off the scale doesn't mean you don't weigh 100 pounds anymore, right? All he's saying is that lens is registering the perspective, is honoring it, representing it.
But those lines
1 second, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Different quality of lenses will still have perspective, just a different amount. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the rays of light.
Have a lens there the rays of light coming to your there is nothing for those lines to be going to.
The rays of light going.
It's encoded in the rays. It's encoded in the rays, Paige. The rays itself.
But without an eye there.
The rays going
the strength of the rays are the perspective, and he's right. It's true. It's just accepted. It's just let's move on. Who cares? You're right about that.
That's just
I don't agree with you. I'm not going to accept it. No, right. I'm sorry, but I don't agree.
Paige, if the light coming into the eye would still come into the same spot if I removed the eye, there'd be no difference in what the rays of light did.
But they wouldn't all be converging to that.
Yes, they would. The same rays of light would be going to the same places, whether or not the eye's there or not.
Correct. And they would have the perspective encoded in them, embedded in them. It's what it is.
No,
it's what it is.
Oh my God.
It's true. Because they've still gone through the same channel no matter what, whether the eye is there or not. Those rays have experienced that same channel, which the way they work, it will have the appearance of perspective. The optical device that's rendering
and registering them. Perspective without an eye to
the eye just tells you the amount of perspective that's there. It's like a measuring device, like a weight scale. Those rays are still going to honor
the eye, don't you?
What's that?
You still need the eye.
if you want to observe the perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but the rays themselves, their strength or weakness encodes the perspective. That's what he's saying.
The rays of light that come to the eye are not affected by the presence of the eye.
No, I didn't say they were affected by it. That's not what I meant.
Okay, but whether the eye's there or not, the same rays of light will go to the same location, whether or not the eye is there or not. The perspective effect of the rays of light will not be changed whether the eye is present or not.
Yeah, but this is again getting into a philosophical discussion, just like with the.
No, it's a geometrical discussion, and then understand what the rays of light do.
If there's no one there to see them, do they?
Yes, they do.
Well, so
yes, they do. That's the point.
But you can't ever prove that because you can't ever show that there's no one there to see it because you can't ever show it without somebody being there. Do you know what I mean?
No, you can because you could put the camera there and then remove it.
But then there's a camera there. It's a lens. Just
whatever
like
it is, just like
a taping a tree falling, you're still taping the sound. It's literally something you can never do.
Is your argument that when you put that eyeball there and then remove it, that the rays change? No, of course not.
No.
That's his point.
You
and he's
obviously
correct.
don't get what I'm trying to say.
That
Don't
was
worry,
the point I was making. The perspective effect of the rays coming in are not affected by the presence of the eye or not. The same rays of light are still doing their thing. If I were to remove this eye, they would still do the same thing. Obviously, there are lots of other rays going into other directions as well. But, you know, the fact the eye is there or not doesn't change which...
I feel dirty, man. You guys are making me agree with Rumpus. Ugh. Don't do that.
We're not making you do anything.
But he's right. So you are making...
Well, that's your choice.
No, it's not. It's what's right or wrong.
To do anything, mind of God. Sorry, but that's your choice.
Anyway, let's get back to the point. You were asking me, Paige, basically, how can we verify the radius of the Earth? Oh, yes, so no, you were asking about all these other things. As I pointed out, the dip angle to the horizon demonstrates that you do not have a
no,
flat...
the dip angle's caused by your height. If you're on a ship, if you're on a low boat, you'll only do how far above sea level you are. If you get up onto a big ship, you'll have to... That dip angle will be more because you're higher up. It's got nothing to do with...
No, you don't understand geometry then. On a flat Earth, let me draw your diagram.
No.
Yeah, you don't understand. Hold on, here we go. Right, so...
Rumpus, can you have a conversation with me without insulting me for once?
You
just do it without saying you don't
understand. Okay, don't keep on interrupting me then, because that's what aggravates me.
Rumpus. All I'm asking for is a little bit of adult back and forth.
But you do have a tendency to rather sabotage the ability to debate things. Right, so if we have a person here, let me go and get a real person from my other diagram around here somewhere. There we go. We'll have him. Right. Right. Okay. So if we have a plane of say, well, let's make it infinite to begin with. Then the light coming from the plane. Let's change of color. So the light from here to here, this angle here.
Hold on, you're not sharing anything.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
Pardon me. Sorry.
Didn't dare interrupt him though.
So, thank you very much. Thank you for that, Paige. Right. So here we are. So sorry. Right. Okay. So here we have here we have the infinite plane, the flat plane here, and here we have the angle. The dip angle would be from here. So let's draw in the. So this angle here would be the dip angle.
Can I just ask, why do you never present real images? Why is it always diagrams?
Well, because I'm usually demonstrating principles, and I can't draw something that's 10,000 miles wide, as would be the case of the Earth, the flat Earth. So I'm demonstrating principles, and that's what, it's like having a blackboard. That's what scientists and teachers do. Right. So.
Okay. So wait a minute. So this is 10,000 miles across.
Yeah. Okay.
So where's the atmosphere?
Well, do you really want to get involved in atmospheres again?
Well, clearly, I mean, we're talking about reality here.
Okay. Well, let's deal with the principle for a start with the simple case before we get into the more.
Let's suppose there's no atmosphere, right? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let him beg the question for a minute.
Yeah, we'll deal with the.
We'll deal with reality afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way it starts to work. What you do is you have an approximation, then you improve your approximation until you get it to be accurate. You demonstrate, and I'm trying to get through a principle to you as well.
But Rumpus, darling, if I can give you a foundation is wrong, then the building's going to be wonky.
Well, I can then add in that refraction for you as well. Right. So the point is that this angle here, for you to not perceive, if this with your eyes. As we all know, the Rayleigh criteria is this is 0.02 degrees is the minimum resolution of the eye. That means if this point here and this point here were subtending an angle, so this is the horizontal, and you're trying to measure the dip angle to here, and if that becomes less than 0.02, you will not be able to resolve the difference between them.
Yeah, we know that, Rumpus. And consequently, also, the human eye, the 0.02 angle for a 6-foot human at 3 miles is what? How many feet would you reckon, Rumpus?
It's actually, I think it's twice that. I think it's 12 feet.
6 feet.
No, 6 feet gives you 0.04.
6 feet.
No, it's not. I remember calculating this. It was 0.04. Well, we can do. Okay, we'll do the calculation. Okay, we'll do the calculation then.
Hang on, come on, Rums, just finish this one first.
Okay, right. So, in other words, at what point? Well, actually, it's going to end up being the same. Whereas the thing actually will end up the same answer. The thing I'm just saying. So, in other words, how far away would it have to be for you not to be able to, for it to be so that you couldn't distinguish? It would not be below the horizontal. In other words, the horizontal and the angle to this thing would be such that they would be the same thing. In other words, you wouldn't have any dip angle. And for 6 foot, I suppose though you might. Yes, so then we might have to do a calculation about how high you would have to be. Let's do it for 6 foot. Let's do it. So let's make this 2 meters. This chap. And so that means that this is also 2 meters here. And so the tan of that angle, that means that tan of 0.02 degrees, whoops, 0.2 degrees, 2 divided by 0.02. So that means, we're trying to work out this distance x here. So we're trying to say, from
distance x.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to remember what I'm trying to work out. I could tell you, actually, this is going to give the answer. Let's do the one for Ranty. So in other words, what angle, how far would it have to be away? This isn't actually answering the question I was actually trying to start off with, is how with the fact you don't get a dip angle, however high you are. Actually, so I'm actually answering a different question. I'm actually answering the question that Ranty's asking.
It's all right, Rumpus.
It's okay. So you'll forgive me. Thank you very much. Right. So in other words, that would be x over. That would be 2 meters. That's using the tan relationship. So 2 over x. Got that around the wrong way. Bloody hell. 2 over x is equal to tan theta. So this is in fact giving the answer to Ranty's thing. So if we want to find out what x is equal to 2 divided by tan 0. In fact, this is how, if you're a 6 foot person, this is how far away you would be able to see the furthest distance you could see. So let's go and do that. Let me go and do this calculation. Excuse me, give me 2 seconds to fire up my thingy. You won't be able to see this, but I'm busy booting up a little calculator thingy. So I'm not quite booted up yet. Come on, you little devil. Come on. Right, here we go. Right. Okay, so I'm going to put that calculation, copy that calculation in here. Whoops. Copy that into the thingy. Degrees, not radians. And it's 5,000. The answer to that is 5,000 and 29 meters, which is equal to 5.7 kilometers. So that means that if you're a 6 foot person, the horizon, you will not be able to tell on a flat Earth. 5.7 kilometers, you would not be able to tell beyond 5. In other words, if the flat Earth was 5.7 kilometers away.
It's not 5.7. It's 5,029. You said.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm using an approximation.
So it's 5.02 kilometers, not 5.7.
Yeah, it's 5.7 as I've written down.
It's not 5.7. It's 5.029.
What are you talking about?
Give me the count. What's the result?
5729 meters is 5.7 kilometers.
No, yes, but what's the result on your calculator?
5729.58.
So it's not 50.
What the heck are you talking about?
What's the result?
The exact answer is that. Okay.
Right, okay, that's fair enough, because you did actually say 5029, not 7. You did.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry if I did. I thought that's what you... Okay, if that's what I said, I apologise.
Okay, so can you work that out in miles then? So how many miles is that?
Oh, God. Convert that into... Okay, let's go and convert that into miles. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds, nearly there. 3.55.
So 3.55 miles, and that's 6.6 feet, or thereabouts.
A little bit more, 2 meters. 2 meters is a bit more than 6 feet. 6 feet.
So very similar to the geometric horizon.
So wait a minute. So 6.6 feet, looking at 6.6 feet, giving you 3.5 miles. So I was absolutely spot on when I said a 6 foot human, the 0.02 would disappear at 6 feet at 3 miles. I was absolutely spot on. You said it would be 12 feet.
Yes, I must admit, I must have forgotten my calculation there. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one, Ranty.
Okay, so I was right and you were wrong. I was right and you were wrong.
That is a first. That's the first ever I've done something wrong.
No, it's not a first, Rumpus.
Well, I must admit, I did that on memory.
It's just another.
No,
You're
no,
human,
first
Rumpus.
time.
It's okay to
No, it's
say
the first time
sorry,
I've ever made a miscalculation. I must admit, I did that from memory. I don't make. That's a very, very, very rare occasion.
It doesn't matter, Rumpus.
Anyway,
but anyway, let's just say, doesn't that match the Earth curve calculator? A 6 foot human at 3 miles
where
away.
they got the size of the Earth from by stealing how we see. They stole our vision, our the way we see in perspective, and told us it was the size of the Earth. That's how they did it.
But the actual thing I wanted to actually tell you, rather than going to this one, was let's imagine we're in an aeroplane. And you had, let's suppose you were at 35. Well, okay, let's make you 1,000 meters. What dip angle would you expect to see if this was infinite? So, in other words, if this
what was that movie, The 60-Foot Woman or something? What was that?
So imagine we made this 1,000 meters. Let's make it 10,000 meters.
And be Godzilla.
And we then wanted to say what the angle be. So we're going to so we don't know.
Well, actually, can you make it 1,000,000 meters?
Well, no, I wanted to give a realistic. So the point I'm trying to prove is what would you expect? Well, you wouldn't. What would you expect if your flat Earth was 10,000? Right. So this new situation. If the flat Earth, let's say, has a radius of 10,000 kilometers, say.
But Rumpus, we have an atmosphere. There'll be a point where you won't be able to see through the thickness of the atmosphere anymore.
We get attenuation, yes, that's true. But
so
we can because we see that here is but the point is we can see we have a dip angle in the real life. And I'm just about to show you what the dip angle would be on a flat Earth of 10,000 kilometers in radius. So here we go.
You're not adding in the atmosphere.
Yeah, well, okay, well, let's do that. We can add that in later. Let's get we can get a ballpark figure.
But this is why ballers think you should be able to see forever on a flat Earth, and it's disingenuous because
they accept attenuation, but
some of them don't. I've had ballers still to this day saying to me, "Why can't you see from one end of the flat Earth to the other if it's flat?" They don't. And when people like you put these things on a show, people will only watch the first little bit and they'll think, "Oh yeah, see, we should be able to see forever. See, Rumpus did the angle," and it's like, hang on, no.
Almost all globers accept that there's attenuation of light in the atmosphere. The point. We can see. I mean, you can. For instance, we can see.
People that aren't in this argument don't, Rumpus.
Right. Okay. For instance, on a flat Earth, if there was no obstruction, we should be able to see, say, from the top of Nelson's Column in London, you should be able to see the Eiffel Tower. If it was a flat, because you can see 200 miles. I mean, that's I think the distance to the Eiffel Tower probably is about 150. Something like that. You can see 200 miles through the atmosphere. We've got pictures.
Up in a plane, we can see 1,800 miles.
Well, there you go. Well, there you go. So the point
that's
is
infrared, so you can see through the atmosphere.
No. We've got pictures of normal pictures of. We can So I've got someone pointing out that we can see.
Yeah, like on a really clear day.
Yeah, that's right. On a clear day, you can see. We've got pictures looking along the line of the Earth over 200 miles, photographs. Yeah. In fact, we even have
at ground level or at high altitude.
At high altitude, looking along the sun.
Why not at ground level?
Well, obviously things get in the way. The topography of the land. But in
what
theory,
about if you're looking over water?
well, then you should be able to see several hundred miles. If
Well, why don't you?
Because the Earth's curved.
No, why don't you?
No.
Yes, that's why
No.
you would be able to see a lot further if the Earth was not curved.
You
Because
just
we've
said
got
you
pictures.
accept the atmosphere. You can't see
No.
through.
No,
Like,
Paige.
if you
we've got
dive into a
photographs.
pool,
Paige,
if you
we've
dive
got
into a pool,
photographs over
Rumpus, you
200
can't see the
miles
other
away.
end of the pool.
Paige, we've got pictures over 200 miles of things 200 miles away, and we will
Yeah,
be able to
only
see,
when
for
it's a
instance, the
clear
Eiffel
day.
Tower. We'll be able to see the Eiffel Tower from the Tower of London, or the Nelson's Column in London, or some other, say the London Eye, which is taller than most, or the Shard in London, which is above the rest of the city. You will be able to see the Eiffel Tower on a clear day from there, but you can't because it's
And
way
what
below.
we're saying is it's never clear enough to see that far. What we're saying
It
is
is because we've got pictures. But Paige, we've got pictures of you being able to see over 200 miles. So you can see through the atmosphere over 200 miles. We've got pictures of this. So that's not the issue.
And how do you know there's a clear line of sight between those two things?
There would be on a flat Earth.
No. We still have mountains and valleys and
No,
shit. So
I don't think there are any mountains. I don't think there are any mountains between
See, but
London.
you're saying I don't think. You don't know. You don't know that you've got line of sight.
Actually, in saying that, there is those bloody Sussex Downs, aren't there? Actually,
Is that a mountain or something?
it's a range of hills that's south of London, but between that and the coast. So that might be okay. There might actually be some obstruction. But the point is, what's happened to my machine?
You need to have line of sight to be able to see. And by you saying that we have photos where you can see 200 miles, well then, yeah, because it's flat, and if you've got line of sight and it's a clear day, you can just see for ages. That's just.
Well, the point is, the things that, like, for instance, Rant has observed, the things that Rant has observed, ships and things, have been obscured in exactly the correct way for the curvature of the Earth.
So you cherry pick them and say that's Earth curvature, but it's not, Rumpus.
Well, they disappear from the bottom up. That wouldn't happen on a flat
happens.
Earth.
Yes, it does.
No, it wouldn't. It would not happen. No, there's no explanation for things disappearing from the flat
there
Earth.
is.
No, there isn't. There's no explanation whatsoever.
Yes, there is. Your eyesight, the bottom half of your eyesight.
Oh my God!
angle-
The eyes do not distinguish between up, down, left, or right. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Rumpus, can I please finish?
Okay.
The top half of your eyesight has the whole sky open to it. The bottom half is up against the ground. You've got something in the way. The deck
Makes no
is.
difference.
It does. We've done experiments showing on a level floor, all the way down, a big warehouse floor or whatever, that things will obscure bottom first because the angle in the bottom half of your vision gets tighter before the angle in the top.
That's utter gibberish.
Rumpus.
No, look at this diagram here.
Experiments.
No, what you're talking about is people who've done things on a wobbly surface, like, for instance, Nathan did his book dropping thing on when he had, I don't know if this is an example you're thinking of, for instance, when he actually had two rooms, one of which was had a drop, a little step in which he did it. Or you're thinking of Mind of God's example, where he did it in his hallway.
I'm actually thinking of the Mall Angel, but anyway.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one. Okay.
So you don't know everything, Rumpus. You may not have just not seen.
No, because I know geometrically what you're saying makes no sense whatsoever. So, for instance, I've got a diagram here.
Are you honestly going to sit there and say that?
Yes, I am.
Really?
Look at this diagram here. The fact that there's a flaw.
Wow.
Right. So, for instance, the fact that you think there's a flaw somehow near that somehow changes what you see. It does not. So, for instance, here, if I were to draw a flaw in, for instance, here, in this diagram here. I have to draw a flaw.
Sorry, Rumpus, I'm just going to butt in for a second. Sorry, Citizen 9, I shouldn't have said experiments. I should have said observations. You're correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Rumpus.
So if I draw a flaw in here, let me make it a bit thicker. Oh, I'm going to use that to make it a bit thicker. So if I have a flaw, bloody thing. I have a flaw here.
Rumpus will never divorce the ball Earth, ever. Ever.
No, he won't. No.
Well, because of I'm afraid I'm addicted to reality, yeah. Right, so there is nothing in this. I mean, this is the confusion that, for instance, Mind of God had about setting sun. He thought that somehow...
no, I'm not confused, man. Rumpus, chill out, man. What? Don't say I'm confused. Go for it. Say whatever you want to say.
He can't talk to us without insulting us.
Yeah, we're not.
Well, I'm afraid.
Confused, man.
Well, I'm afraid you make many basic errors in what
We
you
have
say.
fundamental
We
differences
think
on
the
the
same
way
thing
light
about
moves.
you, Rumpus, and we
Yeah.
don't sit here insulting you every 5 seconds.
Yeah, but that's because I know I've got geometry, maths, science, and the body of human knowledge on my side, and you've got nothing but your opinions. And the fact you saw a
But
YouTube
you
video.
don't have geometry on your side. You've got bendy lines. Geometry has straight lines.
No, it doesn't. Now, there's another thing you picked
geometry
up.
doesn't. Oh,
Geometry
okay.
includes curves. Where on earth are you picked this up from
Your
Nathan?
tangent to your geometric horizon isn't a curved line; it's a straight line. That's
So
what
the
tangent
geometric
is.
horizon, it is. Oh, this bloody thing's saving.
You don't have geometry on your side, Rumpus. Some
I have
No,
exact
those
geometry.
those light rays that you showed us curving in that tank have flat strata. So you're using our quote atmosphere to prove that light rays curve. So how do you think that that's a strength to your argument?
Right, let me go to that diagram. Unfortunately, my documents decide to save itself, and I bloody thing, and it takes about 2
When
minutes.
is this
to do
going to
it.
be published, Rumpus? So we can scrutinize this.
Well, I've been a bit poorly over the last 4 weeks, unfortunately. I will get back to it
That's not
shortly.
very good, Rumpus.
You'll
Sorry?
be healthier if you don't lie as much and if you aren't as mean to people.
No, I tell people how it is, and if they talk bollocks, then I'm afraid I'm going to correct them.
Okay.
It's okay to correct people. It's just not okay to always say, you know, you're stupid, you're a moron, you don't understand. You just sound so pompous and arrogant.
Just going to give a shout out to Darwin, who's given a super chat, to a lot of super chat, who says, Clear is correct, the super chat is not working. Well, thank you for the not working super chat, much appreciated.
Understanding things. Normally, I mean,
You
you're
don't need
not.
to be friends to be civil.
Okay,
It's
well,
called
yeah,
being
but
a
you're
human being.
right, but you know, I mean, I have to say, you are, I'm afraid, of an example of someone who's not.
And two more, Darwin. That's okay. Cleary is ace. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And Cleary indeed for the $2, which is Rumpus. How much curve at 200 miles? Thank you for both of you smashing the super chat and having a bit of fun this evening.
Well, you have said
you'd
a
never even
number of.
spoken to me before, and you called me a moron. So
No, I wouldn't have said that. No, I don't come out straight away and call people morons. I call.
oh my
okay,
goodness, you
here's
did.
no, hold on. Here's the formula that it causes me to call people morons. First of all, they have to be a bit stupid, and then they have to start telling me that I'm wrong, or they do it in an aggressive manner. If you meet those three criteria, then I start to call you moron. If you're just stupid, I don't call people morons just for being stupid. If they're stupid and they know they're stupid, and they're humble about it, they're diffident, I don't call them stupid. I don't attack people just for being stupid. You have to have those three criteria. You have to be stupid, you have to be wrong, and you have to be telling me you're right and I'm stupid. If you meet those three criteria, then I'm going to go out and call you a moron. If you don't do that...
And one more, rays have to curve. Please add that. Rays gotta curve, right? If we don't believe that, then we're stupid. That's nonsense, man. You need to get off that high horse.
Let me
We're
go.
not buying that.
Let me go to the point you were making. I get distracted, but you made a semi-valid point in your comment just now, mind of God.
Yes, regarding the strata, the layered flat strata.
Right. Yes. I'm gonna let me just see if I can find that bit.
You're utilizing that from right to left. We're looking at it from left to right, where the ray starts out straight, which is what it naturally does, and then it does have the ability to refract.
Let me just get there.
You're looking at from the other direction, which doesn't help your point because you're shooting it through a flat Earth. Right.
Nearly there.
Is that right? As in you?
Right. Here we go. Right. So. This is the thing you're referring to. This is my right. So here we have what happens in a beam of a laser beam coming in from the right hand side here, pointing slightly upwards, and you can see here that it curves down using the rule of refraction, which is basically it curves towards the denser medium. And as you can see, even at the end, it actually starts to bend down. And then I just demonstrating here. This is in sugar water. Sorry, with the water at the base of this tank is denser than the water up here because it's got a sugar solution which changes in concentration, which means that the sugar solution down here is denser than the sugar solution.
But if you sample that left to right, it would be constant, right? The density gradient?
Correct. And that's what this diagram here is drawing.
So it is layered strata, flat strata.
So here we go. Here's the layered strata I think you were referring to, which this I'm trying to draw in here the density gradient strata as a so that this is less dense.
We don't argue that.
Right, great. So what you did have a minor point. This is actually a flat Earth scenario. So we have horizontal gradients and we get the bending of light, even in this scenario of a flat Earth. But if you were to have, which I haven't finished drawing the diagram here.
One second, Rumpus. Can I make a comment? If you go back up to that one, that also works bi-directionally, right? Left to right as well as right to left.
Because light rays can be reversed.
Right. So left to right is actually a fairly good kind of visual for what happens on a flat Earth, where you have light rays that start out straight and then they just start maybe potentially attenuating or dipping down towards the surface. So I'm glad you agree it works both ways. I mean, the left to right case is more
rays
flat.
Are reversible. I mean, you can take
right.
And the point is that light rays will bend towards the denser medium. And this is drawing a little box here, drawing the situation here where light rays coming in from the right-hand side here. And
I'm just saying, when we look at that as flat earthers, we should get comfort because we look at that left to right and know that is actually what happens when there is a density gradient that matches that in real life. That's what would happen, and it's not shocking. Like, we don't argue that. You're using that from right to left. Again, you're using that in a medium that only exists on a flat Earth, but keep going.
No, it doesn't exist just on a flat Earth. This exists on a
show me the curvature. Show me the curvature of that density gradient.
Right. Okay.
Exactly.
I've then superimposed a curved one over it. But yes, in this particular tank example,
you can't create one. That's why you and George would have trouble ever proving to us that light rays do whatever you claim that they do. Because how are you first off going to make that fish tank curve?
Well, it becomes the Snell's law will mean that if I was to curve the strata, as you call it, then the effect would be greater.
That's the part where we're not buying that, man. That's a cheap
well, the point
trick.
is this follows. We can model this and then say this is, as we're doing here with Snell's law, we can say this is what happens. But if we change the angle of these gradients and continue to use Snell's law for these strata effects, you will find that the bending of the angle will be greater.
No, that's what Right to Hand wants to see, and it's a fair request. No, you can't just say, hey, guess what? If you keep doing this, it's going to keep looking and mentally extrapolate. That's not the way it would work.
Well, hold on. This laser thing agrees with refraction theory. Okay.
But Rumpus, when it flattens out at the top, it has no motivation to start curving back down.
Yes, it does.
Down, yeah.
Yes, it does.
No, it's found its seam now, and then it has no density gradient anymore.
It does.
It's comfortable above and below. There's no gradient anymore to cause that turning.
It does. Look. It does. It gets to a peak and then it comes down again. It does exactly the opposite of what you're saying.
Go to the flat part, where the second red box
is. Okay, hold on, guys.
It's not going back
hold
down.
on. So, is this performed in a tank that's flat?
Yes.
Are all the gradients inside of the tank in flat levels? Because I'm seeing these lines across the screen and they're all different colours. They look to me as if they are flat.
They are.
So the light is changing through the gradients in a non-homogeneous flat, non-homogeneous plane.
Yeah, I mean there's a gradient.
He's demonstrating flat
non-homogeneous.
Earth.
Yes.
So it's not homogeneous. There's a density gradient vertical one. Obviously, we don't know for a fact this particular tank hasn't been jiggled around. It's slightly not quite the thing, but it fundamentally is going to be of this structure. It might not be exactly, real world sloshing around. Perhaps he put his finger in it, who knows what, and slosh some bit of it around. But fundamentally, it's going to be like this in principle.
But once it gets to the flat part, and the angle of that beam is traveling in a parallel line to the bottom of the tank. It then starts to angle downwards, and you would imagine that would only gradiate quicker over a shorter distance and get more curvy than what we're seeing there at the very end. It would actually hit the floor at some point.
Yes. If it was longer, if this tank, if I extend this tank to the left, it would eventually come down and hit the bottom of the tank.
So
why?
So there you go. Right. That's all I wanted to do. I'm going to step out and let you guys carry on.
Yeah, Rumpus. Why? Once it's reached flat, it's now in a homogeneous layer, right? It has no motivation to go up or down. What's motivating it to do what you claim that it's going to do and start arcing
because
down?
If you look at the maths, there's a second order effect.
I knew you were going to say that.
Right, well, you're right.
But why? How does that ray know what's going on in a layer above it?
Because this is called the horizontal ray paradox. And you can think of it. You can
paradox.
Or I think no. So is it paradox?
Did you just make that up right now?
Did you? I think you did.
No. I can show you. Princess, if you let's go up here. I've got here we go. Right. So look, Here is this is when you don't have a graduation, but you do have a sharp medium change. This is what a ray of light would do if it was following exactly horizontal. It would at some point come down and be refracted towards the water following Snell's law. Now, it would actually be unstable in this thing, in this following this horizontal, but it would nonetheless, it would still come down. Now, in the graduation case, hold on a second, I'm just being accosted by someone. What is it? Someone's accosting me. Hold on. Give me a second.
Do the people in the audience understand what he's showing you with that fish tank with the laser light and the gradients is exactly a flat Earth model? He's showing you what light would do, bend down and hit the ground, obstructing things from bottom up on a flat surface.
Right.
He's not showing you a curved fish tank with a curved bottom and curved.
You've just misunderstood.
Let her finish, man. You just accused her of interrupting.
Yeah.
I did. Sorry. Apologies. Okay. Apologies, Paige.
It's a strong point. Sorry.
Yeah, he's not showing you a curved bottomed fish tank with curved layers of gradient with the light going through, from one side to the other on on everything curved like it would be on the Earth. He's literally showing you what we are arguing for.
No,
that everything's flat, the bottom's flat, all the gradients are flat, and that the light will drop down and hit the ground and therefore block things bottom up on a flat plane. He's
okay. Let me show you why you're exactly wrong. So if you go to this, imagine.
No, stop.
No, you hold on. You've made your point. I know that you've made your point.
She's not wrong. It's right.
Hold on. I'm about to answer you, please. You've made your point. You've made your point, and I would like to answer
But
you.
don't dilute her point.
All I said was that you're showing a flat-bottomed fish tank.
Exactly.
It's not wrong, is it? Is that wrong?
No, you just said that would cause things to be obscured from the bottom. It does exactly the opposite. And I'm about to show you why.
Of course
they would. No, I'm going to show you.
There.
You'll be able to see it in front of you. Right.
We're seeing it right now.
Right, great. So here we go. So here is an object. This is the real object here. And it's emitting this laser light and it bends in the way we've described. And I've put the observer here where it becomes horizontal. And the observer will perceive this horizontal light as the object being here. Do you understand that? Do you understand?
Our argument is from left to right.
No, please, it's very important you following this line here. And where do you think the observer will perceive this object that's below?
Flip the observer looking the other way. That's our argument.
No. I'm offering this example. Now, please go with this.
I just told you you're fine to use this for your ball Earth from right to left. We know what you're doing. We're looking at it left to right.
It wouldn't make any
we're
difference.
Looking at it the other way.
Flip the observer the other way.
Look, you're being an idiot now. This would curve down here in exactly the same way this is curving up. It doesn't make any difference.
We're seeing a light ray start straight, which is what it normally does.
Look,
and we're observing it from left to right.
Goddamn moron.
And she's right. It would be blocked.
Let me show you.
We have a point
when you do this sort of thing.
This is a checkmate, Rumpus.
Right, if I drew it the other way, if I drew it the other way, and if I move these objects, God damn it, I move these.
Let's say those.
Hold on. I put them over here. It will be exactly the same as them coming from this direction.
No,
the rays are coming.
Oh my God! It's symmetrical, you stupid bastard. It bends this way that much, and it bends that way that much. You have the light coming from there. So in other words, if I have the arrow coming this way here, it would.
Dude, just relax a little bit, man.
No, but when you say something,
and therefore.
Right, so here we go. So I've got it coming from the other way now, and I've changed the angle of the observer coming left to right, and it does exactly the same thing.
And move the objects to the left. The rays are coming off the objects straight, and then not making it to the object.
And then hitting the deck.
If they came off straight, they would be bent. They'd miss the object. If they came, let's forget that object there. This is where the object is. If there was a light ray coming off here of this object, it would be bent down here. It would be following the same path.
Move the observer all the way to the right.
Right, so remember, the rule is that everything bends down. That's what light does in this fish tank, okay? So if you had light, hold on, let me finish. So if light came out horizontally from this object, then it would bend down, it would not hit the observer. The only light that's going to hit the observer is one that's going up.
That's her point. Dude, that's her whole point, dude.
Right, well,
those would be the light rays.
Here we go then. So here we go. So here we go. I've got it over on the left-hand side. So
I can't believe he's literally demonstrating my
just
point.
Made her point.
No, you're not. You don't understand. You're completely wrong. Here we go. So light coming at an
I
angle.
hope the audience can see what
You're interrupting me.
doing,
You're
honestly.
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. So light coming horizontally.
Yes, damn straight I was.
Be quiet. Light coming horizontally from this lighthouse top would miss the observer. They wouldn't see it.
Yes.
The only light that the observer would see from the top of the lighthouse is light that's going up at an angle. So it's exactly the opposite of I had over here. Exactly the same scenario, except
No, it's not.
It's exactly the same.
No, it's
There
not.
is
If you
no
drew
difference.
lines coming out of that lighthouse from the top to the bottom, line after line after line after line, the lines at the top would reach the observer.
Correct.
The lines at the very bottom, stop. The lines at the very bottom would hit the deck before they get to the
Yeah,
observer.
she's right. That's
Therefore,
correct.
blocking things
Here we
from
go.
the
Here
bottom
we go.
up.
Light coming out horizontally from the lighthouse would not hit the
Dude,
observer.
just admit you're
Yes,
wrong.
right.
She's right.
I'm
dude. She's right.
absolutely right. And if you're just not, I'm going to have to call you morons if you don't get this.
Well, draw 5 parallel of those archy things and
Sorry,
show us.
Look,
you're the one
stack
that
them.
doesn't
Right,
get it.
look, do you understand? Do you see that if light is coming out horizontally, it would miss the observer? Do you accept that?
Which
At the
ray are you
bottom.
looking at here?
Oh, this one I'm drawing here from the top of the bloody lighthouse. Can you not see it? Jesus
The
Christ.
bottom one?
Yes, the one I'm moving, the one in purple. Can you not see this?
Well, you're moving something on the left. I thought we were looking at the light rays.
Right. This is a light ray. I've drawn a light. It's not. I'm going to.
Why are you putting it at an angle? They start out straight. Just start them
Then
out.
they start in all flipping angles, you goddamn twat.
Sure.
Look,
let's just use one that's flat just
Jesus
as a starting
Christ,
point.
utter
Why make
dick.
it harder? Just make them emanate
You're
at 90
the one
degrees.
who's making it hard. Jesus.
Just make them
Christ.
emanate at 90 degrees to the object.
Hold on, let me draw some sample lines.
Do what Paige just said. Make 5 rays come out.
I'm about to do that.
All right, good.
Right, here we go.
Why are you
now
so
going to
bad?
draw out
seeing these
several lines.
lines,
Here we
bro.
go. Here are several lines coming out from this thing.
There you go. Yeah, draw like
Right.
5 of those.
Right. So the only one that hits the observer is the one that I drew that came out at an angle pointing upwards, okay? So do we understand that? Which is exactly what I drew over here.
No. Put that above the observer line. So let's see one of them actually
No,
make it to the
I
observer.
put look. I put an object here. This is where I've decided to put it. This is where the observer is.
But none of the rays will hit the eyeball, though.
They will, you stupid bastard. What do you think this one here is doing?
Which one? The magenta
Oh
one?
my God, you stupid bastard! Can't you see what's on screen? This
That one?
line here. I'll make it. I'll make it in black. Right.
Sure.
This line here, which is the one that I had over there, goes up, starts off pointing upwards, and gradually bends down, following the rule that light will bend towards the greater
Correct.
density thing, and then it hits the eye. The other one
Rumpus,
coming
carry
at
on.
horizontal. Hold on. The ones coming at horizontally will not hit the observer. The
No, we're
observer
talking
will
about the
not
base, dude.
Hang
We're not
on.
talking about all the rays coming off the top. We're talking about some from the top and some on the
Well, I'm
bottom.
dealing
Draw.
with one line at the moment.
Hang on, why have you drawn?
I'm dealing with a ray coming from the top of the lighthouse at
We
the
don't
moment.
argue
okay?
that.
Why have you drawn the ray going up when the ray in
I've
the...
drawn lots
Hang on,
of
can
rays.
I
I've drawn
please
4
finish my
rays, you
question?
twat.
Let her ask the question. It's a good one.
Why
Go.
have you drawn the ray going up when the ray in the fish tank starts out horizontal from that
Exactly.
position?
Why are you doing that?
I'm
Why are you
drawing
drawing
out.
it going
Oh,
up?
my God. Jesus Christ.
Dude, your whole diagram starts straight. That's the whole
Your-
strength of
your-
our.
Bastard.
That's our
Your
agreement. We agreed on it.
reality, the reality of your demonstration
No,
shows
right, now
the
you're going
line
to
coming out
I'm
horizontal.
determined that even
and
someone as
bending
stupid as
down.
you is going to understand this. I have drawn out lots of rays. I could draw out more rays. I could,
Yes,
for
but
instance,
you need to start them off horizontal. Like
no,
shows in
they
reality.
come out in all directions, you stupid bitch. They come out in all directions.
Oh, dude, that's
Oh,
a
yeah,
sign of
but
somebody.
you're-
Frankie,
Do you
can
not
you please do
understand?
something about that?
That means you're lying, dude. Why?
Look,
We're
look, you-
Rumpus.
Look,
the
can you
whole
not
point of the
see?
example is to use the fish tank as the foundation that we
Right,
agree
here
on.
we go.
Yeah,
Look,
you're not using your demonstration.
I am.
Changing
This-
your
Now
demonstration.
you're just
No, I'm
doing
not.
magic tricks.
No,
dude.
I'm not.
Yeah, because you're bending
I'm
them
not.
up.
No, I'm not. Light rays will bend as I have drawn them, depending. I've drawn them at
That's
different
not
angles.
what
They
it's
will.
showing in reality in the fish
It
tank
is
behind
exactly
you.
what happened in reality. That's exactly what happened to the laser beam. So
Dude,
I've
don't
drawn,
call anybody
No,
a
it's
bitch,
not.
dude.
It's
Or we're
not
gonna.
I have
horizontal
drawn
and then going
6
down.
I have drawn 6 or 7 lines from one point as an example. If you want me to draw more,
Yeah,
I
and your
will.
drawing
That's not our
doesn't match
argument,
reality.
genius.
That's
What
that's
don't you
also a
understand
liquid,
that?
not air. Just so
We're
you
talking
know.
about bottom-up obstruction.
You're
drawing
showing
rays
us
from
what
the top.
happens.
So it's
Look,
You-
what
You're
don't you
showing us what
understand?
happens to a laser. Hold on, let me finish. You're showing us what happens to a laser beam in a liquid, not how we see through it air.
exactly the same thing. The laser beam just makes
No,
it
it's not.
No,
It's the same thing to you because you're an idiot.
No, here we go. So look, I have drawn a selection of light rays, and I could draw thousands of them. In fact, so all coming out.
Yeah,
and
but
obviously,
in reality, the fish tank's showing you coming out horizontal and going down, never ever going up first.
look, and also, I'll do it again. There's another. Here we go.
Rumpus,
Here's
Rumpus,
another
just admit that you're lying. Just admit that you're lying, and we'll move on.
You're fucking stupid. Jesus
How can we be
Christ.
fucking stupid when we're seeing your demonstration on screen?
My God. I mean, this is just.
Wow,
Don't call
Rumpus,
people a
this
bitch.
is really
We'll
bad.
kick you immediately. Don't say stuff like that.
Now, when you start being absolutely, when you're trying to willfully misunderstand.
Like I said, don't call anybody a bitch on this channel. We'll kick you immediately.
Demonstration is showing something different from your drawing.
No, it's not. It's showing
Yes,
exactly
it
the
is.
same. And the fact
No,
you
it's
don't
not. It's not.
understand it,
That-
the fact you
That
don't
light
understand
ray
it is
comes out
demonstrating.
horizontal and is going down.
There is one ray that's coming out. Do you not see that I have drawn this ray here?
Yeah,
This
not
one.
what we're seeing in the demonstration. You're drawing.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's coming out horizontal and going down. It's not going up first. We can see it. It's literally on screen, Rumpus.
You're drawing a
Everyone can
stupid
see it.
spray can.
That's
No
what I
one-
drew. Look, over here, I had a ray that was going up in much the same way that I have drawn a ray going up here. And you can see in the real world what it does.
The chat
It starts
those
going up.
rays are coming
Let me
out
finish. It
horizontal
starts
and
going up, and it's drawn. It's
Press
bent
one for
towards.
coming out
It's
horizontal,
bent
two for going up
towards the
first.
denser medium. And I've drawn an identical ray over here that goes up and then hits the eye. And I've also drawn, for your benefit, one that comes out horizontally. This one here is coming out horizontally, and it's
But
bent
in
down and doesn't
reality-
arrive at the observer.
In reality, your demonstration only shows it coming out horizontally and then deviating down.
Listen, what do you think this demonstration is? The light's coming from it. It's
Yeah,
not
and
coming
we wanted
horizontally.
you to use that. We wanted to use that as the template because that's the way the ray's going to act in that gradient. And then draw 3 of those. One at the top of the
got
lighthouse.
a ray
1 second. Let me
going
finish
up
my point.
here that's
Let me
not
finish my point. Draw 3 movements of that laser beam that we agree on, and put one at the top of the object, the middle, and the bottom. Why do you have like 1,800 freaking lines popping out of that, dude? Just
Because you
delete all
don't,
those.
I don't understand what you don't understand. And I thought you were
Okay.
complaining.
Oh, we
delete all those
understand
lines.
what you're trying to say, Rumpus. We just don't agree that's what's happening because in reality, we can see the fish tank demonstration doesn't do the same thing that you're cartooning.
It does exactly the same thing. My
Oh,
God.
you're blind. You're
Delete
blind.
all those
Jesus
lines.
Christ,
Let's start from
stupid,
scratch.
Stupid morons. The ray that I have
It's
drawn
coming out
here in
horizontal
black,
and going down.
the ray I've drawn here in black is doing exactly the same as this ray over here.
Delete all those
Down the
lines
other
and let's
side.
start again, man. Let's start. We forgive you for calling
You
people
stupid,
names.
I mean, you're stupid. I mean, Jesus. How
Maybe
can
you weren't loved as a child.
How
Whatever.
can
the
I-
reason
can I
is.
say
You're
one thing?
delusional, Rumpus.
Can
That's
I-
all there is to it.
Can I
You're
say one
absolutely
thing?
delusional. It's
How
amazing.
can you get
Okay.
to something this stupid?
Listen. Hold on. Let me just say this.
So brainwashed.
A laser,
Wow.
a laser will bounce around a corner. Okay, that doesn't mean you can see around a corner. So when you show me a laser, you're showing me a laser beam. You're not showing me vision. You're showing me a
telling me-
laser beam, and
So
then
you're telling me you've never. So if you are behind a wall, not being able to see the sun, you're saying you can't see the light that's bouncing off.
oh no, you're
on the other
no,
side.
that's not what I said. I'm gonna
not
let me
what he
say it
meant.
again. So you.
Utter
That's not what I
moron.
said.
Look, here
Hold
we
on.
go. Here we go. Here
He
we go.
doesn't
Listen
understand
to what?
his
No,
brains.
no.
Here we
Hold
go.
on.
Yeah, and
Wait,
I
I'm speaking.
fully understood what
I'm
you
str-
tried to say.
Bro,
Here
I'm
we
in
go.
the Rumpus. I'm in the middle. I'm talking right now. Okay. I'm not saying you don't see anything. What I'm saying is when you see, it's not in the path of a laser beam. Okay. Do you understand?
I'm just going to give a shout out here to Darwin, who gives the $10 super chat. I picked George's pocket as he walked out. That's George Hanetanuk, who's just told us that he has 3 homes with no mortgages. So, Darwin, thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated.
Don't see in the path of laser beams, a laser beam, and how you see are not related at all.
They are totally related,
No-
you utter
okay,
moron.
okay,
And I'm about to
okay, hold on.
demonstrate it in this
Hold on, let me
diagram.
finish with-
Let me
hold
show
on,
this
hold
diagram
on,
how
no,
it's
wait,
exactly
you're
the same.
going crazy.
I'm
You're
about
going
to
crazy. Hold on, let me
demonstrate
finish.
exactly
No,
the same.
Rumpus,
I'm
you're
about
just
to
screaming.
demonstrate
Hold
how
on,
it's
no,
exactly
I'm not
the
done.
same.
I'm not. Rumpus, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. Okay, hold on. So how do you equate how I see with my eyes to a laser beam. How do you connect those?
Here we go. And I'm about to do it. I've been trying to do it for the last.
No, I don't want a diagram.
You do. You
the
want
diagram's a
information.
drawing.
You're asking me how.
No, I don't want. No.
Well, I'm
I
telling
want a
you.
demonstration in
I'm about
reality.
to do it.
I want you to demonstrate.
I'm about to
No,
demonstrate.
you're going to show me a
Yes, you want
diagram.
to go outside
Okay,
and do,
do your diagram. Okay, do your diagram.
I'm about to show you how it works. Here we have the sun. I'm obscured from the sun by this wall here. Here's the observer. Light hits this object here, and then is reflected by diffuse reflection so that I can see this object here from the reflected light. A laser beam would behave in exactly the same way as light from the sun.
Let me speak.
Different.
Okay. Let me speak. Now, do you see a laser beam coming out of the sun?
No.
Okay. So, okay, hold on. So, okay, hold on. I know you're excited. Hold on.
Your stupidity
Okay,
doesn't
so you don't. Hold on. Oh, bro, calm. So you don't see laser beams coming out of the sun. You agree?
Great. Okay, they're not laser.
Okay. Just agree. Don't give me a monologue. No, you're monologuing. Don't.
They're
You
only
agree? Okay.
different. I'll explain why they're
Stop
different.
censoring him,
Okay,
Rumpus.
no.
They're different.
Rumpus.
The only
No.
difference. I'm going to tell you what the only difference.
You just keep talking and talk. Rumpus, you need. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
And I'm about to explain.
Bro, he has no. I'm
explaining you the difference
Rumpus.
between laser
He
You have
can't
to
even
stop
be
talking.
human,
Only
Chris. Like,
difference.
nobody acts like
Only
this
difference.
in a
The
normal
only-
conversation. Like, he's literally not even human. He's weird.
Okay. So, what we
He's
need
a
to
robot baller. He's never going to
Yeah,
divorce
he's
the
like a
baller.
Bro,
robot.
it's fucking
And
crazy.
the baller.
He
going and going.
can't even allow somebody. He can't even allow somebody to speak. It's really out of control.
If Rumpus became
So-
a flat earther, the whole world would be flat in like 3 days.
We don't
3
need.
seconds, yeah, he'd be
Yeah.
screaming at you that you're a moron because you didn't get it.
Here's the problem. Now, when you look, you don't look in the path of a laser. You're just telling me that I can see. You're not quantifying how I can see by the bouncing of a beam.
I think you took a nap.
Good. Whatever. He's an idiot.
But he did that on purpose. He knows what's going on. That sugar
Yeah,
water
he
thing
knows.
proves flat earth.
He knows
That
his
proves
corner.
bottom up on a flat earth.
Yep.
You're on mute, by the way, Rumpus. Just so that you know.
Ranty, we can't have people
think he
yelling,
knows
calling
fine well
us a
he's on
bitch
mute.
and stuff like that, dude. Somehow we got to make some basic rules. That's kind of
Yeah.
That's kind
And
of
that was full on. He had no reason to say that to me. I haven't been nasty to him. I haven't called him names. I haven't said anything to him. And he comes out and talks to me like that. Well, that's not on.
It's right when we get to the point where he knows that his ball is sort of crumbling.
It's every time.
I've got smushed balls on my high heels, and he's
Here we
calling
go.
me-
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
So
Rumpus,
Here we go.
He took a break to call his mom.
The only difference between laser beam and the sunlight is the fact the laser has just one color and it's what's called coherent. That's the only difference. Multiple directions, color, and coherency. That's the only difference. Otherwise, it's the same. The sun just simply has more rays going in more directions with more colors. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. So
It's an awfully
you
big
can
difference.
Well, but
That's like
follows
saying
the
an
same
incoherent
law.
magnet and a coherent
The same
magnet.
thing. The rays do the
are the
same
same
thing
thing
for
when they're not.
laser beam. The rays.
Hey,
do
let me
the
try
same
this.
thing
Let me try and
laser
ask a question in a different way. Rumpus,
The
how does
rays
that layered
in the
strata?
same
How does
way.
that layered strata prevent or not allow objects to be obstructed bottom up? Let me ask it in a different way. How do you see that that's our flat Earth with that gradient?
You're
How
breaking
are you saying
up,
that that's
Wondergold.
not possible?
Right. Going back to this diagram. This here. This is the original object here. What I've labelled object. Forget about that. Oh bugger it. Hold on. Right. So this don't ignore that for the moment. This is the situation. This is the object with light coming out of it, and it follows the curve. All light in this tank will bend towards the bottom of the tank.
Okay.
And that means.
Okay, wait a minute. How does light come out of it? How does light come out of it?
Let me come to
No,
the
no.
punchline.
How does light come out of it?
No, Ranty, let me finish this point. Then you
yeah,
guys can take over.
but I just want to know, how does light come out of the object? We're looking.
Yeah, say that's one, right?
I mean, I could draw in as I did before.
No. You just said light comes out of the object. I'm just asking, how does light come out of the object?
Well, it gets the sun shining on it and it reflects it.
So light doesn't come out of it then?
It does come out of it. It's emitted by the object. It's a reflection of light. You're stupid tosser, aren't you?
It doesn't come out of it though, does it? It doesn't come out of it.
It is being emitted by the object. If the object wasn't there would be no light coming out from that.
It's not being omitted from the object at all.
It is being emitted because it's reflected. That is an emission.
That's not omitted.
That's an emission.
No.
Light is reflected by the object, and the object absorbs the light and then reflects it. Idiot.
It absorbs it.
Let's let him have that, Ranty, even though I know what you're saying.
Yeah, we know what we're saying.
You're a moron. Yeah,
but so Rumpus,
you're wrong.
See that? Rumpus,
no,
we agree that
correct and you're an idiot.
We agree that the top of that light, that one that's on there right
so
now.
I would just like to make the point here, get to the punchline. So the observer here sees at this point here that the light is horizontal and perceives the object.
Good. Yes.
Here.
But wait, the bottom. 1 second. The one that's emanating from the bottom.
Hold on, this is the punchline. Page said that this would cause objects to be sunk down. No, they do exactly the opposite. It looms them. The exact opposite of what Page said.
You've never shown proof
1
of
second.
looming.
Now draw.
Here. This is
what. Draw the light ray coming from the bottom of that object. It's not going to make it to the observer's eye. That's our point.
You're breaking up.
There's the light ray coming from the bottom of that object. If that object's tall enough and all that, it's not going to make it.
I'm hearing him. I'm hearing him very well. So
yeah, I'm hearing him fine too.
He's saying so. The light coming from the bottom of the object is not going to reach the observer.
Don't make.
That's the perceived one. Okay.
Sir, delete the second one. We're only talking about one object.
Here's the object. Here's the object.
The actual object, Rumpus. If
you
it's
just
there,
said the ray.
Seeing the object.
You just scolded Ranty.
Okay,
you scolded Ranty about the light hitting that thing physically, and then now you draw another object. No, we're dealing with that one object and the sun hitting with that.
Hold on, one of us is breaking up.
Yeah, delete the other object. Don't do that, dude. That's magic tricks. You just spent 10 seconds making fun of Ranty that's physical interaction. But let's show the physical then.
Hold on. Let me just remove some of my...
Show a ray coming from the top and the bottom. That's all we're asking for.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, and then the bottom one sometimes will not make it. That's our point.
Right, so here we go.
And BG's spot on there. Bill G, check his comment out what he's just said there. It's absolutely awesome.
Coming out to the bottom.
Draw one parallel lower then. That's all. It's not that hard, man. Copy paste.
Yeah, but that's not something so I would have to draw it in here.
Fine. Just draw another one on top of the first one and then copy paste and pull it down.
Right. So let me just.
And the bottom one, in some cases, won't make it depending on the angle.
Right.
That's Page's argument, and it's correct. It's self-evident.
Well, you might as well. Okay, look, you want to go? We might as well go to the
No! Don't go anywhere else. Go back to the damn image.
Here we go. Right, there you go.
No!
No! I knew he was going to do that.
See, gotta take it from reality to a drawing.
I knew.
Go back to the image.
This is exactly the same thing. So I'm going to.
No, go back to the sugar water. It's physical. The sugar water thing is actually real. It's physical.
Yeah. So that's reality.
My thing go, did I?
Just draw two. How hard is it to draw two parallel lines? Dude, you get on Hangouts 10 times a day.
Okay,
with Photoshop.
Right, so that is a ray that's following a similar path to the one up there.
We don't
want
a similar, we want an exact. We want an exact.
Yeah, well,
an exact.
It's got a different angle.
Cutting out, Rumpus.
Stop, dude. Stop, man. Give glory to your...
Am I still breaking up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right.
God, you've been cutting in and out of reality for the last 5 years on these.
Yeah, you're breaking up as well. I don't know what... Oh. Damn it.
Go back to
Have you got a lot of things open, Rumpus? Maybe shut some screens or something.
Oh, it's because the bloody thing's doing a server. Oh.
Yeah, your computer's trying to do something in the background.
Oh, I've got a bloody virus checker doing its thing. That's what
that's what it'll be.
Dude, you got Corona?
Switch it off.
Hold on.
Rumpus has Corona?
I don't think it has the right server.
Rumpus, you think coronavirus is real?
Okay, I think hopefully that's fixed it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
that's
could hear
better.
you the whole time.
Oh,
Right, okay.
God.
I couldn't, sorry.
So put a parallel line, directly the same as the original's curved line.
Right.
About an inch or so beneath that one. So
you want me to
extend that line that you've just put in now, that blue line. Extend
Yeah.
it. Extend it
Just draw
all
the
the
ray
way
from the
across
bottom.
all the way across to the other end of the screen, and then make
Okay.
it curve the same as the other one.
Bend. It will bend like that one does. It will do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
However
so,
you think it will.
Right, so it will bend like. Oh, Jesus Christ.
However you think in your world that you think
There
it'll
we go.
curve, just draw
There we
it.
go. Okay. So now lower it. Now lower it onto the bottom of the object.
Yeah.
So I've drawn in this line here. Let me just get that so it's.
Oh dear! It doesn't reach the observer, does it?
Yeah, that's bottom up.
Yeah, that's got.
Proving our point.
Hold on.
That's a stupid thing.
Right, so this is what a line would do from the bottom of the object. Let's draw it in a beside.
Hang on, wait a minute. You've just changed
You
that.
just lifted the end of the line
You've
up
just
to the eye.
curved
Randy's gonna start making it like. He's gonna start thickening.
No. Exactly like the other one, Rumpus.
It's
Exact same
got
distance.
angle. If I made
Yeah,
it the
so
same.
Rumpus, you're
the
so
gap.
finished, man. Dude, just
Put the gap all the way along. Put the
Just
gap
apologize.
I can't. You're breaking up again.
apologize for calling her a
gap
bitch and tell
all
her
the
she
way
was
along. So
right.
the gap is the same distance between the two
You
lines
do
all the way
understand? Do you
along.
understand that for this light ray to hit the observer, it has to go up at a higher angle? Do you understand that, Rant? Are you capable of understanding that?
That's why we're saying it doesn't happen.
Are you capable of understanding that?
Yeah, you're so.
Rant
you-
is just
you
so
claim-
stupid.
You're not bending it at the same as the other one.
Well, I
Exactly.
did.
You claim that gradient. You claim that
Mate,
gradient does that to the light rays, right? That was your point.
That's
from the
why it
beginning.
doesn't hit your eye. You're obstructed from bottom up.
You owe her an apology, man. That was rude.
If you're too stupid to understand, I'm afraid you've got a terminal
No,
problem.
you just drew exactly
Here we
what you
go.
said.
You
just drew
changed
exactly
Right,
the
here we go.
line.
Right. So now lower it. Now lower it. Now lower the line. Now lower. Just lower the. Yeah, there we go. So
Yeah,
No.
see,
there we go.
doesn't
And then
hit
to
the eye.
go through the observer,
Oh,
it has
you
to
just-
go upwards.
Oh,
stupid
God.
The line, Rumpus.
You stupid bastard. I mean, can you not understand that for light to get from the bottom... I mean, are you really this stupid? For light to get from the bottom to the same observer, it has to go up at a higher
We're
angle. I mean, how stupid
demonstrating
can you be?
bottom-up obstruction,
No, but
How
the sugar,
stupid can
the
you
sugar
be?
layer is not allowing it. That's the whole point,
How
right?
stupid
That's
can
your whole
you
point.
be? I mean, this is incredible.
That's
So-
bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth.
Right, so the point is that the light from this thing will arrive at the observer and it will be perceived raised up, not lowered down.
No, that ray is not going to
I
make
mean,
it
it's
to the
a simple
observer.
geometry.
No, that
This-
ray is not going to make it to the observer. That's our point.
It's no good. You're breaking up incredibly on me.
Why are you changing the shape of that line all of a sudden, dude? Make it
I mean,
parallel
Randy,
to the first one.
I mean, you're stupid. I mean, you know you're stupid, all three of you, but this is
No.
quite exceptionally stupid.
No, we don't.
Really
Actually,
exceptional
you're
stupid.
proving flat Earth.
You're
proving
changing
bottom up.
reality to fit
Bloody
your
breaking
argument.
up. Okay.
You're proving bottom up on a flat surface.
You are
Yep.
literally proving bottom up on a flat surface.
No, I'm doing exactly the opposite, but you don't
No,
understand.
you're not, Rumpus.
Can you not understand?
How
that
did the
the-
red
we
ray
understand
cross
what you're
over to
saying,
the
we're
other
saying
one?
You're wrong.
Let me
You
make
have
my
to
point.
change that line.
Here we go.
You have to do
We're going to
something.
try again. We're going to try
You
again.
have to do something
observer-
deceptive
The
to
observer is
try
going to
and prove your
find
point.
light. Shut up. Be quiet. I'm explaining. The observer will see the light coming in as following the light ray, the laser beam, as horizontal. Therefore, the observer will see the lighthouse raised up. It'll just assume that the light ray, that the light ray that they've got.
No, dude.
Yes.
Those are just
No,
words.
The light, you can see the lighthouse because it's
I mean,
there.
Those are
You
just
can
words.
see
can
it.
understand this. An 11-year-old can understand.
You took something
Okay, Rumpus,
physical
you
and
don't
just put a
stand
bunch
on
of
that
words
lighthouse
behind
and
it.
I'll shoot
No, you don't. I mean, this is so simple. I mean, you really have to be stupid. I mean, your IQ must be near root vegetable.
Rumpus,
level.
would you stand on that lighthouse
Oh,
and let
this
me
breaking
shoot
up
you
lot.
when it's loomed up?
Why'd
Right.
you change the path of that red ray?
Hey, wait a minute. We've got
compared to the
guided.
first one?
Because it's got to get to the observer, you utter moron.
We've got
No, our
guided
point is
light
that-
rays here. We've got guided light rays. Yeah.
Our point is that those rays will not do that in that medium because now you're drawing a
The light ray
non-physical
has to
ray.
bend at different angles because
You
he's
just
not
drew a
having them bend
non-physical
the
ray.
same.
Look, you utter moron. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
That ray disobeys what it's doing to that other ray. So why would you? You're using your own point against you.
Exactly the same.
Your stupidity is just extraordinary.
You're being dishonest.
You're being very, very stupid.
No,
you're being dishonest.
No, you don't.
You're saying that one light ray is being bent at one angle and one light ray is being bent at another angle, even though they're going through the same atmosphere.
Here we go. This is what it's the light rays.
How can those rays cross over?
Yeah, and that
doesn't make any
bottom
sense.
Doesn't.
Right. This is one point on the lighthouse. This is 1 point on the lighthouse, and it's emitting rays at all angles. Okay, and all these light rays are going to bend in this way. Only one of them is going to hit the observer.
No, you're violating the channel that's doing what it's supposed to do with the first green thing. It's not going to do anything different than that.
This is a different. I'm doing this from the bottom as requested. This green one represents the one, because obviously here we've got lots of other light rays as well. So if I were to from this other point, there are a load of rays coming out here, and I'll make that a different color. So we've got the rays in pink coming from the top of the lighthouse, and we've got the rays from the bottom in red. And I've drawn a selection of light rays that are coming out, and they're all going to bend. So only some of these light rays are going to hit the observer.
Let me ask you a question. The concentration of the rays coming from the top have a higher probability than the bottom ones, right? To reach the observer?
Not in this particular thing, no.
Sir. What do you mean? Look at the rays at the bottom that didn't make it. I agree that you did draw some that hit through. Look at the two on the bottom that didn't make it. Those two on the bottom from the top might make it. What do you mean? Why are you lying?
There is no difference. If I were to make a near infinite number of rays here,
yes,
then they
from
would,
the top will hit the
all
observer
of
than
them.
the bottom.
They would both have equal chance of hitting the observer.
No, it's all, you just drew that. You just drew the.
You can see this on screen. Oh my god!
The bottom one has some rays that are below the observer. You're showing that right now.
Yes, and the one at the top has rays that goes above the observer.
Less of them.
No, if I were to draw it more, oh my god! I mean, this is just
dude. You're showing the proof right now. The top has a bias.
If you put the eye where the object is, and the object where the eye is, then the lines coming out of the object at the bottom will hit the deck before they hit the eye, because they come out and then go down.
Perhaps another diagram will help.
You just proved our point, man.
No,
you just proved it.
No,
you proved it. You proved it statistically.
I've proved you're very, very
I agree with your point. In the first case, might be too simple because we only got one
the whole chat.
I proved very stupid. Here you go. Here we go. So here is a diagram. Here is a diagram. Here is a diagram showing you all the light rays well, not all the rays. They're just a section of 13 points actually, and then 40 angled rays coming out from those 13 selected points.
You've just proven that if the ray is if the light rays leaving the bottom are too tight, then they will not make it to the observer.
So here we go.
Right,
so hopefully you understand.
It's quite simple to understand.
Right. Yeah. So do you understand this diagram I've got on screen at the moment? So light rays are coming out at all angles from all points, and I've just shown a selection of angles, and I've just shown a selection of points. So that is the selection of light rays that are being emitted. So let's go back to where we were.
Yeah, and higher elevation gives a higher likelihood to reach the observer. That's
no,
the
it
truth.
Doesn't. No,
yeah,
it
you
doesn't.
just proved it. You just proved it.
No, you haven't proven anything sort. You're an idiot.
Yeah, you did.
No, you're an idiot. Right. So there is an infinite density, effectively, of these light rays here. And just the fact that I have drawn, I mean, even if I were to pick on one, say, oh gosh, I should have grouped them. Hold on.
So, will you admit that you lost this evening, Rumpus?
He has to, man. He has to.
You're too stupid. The problem is you're stupid. This is where the problem starts.
No, you have to admit
you're drawing our proofs.
Absolutely lost badly tonight.
Any objective observer who has any understanding of geometry would realise that you three are very, very stupid. That's the
people who understand statistics will know that we're correct, because the higher the elevation, that has statistically more likelihood of rays reaching the eye than the bottom. And the angle and the statistics are the things that
they're
work.
Curved. They're curved.
Yeah, and the one on the bottom.
So how do you get your geometry?
There are exactly the same number of light rays coming out from this point here as there are there. The number is coming out, and just because they hit them in a different place. So if this group here, for instance, it doesn't make whether I move this up and down or whether I change its angle.
It makes a world of difference, sir.
No.
A world of difference.
No, there will still be just the same number of light rays.
That's false. That's false. That's not a true statement at all, man. There's a bias for height to reach the observer. It has to. It has to be.
Well, if
statistically, just think about statistics. You've taken statistics, right? In your let's say you do have infinite rays. Let's say you have 500 rays emanating from the top and 500 from the bottom. Let me finish my point. The top, let's say 480 reach the observer. The bottom maybe only 460. And then if you have again too tightness of a cluster or other things going on in the atmosphere, more rays, you might not get 460, you might get 440, you might get 400, you might get none. Depends. So there's a higher cluster of rays that will make it from the top of the object than the bottom. You proved that rigorously.
Only one ray from a particular point will arrive on the observer's eye.
Only one ray? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, at a particular angle.
What?
Oh, God. The eye has got to focus this. So, for instance, you can have two rays landing at the same point in the eye, but they would have different directions. So it makes no difference. You could still the only ray that's going to land.
It's not one ray, man. It's superposition of all the rays that are coming from various.
But there's only one ray that's landing on it at a particular angle, and that's going to come from one spot.
That's false. It's not one ray. It's a superposition of all the rays with all the different angles that match that will add together.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Superposition. Why am I teaching you this stuff?
Why
You're supposed to be the expert.
Why are you such a moron? Hey, look.
You do this for a living, and I'm telling you about superposition?
And you're stupid. You don't understand. You just don't understand.
We had a clown earlier who told me he's a structural engineer, didn't know what a zero-force member was, and then he went away. So are you going to go away now?
No, well, you're going to go away. I mean, if I was as stupid as you, I'd be entirely embarrassed to be ashamed.
So the eye can only receive one light ray at a particular angle. That's what you're saying? That's ridiculous.
No, I didn't say that. So you didn't understand what I said, and so you've made up something I've said instead.
It's the sum of all the light rays at that angle.
Yes, but there's only one angle, right? But there's only one light ray that comes from one point on the object. Have I drawn that? I don't think I've got a. Right. There's only going to be one ray from the object that lands at a particular angle, and the light ray that lands at that particular angle is going to be focused on a particular spot. So, for instance, if I start drawing, this is going to bloody back up again, isn't it? Hold on. I mean, there's a moderately complicated concept, I suppose. I mean, I suppose you're just too. You expect my? Yes, I suppose.
Yeah. We're too stupid. Got it.
You are stupid.
We're all stupid. We're all stupid. We're all bitches.
Right. For instance.
Right.
So, for instance, if I've drawn this for the eye here, there's only going to be one light ray that comes from the top of the object that hits the light ray, here is the cornea of the eye at a particular angle.
Okay, so wait a minute. So would this be like a perspective view, yeah? In perspective view, yeah?
No, this is an orthographic view.
No, I meant from the eye. I mean, what you're looking at here is what the observer will see, yeah? So it'll be perspective.
No, this is not what the observer. This is an orthographic view. This has got the observer and the eye in the same picture.
And what are they looking at?
I'm not showing you what the eye sees. No, there's no picture here of what the eye.
So what will they be looking at? Something in the distance, yeah?
Yeah, they're looking at this arrow I've drawn here, this purple arrow.
They're not looking at an arrow.
They are. That's what they're looking at here. I've got drawn an arrow.
The eyeball is not looking at an arrow.
Well, there's an eyeball here, and there's an arrow there.
Yes, and what's the eyeball looking at? There's obviously something that it's looking at.
Well, not
to get something to go into the
eyeball.
A
lighthouse or something, Rumpus?
Well, I mean, in this particular, if you take the focal axis is where the eye is orientated towards, it's not looking at the arrow. No.
Good grief! It can't be that hard, can it?
Well, I mean, you're a moron.
It can't be that hard to actually say.
You can't articulate something, Frankie. That's your problem.
It can't be that hard.
Yeah, he's the one that doesn't understand.
It can't be that hard for you to understand. So here we go. So
yeah, no. It can't be that hard to admit that perspective needs the eyeball.
No, it doesn't need the eyeball. These rays will be doing exactly the same thing whether the eye was there or not. So, so we've got.
But hold on, wait a minute. But the light rays bouncing around isn't perspective. It needs something to collect that data and to focus it.
The ray
So
of
in
light,
that case, it would be the eyeball that would collect up
ray of
those
light
individual.
That was
Hold
my
on,
point
hold
before.
If
on,
I took
hold
the
on.
ray, if that
The
wasn't
individual.
there,
No, hold
if that
on.
wasn't there, it would make no difference to what the
But
rays of
that
light
wouldn't be
do.
perspective either. Still,
It's not
wouldn't-
changed.
that isn't
I haven't
perspective.
changed the light rays. I haven't changed the light rays.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be perspective. What focuses
This-
the
I have not
perspective is
changed
the
the diagram,
eyeball.
except I have
No.
not changed the
Then
light
it's not
rays.
what we see.
I have not
No.
changed the perspective effects.
What
The
correlates
perspective
all
exactly
the
the same, whether or
imagery
not that's there or not.
together in one position is the eyeball or the lens.
The light
Right.
ray is not being changed by the presence or not of the eye.
That
So the
doesn't make a
effect-
difference.
the
That
thing
isn't perspective,
causing-
you
the thing
plonker.
that causes
Just because you're trying to double
It's not-
down on
the
your
thing that caused my
original
perspective is
assertion.
not affected
Just
whether
because
this is
right,
eye
hang
is
on,
there
wait a
or
minute.
not.
Let me,
The light rays
let
do
me
exactly
mute him.
the same.
There we go. Right, so he's muted. So basically, earlier on in the stream, if you want to delve back into that, he said that perspective doesn't involve the eye. I mean, you couldn't make this up. And obviously, what he's going to say now is that you've got all these light rays going into the eyeball. It's going to give you an image. Yeah, well, that's perspective. Yeah, and he showed an image literally with like 3 eyeballs in his perspective diagram, and then went ahead and said that that wasn't really perspective. You can listen back into it in the stream, and this is why he's doubling down on his position right now, because he doesn't want to answer this question, because he knows that it's going to dig him a little hole. Anyway, I'll let these guys get back into it, but I just wanted to point that out because it was from a much earlier, probably 2 hours ago, discussion, and I was hoping to elicit some kind of response from him. Unfortunately, he knew where this was going, and that's why he was on guard for that particular question. But hey ho, you know, there is other times.
Yeah, so Randy just demonstrated he's an utter moron again. He seems to think that these light rays are going to change behavior because of the presence of the eye. The perspective effect is caused by how these light rays behave and has nothing to do with what the eye is doing here. The perspective effect of the light rays and the angular size separation is not affected by whether the eye is there or not. So now we've eliminated that piece of idiocy. So
that's a fair statement.
The point of this thing, the point I was trying to make, which is having such difficulty getting through, is that there's only one light ray that lands on the cornea here at a particular angle, and from a particular point on the object. There's only one light ray that goes from the top of this object that lands at this particular angle on here. Now, obviously, other light rays will go from here and land on other parts of the eye, but they'll be at different angles. So, and the light ray from the bottom, for instance, that hits this point on the cornea. So if I were to draw a line from the bottom of the cornea and make it land at this point on the cornea where this one did, it'd have a different angle. So there's only one, and that's why, of course, we see one pixel. We see only one part of an image of an object you're looking at. You see it only in one place in your eye. If you had 2 points of an object coming to the same point on the back of your eye, you wouldn't be able to distinguish different parts of the object. So because
the amplitude allows for multiple rays. That was my point, and I think you agree. It's not just one individual ray. If you're doing the ray tracing, it's going to collect all the rays that hit there, and then the number of them will dictate the amplitude, the intensity.
Yeah,
right?
But you misunderstood my point, and then because you misunderstood it, you then thought I was saying something else, and then we ended up with this confusion. Let's go back to the.
Sure,
let's
as long as you say that angle is a receptor for all the rays, and then the magnitude is governed by the amount of them, then that's a fair statement. Yeah, and that dictates what's rendered there, how brightly it is. That's fine.
Hold on, I've lost the bloody thing.
Is that superposition, is it linear? Actually, since you have experience with this, or how does that get added when you do the ray tracing?
It is. Everything is linear with light.
Okay, so you have people in the chat who don't think that superposition is involved in this, so they need to maybe read books, go to school.
Right, let's get to the point, that the crucial point that Paige misunderstood. She thought that because the light was bent down, that would account for objects being obscured from the bottom up, and it does exactly the opposite. And as that diagram was trying to draw, here we go. I'm going to mention this again.
Your diagram shows it, Rumpus.
It does exactly the opposite because you don't understand the diagram. So here I have an object.
I'm looking at it from the other direction with your object.
Well, okay. Look, I've demonstrated earlier that
you just don't understand. You just don't understand.
God, my damn. I reflected the whole thing. This is no different to having it over here as if I drew it on the left-hand side. I did it before, and it produces exactly the same result. The fact that you don't understand this is just unbelievable to me. So here we go.
I understand that you're full of shit. I understand.
Well, there you go. So you don't understand. You don't understand geometry.
Yeah, no, I understand that what you're saying is impossible. Things don't
No,
up.
you can see it on screen. You can see it on screen. An observer will perceive this object.
And I'm putting the object where the eye is, and the eye where the object is, and the light will hit the ground before it hits the eye.
I was in the middle of a sentence. I didn't interrupt you, but you're interrupting my answer. I'm making the point that an object in an environment where the light bends down will be raised up, not lowered down, as you said. And you should
wrong.
Well,
things don't loom up. You've never proven looming. You've never proved.
We do. I'm demonstrating it here. This is what's happening in this
Those
tank.
things that you say are looming and are mirages are actually there. They are
loomed up. Or as Andrew Young asked me to say,
then stand on the top of a loomed up building and let me shoot you.
Right. So yeah. Well, no, you would miss me because you wouldn't be allowed for a fraction. So
would you let me?
Well, okay. Well, I don't particularly want to be around with you with a gun. No, not particularly. How about you allow me to punch you in the face then? How about that as an idea? How about that?
You think you'll be standing on a mirage, so you won't have anything to worry about, will you?
I've no guarantee you could actually shoot where you aimed. I have no guarantee about anything.
I'll bring someone with me who can shoot. It won't even be me.
Yes, but I'm not. But I can't guarantee that you would necessarily do the right thing.
Yeah,
so,
coward.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Afterwards, I'll see if I can stab you. So, how about that? And see how we get on.
All right, guys.
I'll make a mirage of myself, and I'll let you stab the mirage.
Okay, very good. Anyway,
that's fine.
So the point is, if you understood, I mean, obviously,
the thing I'll be shooting will actually be you.
No, it won't.
Yeah, well, you just said because you want to punch me, the physical me. But I'm saying I want to shoot your mirage.
That as a highlight that
You're
I can't trust.
Lying scumbag, Rumpus.
There we go. Yes, you're stupid. You're just demonstrating your stupidity. The fact you don't understand this diagram. Any normal human being with an objective.
Saying it. I've proven I understand it. Keep saying that. You're full of shit. You're a fuckwit.
Because if you understood that the light ray coming into the observer was horizontal, you would understand that the observer would see it raised up and would perceive the object above where it was.
Nothing's raised up. You've never proven that.
Hold on. No, we're dealing with this diagram. Hold on. No, we're not. Hold on. We're not dealing with real. We have because we've demonstrated that we can see things that conform to the 7/6R refraction. We can see things slightly above.
You've never seen the geometric horizon to get your 7/6R, you fuckwit.
Well, I just ignore that piece of idiocy. So the point is, you don't understand a simple piece of geometry I'm drawing on this diagram here. Let's forget about the real world for the moment. I'm demonstrating in the tank here what happens in the real world, because in the real world we have a density gradient just like this, although it's not quite as extreme as in the tank, and you get the same effect. Light bends down, and that means things will be raised up, and you don't understand that simple thing. You think that a curving ray bending down, just like Globebusters got this wrong, causes things to sink. No. Light that bends down causes things to be raised up. And the fact you don't understand that, even though I've got it on screen in front of you, just means you're very stupid.
Okay.
Willfully stupid.
Right, listen, I'm going to round up in 5 minutes. So, Rumpus, do you want to get your last words in here, and then we'll move on to the rest of the panel?
Yeah, okay. Yes, I should apologise, actually, for calling Paige a stupid bitch earlier. That was a bit naughty of me. But ultimately, I'm feeling a little bit poorly, and I think my patience was slightly worn down. I'm fighting with stupid people, unfortunately, here, and the fact that Paige and Mind of God doesn't understand this simple diagram. I mean, obviously, you could argue that something so simple, I must be not doing a very good job of explaining it, and perhaps I will have to see if I can make it so it's impossible to misunderstand. But the fact that you can't understand what I'm drawing, and the Mind of God thinks that something going over to the left or of this thing, reflecting it, somehow would change what's going on here. They don't understand multiple rays coming out and think that the things I was drawing earlier were somehow invalid. It makes me just despair of humanity, despair of the education levels, and despair of people's IQ. That's it, really.
Okay, the Mind of God, would you like to say your final thoughts here?
I don't know why he talked about reflection all of a sudden, but no, it was good, man. Thanks for the time. I feel like this started off with me and Right the Hand with those two other individuals, and I think this discussion here is kind of more the nitty gritty, and hopefully more of these will start happening. And it's definitely not, Rumpus not explaining things correctly. We're very, very clear about what he's saying. We just do not believe it to be physical. Thanks again, Ranty. Take care.
Perfect, thank you. And Paige, would you like to say some final thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Mind of God that it's not that we don't understand what he's saying. We understand, we just don't agree that's what's happening. They've never proven that there are value. They need straight lines to get their R value, which they then take that R value and bend like using that R value that they've got straight line geometry to get, which they never have because they've never removed the atmosphere. So it's not that we don't understand, it's that we don't agree that's what's happening. If you see something, it's because it's there. It's not loomed up. It's not a mirage. It's just that the atmosphere is good enough on that day that you can see that far. And, Frumpus thinks that an IQ level is what dictates, how intelligent somebody is, then maybe he should think twice, because I can guarantee him my IQ is higher than his.
No, that's
Do you want to know what it is, Rumpus?
Tell me.
155.
Then you must have mismeasured it. There's no way you've got an IQ of 155.
See, I knew it. It's either
there's no way, absolutely no way.
Is what dictates your intelligence, or if you don't agree with me, then IQ must be wrong.
Okay, we'll do
listen.
Listen.
We'll
do an IQ test.
This is my minute, Rumpus.
Okay, but we'll do an IQ test together then. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
That would be cool, actually, if you two got into an IQ test at some point, maybe later on.
I found it actually quite fun.
Yes, for sure. Right, anyway, guys. So
thanks for having me on anyway. And sorry I was late. I did get the message at the start of the show, but with daylight savings over here, it's kind of thrown me out a little bit.
No worries. Right, guys. Well, all I can say is thank you very much for everybody showing up this evening. I have much appreciated that. You made the show, essentially, there isn't a show if you guys don't show up. So thank you everybody that turned up. We originally had the demonic guy. You'll see at the start of the show, I actually gave his channel link. We had Aaron on, that's Aaron Armstrong. We had Right the Hand. We had the Mind of God. We had the Rumpus. We had Leah. I think that's it. So yeah, we had a decent panel this evening, and we had a really good chat. And thank you everybody that supported the show with the super chats. That was really, really much appreciated. As for now, that'll do, and I'll be back tomorrow. I will be doing a show tomorrow, and I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, if you decide to tune in. So take care, and see you all in the next one.